He said we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe. Do you want to explain what he meant by that? Explain what he meant by saying we didn't leave because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Iraqis are not Palestinian, you f***ing moron! You racist piece of
what?
Because Iraq and the pan-Arabic nationalist movements that arise out of
you are out of your mind.
Is not about Palestinians.
Okay, so what did the Jews in Iraq have to do with Israel, you bigot? You are so out of your mind.
Ethan presses Hasan on the mass migration of Jews to Israel back in the day because they were threatened and made to feel unsafe. Hasan talks about some scholar, references him as saying, see, he agrees with me. Ethan plays a different clip of the scholar very clearly disagreeing with him. And then Hasan has a meltdown about how racist Ethan is. I mean, that just sounds just like our Hasan Parker. Go right to racism when you get absolutely dumpstered.
Dan, he needs you more than you need him. Stop babying this man, please.
Well, I know that's true, but I don't baby him.
Okay. Oh! Right. That was some Nelson Mandela level resistance against Hasan there. All right, guys. Listen, I didn't think it was going to happen. I'm pretty excited. I was like, this isn't going to happen. Maybe that's part of my thing. I don't get excited until it's too late. Ethan and Hasan are apparently having a conversation right now. Incredible. Let's do it.
Huh? Is Hasan in the room?
Oh, I thought you were talking about the dog.
The dog queued up?
I wonder what Hasan's debate tactic's going to be. I think it's just going to be really condescending.
The dog's ready to go.
He is in the waiting room. Would we like to begin?
I'm waiting. Yes, I'm waiting in the room.
Actually, the dog's going to argue with Kaya.
Oh my God.
Stand by. Stand by. Stand by.
I'm literally sitting by.
Ducky because he's so intense.
I'm sitting by.
I gotta let your dog.
This is like Dragon Ball Z. You know, we just had Sam Cedar, the Ginyu Force, just fight Goku. Juku? I don't know. I love Jews, don't worry. And now we're going to see... Now Frieza himself is going to fight him. Frieza, by the way, is historically racist. He constantly calls Saiyans monkeys. That's pretty messed up.
Grow a little bit.
Yeah, okay. It's not going to be long before I feel like we're going to have a second...
All right, enough.
Well, I'm doing a debate.
Hold on. Oh, are you going to show me all the time as well on the Zoom call?
Zoom?
I can fix that. 1 second. Let me just set it to Ethan's
Zoom?
here.
If you want,
there you go.
If you want, just show like not just Ethan, but yourself as well. If you're going to talk, like that's fine.
Hey,
I don't
Hasan, leave the production notes to my team.
Okay. Listen, I'm going to be real with you. This level of petty is necessary because Hasan right now is doing nice guy trolling. Oh yeah, if you want, you could do this. He's just doing nice guy trolling. Do not make it seem like he is being a nice guy. He's doing condescending nice guy trolling. That's it.
You can switch your show how you like.
Well, you know, they were my coworkers as well, Ethan.
Well, it's been a while, my friends, and guess what? They are not now.
No, I know.
So let's start. I mean, so you did this content cop, right? And I mean, did that go how you expected? It didn't seem to hit very hard.
Before we get started, can I lay some like ground rules so we can have like a productive conversation?
Sure.
Personally, I think Hasan should have came on with the swastika sword.
Yeah. Okay. So I wanted to come on to make this as issue specific as possible.
No, he didn't. Just to be clear, Hasan has been talking about how he feels like he's not winning it anymore ideologically, and that the fact that he stayed out of the drama was actually what was hurting him because Ethan keeps talking about it. People are just starting to realize Hasan is in the wrong. Not in his general perspective. Like, yeah, Palestinian people are pretty chill. They're all good. Okay? But, like, his dog whistling, people have figured it out.
But yes, you have grievances with me. And, of course, I think they're valid to address.
Okay.
Oh, why didn't you address them, like, much sooner?
Good. Of course, we'll talk about that. Hopefully, I'll be able to address some counterpoints as well, if you will allow me.
Of course.
This is what is called a debate. Thank you, Hasan.
Process.
Absolutely.
But before we get started on anything, I would like to potentially...
That's his sigh of frustration.
Talk about definitions so we can have like an established...
That's actually a great idea. Establish what you guys think Zionism is.
Definition on a lot of the things that we're going to be talking about.
Yes, that's a good idea.
Okay with you?
I mean, it depends how many definitions you got. What do you...
I mean, definitely Zionism.
You want to define? I don't want to get bogged down in this, so
I'm also experiencing audio issues on my end, so
go ahead.
The audio issue troll, dude. The millionaire LA streamer has an audio issue. Okay, guys.
No worries. No worries.
Okay.
We're trolling hard.
Right, so you're fine with that?
I mean, up to a point, yeah.
Well, I mean,
I don't want to get...
There's no problem in talking about definitions of things. No, there isn't, depending on how much. Like, hey, let's establish what do you think Zionism is. But we don't have to go super far.
Bog down in a conversation.
It's not like a gotcha.
Go ahead, start. No, I know you're not.
Okay,
I just want to get going.
All right. So
This pacing is necessary because Hasan is going to troll him. Okay. Oh, I'm having audio issue. Okay, how is everybody doing? I used to work with these guys. Hey.
first and foremost, I think we should define what Zionism is.
True.
And what
That's
you
a good
mean
point.
by Zionism and what I mean by Zionism.
Zionism is the
To me, Zionism is just anybody who thinks Israel has the right to exist and thinks that that's it. That's it. It doesn't mean that you support the government, that you think that everything they do is okay, because it's not. That's literally it. Okay, that's how I define Zionism. I guess that makes me a Zionist, bro. Okay, but I don't think it's okay for them to be bombing people in Gaza. It's terrible.
The belief that Jews should have their own homeland in the historic, Palestine area. That's it.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think considering how much anti-Semitism exists in the world, it's fine that Jews want to have a state of their own, especially since 20% of the population isn't even Jewish. Like, they're not like a pure ethno-state. I imagine that the less hatred of Jews around the world, the less that Israel feels like they would need to have an ethno-state. And there is like pretty much every place in the Middle East is an ethno-state. It's the same thing if people were like in America, people would be like, especially leftists, would be like, hey, I understand why black people would want to have like a place of their own and not really be around white people because of historical oppression. Oh, okay. We're on the same page here.
Okay.
Hey.
All right. So I believe that Zionism is a religious ethno-supremacist ideology that revolves around the exterminationist policies of removing the indigenous population that lived in, as you said, historic Palestine.
It's hard to say that when literally 20% of the population are Palestinians in Israel proper, not in Gaza, not in the West Bank. 20% of the population of Israel is Palestinian. So it's kind of hard to be like, oh, they want to just wipe out Palestinian people when 20% of the population is Palestinian.
As long as they are...
I think that like Netanyahu is like a farther right-wing extremist, just like fucking Donald Trump is. Absolutely. I think that there's been a rise of right-wing extremism. Absolutely. But fundamentally, that is not what Zionism is.
Not Jews, because it's a ethno-religious supremacist ideology. I think that this is a disagreement that you and I have.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. If you want to add that, like the genesis of Zionism included, the displacement and the ravaging of the culture that existed there, then I would agree with you. I mean, I don't think that the establishment of Israel was like a good thing. I mean, it was tragic and a lot of bad things happened. But let me ask.
I think it was a good thing, but the way it happened was tragic, right? They were given land after they were, genocided after World War II, and that displaced a lot of Palestinians, and those people deserve reparations. But I understand what he's saying. He's saying that the way that it happened is tragic, but we're kind of are where we are at this point. And I think that like most things, just like religion has evolved and become less oppressive, generally speaking, at least hopefully in America, sometimes, Zionism has evolved from like a supremacist thing to just like, hey, we have the right to exist, and like there is still a necessity for a Jewish homeland, considering all the anti-Semitism that is prevalent around the entire world.
You, sir.
Okay.
How was filming that content? I just have to know what you felt, what you were thinking as they were doing the Fortnite L behind you.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
No. We're here. I don't want to talk about definitions. You got your Zionism, and let's do
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it was fine.
Did you not?
I've participated in other YouTube videos as well in the past.
No, but that Fortnite L dancing.
Some of them feature.
Well, but I think that the silly part is Hasan pretends that he is a politics person. He's not. He's a political drama person. But he doing this put Hasan in the way of everything going on. Before this content cop against Ethan was losing optically every single day of the week. This single-handedly, iDubbbz is so universally hated that the content cop made Ethan look like the good guy, and he is the good guy. But these battles aren't established on who is actually good; it's on who looks good. And Hasan has looked good for a while.
Some of them feature sketches.
I noticed you weren't in the other shots. Why was that?
I think I was being interviewed.
Oh, really?
By
Who was
the
interviewing
journalist while that was happening?
Really?
I don't remember.
Was it the New York Times journalist that's getting like fucking blasted right now?
Really? Oh, that's convenient. I think you were embarrassed, frankly. You were absent from every other shot. I think you saw him doing that. I think you saw him doing that Fortnite dance, and you said, I got to get out of this. And by the way,
No, I
I'm
don't
giving you
care.
credit for that.
I mean, Ethan, you're a comedian. You know, you participated in some sketches. You know,
That's true, but you claim to not be
Not-
a drama guy.
it
That-
happens.
I mean, shit. Yeah.
Really, you're one of your most famous sketches. You in a fucking diaper. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, we've done funny things.
Okay, you know what? Let's not debate
Yeah.
the merit of our comedy. You're right. I'm very hacky, and so are you.
so-
By the way, you believe
Yeah,
that the likes were botted on that.
What?
You had said you
That's so funny.
thought the likes were botted on the content cop. Do you still believe that?
What? The likes were botted on the content cop?
The
I don't- I have
dislikes
no
were
idea.
botted. The dislikes, sorry. Yeah, you said it was brigaded and was botted. And it was unnatural, the dislikes on the video.
I don't really care about this. I don't know. I mean,
Well,
I
I'm
don't,
This is going to be the conversation. You had a conversation with a drama guy.
I don't
care
recall
if you-
saying this, but I don't know why
You
this is
did
a
say
major
it.
point of contention. All right, so
Well, not the main point. It's just the first point.
No, 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 no.
You start light and you end easy. You know.
let's get back to some other definitions.
Hold on, let me finish, and then you can do your definition.
Okay.
Did you think it was?
Well, it's not my definition. I want to hear your definition.
That's fine. I'll answer how you like. Did you? Do you?
I hope you know that, like, you know, I don't know if you know this, but I didn't publish the content cop. iDubbbz did.
Yeah, but you took place in it.
Yes, I know that, and I've addressed
Okay,
him
good.
thoroughly.
All right,
do you know that? Do you believe he should have included the context of the CPS call?
What?
What? You don't know what I'm talking about?
Wait.
That's a good question.
I'm a little confused. You are asking me
Yes.
what my opinion
He's confused, dude. He's trolling right now. I'm telling you, the entire conversation is going to be Hasan trolling over what? I'm confused. What? This is what it's going to be. That's it.
is
On the video.
iDubbbz's content cop.
Correct. That's correct.
About the CPS. I don't know. Maybe. Sure.
I don't know. Maybe, sure. You'd be like, yeah, it should have probably been in there. What are you talking about?
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, I think it was more so about like your year-long conquest of deplatforming and also
Right. Well, 90% of the clips were
quite
from the
frankly, harassing
episode
a bunch of
entitled
pro-Palestinian
"CPS Came to My
content
House." Hasan, I don't know if you think that's an important.
Hey, do you think it's important to talk about how you're frustrated? He should have brought up the context that I'm frustrated that people are calling CPS on me and falsely trying to, ruin my life with CPS calls from my children that are threatening my children. Oh, what do you think? Is that relevant in this conversation?
detail? I sure.
Like, of
did.
course you're going to want that. Of course you need that context in there. No shit. Obviously. Like, because if you don't have the context, then Ethan just seems like he's fucking insane. But like, he got more riled up after like the whole CPS call situation.
Yeah.
Ethan, I think you know my position on this, as I made it very clear. I think it's completely inappropriate
Then you should have been able to be like, yeah, no, they should have had that in there. It's really inappropriate.
to fucking call
No.
CPS.
That's obvious.
I think it's
I'm
completely
saying
inappropriate
your
to call
friend
CPS
Hasan,
on
you
a
made a
content
video
creator you don't
with,
like.
did
I
a
don't know why
total
you're-
fucking
I don't know
hit
why you
job.
think I have
All right, go
any-
ahead.
Yes, absolutely.
And
and
ask me a
in this-
question.
I don't have any, like,
Go
dude,
ahead.
Listen,
Go ahead.
listen to me. Listen, we're both content creators online.
Race.
We
Me
both
too,
have
dude.
received an endless wave of harassment. You and I have talked privately about this.
Hasan, I don't
when
care.
we
Let's
were-
just go
when we
on.
had a
You- I
podcast.
don't-
No,
I-
what do you mean? You
I
brought
don't-
this up. You brought it up. Hold on.
I
Let
know
me
what
say my
you're
piece.
saying. We've all been
brought it
harassed.
up.
The internet
Let
is
We've all been harassed. It's justifiable somehow to call CPS. I guess that's what his point is.
tough,
Let
whatever,
me say
yada
my
yada.
piece.
Ask me a question.
No. Please, Ethan, please.
Because you're so
Please.
boring, bro. I just want to have an interesting conversation.
You know
Go
who
ahead.
else also told me that? Andrew Tate. Please.
Whoa! Andrew Tate got up with the zinger.
Wow,
And
I
let
have.
me
Wow,
try
God
to
forbid.
explain my position to you. You and I are both content creators. We get an endless wave of harassment, doxing, swatting, all of this stuff. Okay.
Is it okay? I feel like, well, first of all, those things aren't right. Second of all, though, like this is a little more than just doxing. This is somebody's kid is involved. What are you talking about?
Sometimes by the same people, ironically enough, by the same communities. You and I know we've had these conversations
Destiny's coming.
in private
been a while.
before we stop doing our podcast.
He's already introduced Destiny, by the way. That was an introduction of Destiny. That's what it was.
And you know my position on this. I think it's completely
I
unacceptable.
know you're
because
against
I am victim to the
CPS.
same
That's
exact
not,
things
I
that
mean,
happened to you
interesting.
in this
The
regard.
question was, do you think it was all right that he left it out of the video? That's the question.
I would never in a million years advocate
ask
for
me a
that sort of
question.
thing, and don't think it's appropriate.
Very
and
good.
I don't
Ask
know
me a
why you
question.
think that I have anything to do with
Because
this.
you're not you're misrepresenting what I asked you. I didn't ask you, do you think it's okay that people called CPS? I asked that the video that you participated in, which was a total fucking hit job that used 90% of its clip from an episode of the podcast called CPS Got Called on Me and didn't even include the title of the podcast. Now, do you think that's fair?
I think you should take this up with iDubbbz. And
There it is. The coward. He's a
instead of
coward.
me.
Okay,
I
sure.
didn't
Ask me
make
a
any
question.
editorial- Yeah, I didn't make any of the editorial.
Hassan in this entire conversation is not going to really respond to any of the questions, and he's going to make it seem like it's beneath him. So it's like, well, you should go up with him. Oh, let's talk about something more serious. That's what the entire tone is going to be. It's going to be a constant shift to like, no, there's more important things to talk about here, Ethan. I didn't come here to just talk about drama, even though, CPS was called on this guy as his children. That's not really just some silly drama, but that's what he's going to do the entire time.
Editorial decisions in iDubbbz's content cop.
I'm asking what you thought about it, okay? Not if you made it. It's pretty fucking... pretty obvious. Go ahead, ask me a question.
I'm sure it would have been. I'm sure that I'm sure that it would have been all right if he mentioned it.
It would have been all right.
It would have reframed the narrative and made it seem like Ethan was actually justified in his frustration, which he was.
I don't know why this is a major point of contention for you. I thought we were going to talk about Israel-Palestine.
We're talking
What did I just say?
about whatever we want to talk about. You had said that I have problems with your character. That's what I'm talking about. Go ahead, ask me a question.
But you having problems with my character.
Hasan, ask me a question. I'm going to move on to the next topic.
From you
here.
asking me about iDubbbz's editorial decisions in his content cop.
I'm asking about your opinion on it. Go ahead, ask me a question.
Okay. So, do you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza?
Yes.
Hasn't he said it like 100 times? Sure.
Okay, great. Awesome. So you agree with with numerous human rights organizations, the UN?
I already said yes.
Okay, great. No, that's important. Thank you. Thank you for...
But you've already known this. You guys did a podcast together. He said this the literal day. What are you talking about? This isn't new information. This is something that he's known for how long? Why is this even relevant?
Saying that. I also agree on this.
No kidding.
If you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza, okay, do you feel like you have used your limited amount of time that you have as a content creator speaking out against Israel doing a genocide on the Palestinian population living in the Gaza Strip? Or do you feel like most of your commentary on that issue has overwhelmingly been to rail against people that are doing that?
The second that October 7th happened, Hassan's audience was harassing Ethan for being Jewish relentlessly. How do you think that he's going to interact? I don't understand. Like, here's the thing, dude. Like, I talk about this. I'm ethnically Jewish. I've never felt ethnically Jewish before in my entire life until after October 7th. That's it. Like, I feel more connected to being Jewish. I've never used to count my money. Okay, I'm just being silly. I never saved any. I really don't. I spend too much money. Anyway, all jokes aside, like, I've never felt a part of that, but like now they kind of, you get riled up a little bit. You see the anti-Semitism. You can't help but focus on it a little more sometimes. And also, Ethan has been harassed for being Jewish for quite a while now. You have these fucking Sabra tier lists. And also, there's another factor is everybody's a fucking coward to call out like anything that's anti-Semitic online right now. If you don't bow to Hassan's perspective online, you are called a Zionist fucking baby killer. That's just what people do all over TikTok, especially. So Ethan is doing, that's what he decided to do. He's like, I'm Jewish. He's probably the biggest, like one of the biggest Jewish content creators, and he's taking it personally because people are calling him fucking like being shitty to him.
Sure.
Pro-Palestinian advocates that
I don't know
feel like you've been wronged by, myself included.
Yeah. I don't know if you know this, but if you're pro-Palestine, it doesn't absolve you of criticism. That's something that you guys keep harping on.
Do I
think my coverage...
And I don't think that's the case. I don't think that is the case.
Okay. Do you think my coverage has been like totally balanced? I would say no. I've obviously given less time to the Palestinian perspective, and I think the reason for that is simply that...
No, not just
he's been harassed relentlessly.
Palestinian perspective, Ethan. I think that rather than talking about that issue in and of itself... Rather than talking about the genocide itself, every time you have...
Hassan, I'm answering your question.
Every time you've talked about Israel-Palestine, it almost always revolved around
I was going to tell you why. Do you want to let me answer?
personal vendettas that you have experienced
I was
from
going to explain
pro-Palestinian
that.
content creators.
Okay. Would you like me to? You asked me a question, so I'm going to answer
Yeah.
it. The reason
Go
for
ahead.
that being is that I feel like I'm responding to a lot of bullshit that's been passed my way ever since Leftovers ended, starting from you and your community. Now, that's my answer to that. Now, let me ask you about this. This
Which I would say is true. Yeah.
sword has a Nazi swastika hilt.
I mean, he did buy this sword explicitly because it was he called it a swastika sword. So,
Okay.
Do you disagree? What's funny about that?
well, actually, historically,
I think it's funny because you've made this a major point of contention. That's why I think it's funny.
It's a swastika, is it not?
well, he bought the sword with the intention of it being a swastika, and then he had it added into the video. It is very obviously supposed to be like an anti-Jewish dog whistle. I don't think it's about being anti-Jewish. I think it's about pissing off Ethan. I think that's what the whole thing is. I think it's just set up to make Ethan seem like he's crazy. But he is right. I mean, they showed the clips of like Hasan buying it because he thought it was a funny little swastika. LOL.
Yeah, it's a sword that is a blue
From an
sword,
anime he doesn't watch.
as you know already, that has a hilt that has a Japanese manji sign on it. But yes, it does look like a swastika, as I've also noticed and have talked about on numerous occasions that you brought forward. On
Yeah,
your
yeah. Of course,
podcast
you're
already.
conceding that because
Such as
we
when
fished this
such as
up.
when
But
I
yeah,
made fun of, such as when I made fun of, I believe it was Alexa that grabbed
is
it and I
happening
said, "Oh, you immediately go for the swastika one." Yeah, exactly.
audio so low.
Do you think? Do
Yeah.
you?
You
do
so
think that
anyway,
I-
my
do you
point
think
is,
that I actually
Hasan,
think
if I
it's
can
a-
continue my point, is that you knew it was a swastika sword.
No, it's not about whether he knew it was a swastika sword. It's about that Hasan bought it with the intention of it representing a swastika because he thought it was funny. That's what it is. That's what the whole thing is. Like, he bought it and he was like, "LOL, this is a swastika sword." Then he had it inside of the content nuke that was like against Ethan. Like, he knew what he was doing when he was doing it. Like, he was obviously dog whistling to piss Ethan off.
So why? What is the? So I mean, why did you guys choose
Every time Hasan goes, "Ugh," it's because he's frustrated.
to pose with this sword?
Ethan,
I didn't
Answer
pose
that.
with the
Why
sword.
was the
I'm
choice
gonna-
made for
Ethan,
this sword?
Ethan, you're crazy. Ethan,
I'm gonna gently
gently
explain
the condescension.
this to you again.
Gently,
One,
because
it's not a
Ethan's too stupid. That's the argument.
swastika, but regardless.
Do you think it looks like a swastika?
I did not make this editorial decision. I wasn't even.
Do you
was I
think?
in
Do
the-
you think
It was in your house. What editorial decision? It was in your house. What is he talking about?
it's
I was in the
reasonable to
photo.
perceive that as a swastika?
Ethan?
Answer the
I
question.
was
Is it
not-
is it reasonable
no,
to perceive that?
I don't think it was a deliberate decision. That
You don't think it was a deliberate decision to buy something while you LOL that's a swastika and then put it in a video that's supposed to be against Ethan? What is big? Okay. Oh, okay. So we don't understand dog whistling when it applies to fucking to being Jewish people. Okay, that makes sense.
Okay, well,
IDubbbz made, but I don't know. I don't
Okay,
know his
well,
mind.
Hasan, they're your swords, and according to the New York Times article, there was 10 options. So what's the chances that they chose the swastika one? That seems pretty slim.
Well,
You have 10
considering
swords,
that I
don't
had-
you?
The week prior to that, I believe. I don't know the exact timeline. I don't really remember when they shot this, but I had the sword out because I was doing an Assassin's Creed promo. Do you
Well, I didn't know that there was an Assassin's Creed Bleach crossover.
feel like if I thought it was like genuinely a swastika sword, I would use it in an Assassin's Creed promo shot?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what we call a dog whistle, Hasan.
Yeah, I agree. This is how you have to respond with like, yes, that's true. Yes.
And what you're doing is gaslighting somebody. You made a video.
You think I'm- you
Let
think
me
I'm
make a
dog
point
whistling
here,
with
Hasan,
the-
because you're the king of microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minority
This is
groups.
true.
Right?
This
So
is
you
true.
made a video. You participated in a video accusing
Wait,
a
okay,
Jewish.
wait, hold
Let me
on.
finish my point,
I'm gonna let
Hasan.
you finish that.
No,
I'm gonna
no.
let you ask the question.
Stop.
Can I
You are
just
making
say-
a video
can I just
accusing a
ask you
Jewish
again?
man
You
of
think-
exaggerating
you think I
anti-Semitism
used
while
a-
exhibiting the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. Do you not see this as a problem, or at
You see what he did there? Do you not see this?
least,
Ethan,
am I
couldn't-
insane
couldn't
for
hear
thinking
anything
this
you
is
said.
odd?
Ethan,
Ethan, you're crazy.
take a deep breath.
Tell you,
Ethan, you're crazy. This is what it's going to be. The entire thing is going to be condescension. It's all it's going to be.
answer
Okay.
the question. I don't
Take
need
a
you to
deep breath.
console me.
I didn't even hear your question. I need
Yes,
you
you
to.
did.
Well,
I
you
need
should try
to answer
listening instead of
something.
speaking.
I'm just looking for clarification here. Do you think that I deliberately
Yes.
was using a dog whistle in an
Yes.
Assassin's Creed promo, or that it was a cool sword that was laying around because it's the
You knew what he was doing. Yeah.
only long sword that I have?
You have 10 swords.
I know they're heavy. That's not a real sword.
So yes, I'm aware that it's not a real sword, but you had 10 to
They're heavy. Doesn't this guy work out? It's too heavy for you to hold and pose with.
choose from. What does it matter how much they weigh?
yeah, the
You
other
did-
ones are heavy.
Let me
Ethan.
paint a scenario.
They're heavy, Ethan. They're heavy. I can't even squat to parallel. They can't lift these other swords. We need to find that clip.
And that
Let
shit
me
around.
paint, Hasan, let me paint a scenario for you, okay? Listen, okay? This is important. You participated in a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism. You exhibited in that video the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. 1 out of 10 of your swords that you have previously already stated you know is the, quote, swastika sword. So am I insane for even... You're treating me like I'm insane for bringing this up, but it sounds pretty reasonable.
Yeah, he's 100% correct there. What's Hasan's response? Let me explain to you real
I mean,
slow.
it's a little insane.
So
yes.
microaggressions just don't
because you're
exist for
asking me-
Jewish
you're-
people.
You're asking me why iDubbbz.
It's your
made
sword,
this
bro. I don't
decision.
believe...
Why iDubbbz made he was in your house, bud. Okay. Why listen to Hasan anymore? He's a fucking loser. Okay.
that you
And
weren't
I'm
there.
not iDubbbz.
You were
and
there,
I
bro. It's in
don't
your
know
fucking
how to
house.
I don't know. I don't know why you're asking me.
Because
why
it's
I don't
your
show
house
that.
and your sword.
But I also gave you what my speculation is, and that is that
It was just
it's
a
most
cosmic
likely because
chance.
I had
Okay.
previously had it laying around because I had just done an Assassin's Creed promo.
Sure.
Okay, if you say so. So if it's a cosmic fluke, which you claim, then why leave the photo up?
I'm not even in the photo. I don't.
I
think,
know it's
right?
in your
Am I
room
even
though,
in the-
and with your sword. Why leave the photo up if it's a cosmic fluke?
Wait, why are you asking me this question? I don't know. I'm not. Ethan.
I'm sorry,
I am
Hasan.
not
Are you
iDubbbz.
unable to make value judgments on situations? Like, isn't that what you do for a living? Do you think that
I don't
iDubbbz
think-
should have removed?
I don't think it's relevant or that big of a deal at all. If that's what you're trying to get out of me, like, yeah, I think it's not.
Okay, so you're
It's
telling
what
a
you
Jewish
are
man who's
perceiving.
complaining about a
Well, yeah, Hasan is intentionally being stupid right now. Like that's his whole defense is going to be just being dumb right now.
very
And
odd
also,
coincidence
That I'm
crazy and I'm
It's a score with
exaggerating.
emoji on it, Ethan. Can we? Okay, you got me. All right. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, you got
Listen
me.
to
I put a swastika in the video calling you out for exaggerating
No, that's not
anti-Semitism.
what I'm saying.
You
I
got
didn't
me.
do that.
Yes, you did.
Ethan,
You literally
Ethan,
did.
I didn't do that.
Okay, laugh
But
about it.
again,
Go on.
It's not a swastika. And
Then
I
why
don't
should
even
he leave
think
it up?
You have that much of an issue with swastikas, considering you drew.
It's so funny because right now Hasan's defense is literally like, oh, basically, they reclaimed the swastika. Is the defense? It's like we reclaimed the N-word. We reclaimed the swastika. You know what you were trying to do, bud.
One on PewDiePie.
I'm a Jewish man, you fucking moron.
Ethan should try not to get worked up, which is going to be hard to do because this is what like Hasan wants. Hasan wants him to get really worked up. The point of this conversation is to try to get Ethan worked up by just making him seem like he's insane, by being like a dishonest baby, so that he could be like, wow, like look at this guy. He gets so fucking worked up. Like it's really not that deep. Like look at him. He looks wrong. So all like the little kids that like to watch Hasan, he looks like he's so in the wrong. That's like the whole point of what he's doing right now.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Is
the
anyone in
Nazis
that
only
room
killed
Jewish?
Jews.
Was anyone in that room? Did I draw
Do the Nazis
swastika
only kill
one
Jews,
time
Ethan?
on?
Do you think that Jews have an exclusivity agreement with like being offended or not offended by Nazi imagery? You've
What?
done a sig
What is he doing right now?
Heil approximately what 50
Why
times.
did I
since
do a
Elon
Zig
Musk did it?
Heil? Why did I do a Zig Heil?
I don't know.
Because you only
What is he mocking fucking Elon Musk?
watch
all
clips on
wondering-
Twitter. I was making fun of Elon Musk and trying to see if it was valid or not.
Oh, thank you.
And by the way, as a
Thank you for
Jewish man, are you
clarifying.
going to
My
tell
bad.
black people not to use the N-word?
Wait, what?
Are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word because it offends you?
It's kind of a good question, yeah.
Do you think this is an apt comparison?
Yes.
Yeah, it would be, right? Isn't that like maybe he's trying? Listen, maybe he's a Jewish guy trying to reclaim the swastika. Oh, the Heil Hitler. What you don't know, dude? You don't know.
Okay. So you think that being able to draw the SWAT. Your anti-Semitism radar is completely out of whack.
And who are you to say that to me?
This is his answer, by the way. His answer is to not answer the question because he can't. That's it. This is his answer is he can't answer the question.
You
That's
pose
the point
with
of
the
contention
swastika.
here. You're saying that it's not a swastika, and you know it's not a swastika.
I mean, it literally is a swastika.
No, it's not.
Let me
Is
see the
it?
swords in your background. What?
I think Ethan would have done better if he had said, like, I know that it's not a swastika, but that's what I know that the actual sword is supposed to be like the Buddhist symbol of peace, but you're trying to use it as a swastika. It is a dog whistle. And I don't think he's even doing it to try to be anti-Semitic. I think he's trying to do it just to piss off Ethan, get under his skin. That's it. It's a shot at Ethan. That's the entire thing. He's just like an edgy little fucking like kid on Instagram that's just trying to like fucking troll people with slurs, basically, but that doesn't actually like hate the person he's using against. That's what Hasan's doing right now.
Why didn't you choose one of those ones?
I didn't choose the sword, Ethan.
I don't believe you.
Do you think this is a productive use of our time?
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. I think it's a great. I mean, like, yes, holding you to task so that people can maybe see that you're a fucking scumbag piece of dog shit.
Absolutely. So anyway, you say it's a weird cosmic fluke. Personally, if I think it was a weird cosmic fluke, you say basically it's not a swastika. The difference between the Hindu symbol and
But it's not.
Okay, right. The difference between the Hindu symbol
What
and
you
the
draw on
Nazi
PewDiePie,
swastika.
on the other hand, was a swastika.
I'll finish what I said. Yeah, I'm a Jewish man. I depicted a
All right,
swastika,
that's cool.
a tasteless
No,
joke
I'm just making sure.
on
Okay,
IDubbb's
so you
shirt
can-
10 years ago. You said this is the swastika sword, and you keep it in your house, and you use it and pose it in photos, attacking a Jewish man. The fact that you can't even concede that looks
referred
bad.
to it as looking like a swastika when my friend picked it up.
So
if I genuinely thought it was a swastika memorabilia, do you think I would keep it in my house?
Yes. He bought the sword because he thought it was funny that it had a swastika on it. He doesn't watch the anime Bleach, so that's obviously not like an excuse. And then he had inside of the content cop with Ethan. Like, it was obviously intentional. Like, enough is enough. You're an idiot if you disagree. You're just dumb. I don't know what to tell you.
Dude, you're being so obtuse. I know it's not a swastika, right? And I know you know it's not a swastika, but it is literally a swastika also. Because the difference between a swastika and that Hindu symbol is this. You see what I'm doing? This is the difference. If you ask a Hindu person, would they walk around with a swastika sign?
Wait, so you know it?
Fuck
so you
no. They
it's not
know
a
that
swastika,
looks
but
like
you
a
keep calling it
swastika.
a swastika sword. So I'm a little confused.
I'm so confused. Oh, there it is. The confusion. He's the trolling. We're trolling. We're condescension and trolling. That's all it is.
Yeah, ask your Hindu friends if they would walk around with like a swastika brandished. They know.
Okay.
Are you Hindu?
I am not Hindu.
Okay, interesting.
No.
So anyway, it was a cosmic fluke.
Do you think
brandished
that
what
only,
I.
Do you think that only Hindu people have bleach swords? Like, what's going on?
Just ask him if he watches Bleach. Do you actually watch Bleach?
We're discussing the symbol, not the sword. Okay, go ahead. So you think it was a cosmic fluke. There was 10 swords. He magically picked that one.
I can't. I'm speculating
and
on
he lifted
the
up.
decision making.
If it was a mistake, he could have deleted it.
I'm not him.
Go ahead.
I don't know. Again, I'm
not him. I have no influence over him. That's why he made a whole. You made a hippies against you on my behest.
Myself here. I think I'm doing.
You
this
don't
a
need
lot.
to. Go ahead.
I am not.
Ask me the next question.
I don't know what was going on.
I'm not
in
accusing
his
you of
mind.
being iDubbbz, Hasan, but you're acting like you're incapable of making value judgments on things because you're not
No, because
iDubbbz.
I already made the value judgment. I think you're being crazy.
Okay.
There it is. You're crazy. What? I'm confused. That's pretty much it, man. Wow. Dude, what?
Okay, well, Mr. Microaggressions thinks I'm being crazy. Very good. You have no problem telling Jewish people they're being crazy on what?
Yes.
It's like a blatant fuck. Go ahead. Ask me the next question.
Yes, I don't.
Do you think
I don't have a problem
if you could go
telling
back,
you're being crazy right now?
I think Ethan. I think the best counter to this would just be like, oh, okay, like I mean, you know what you're doing, but like whatever, that's fine. Don't try not to get worked up over it. Hasan is banking on Ethan getting like really worked up over this. That's his whole entire plan right now.
You being Jewish has nothing to do with this.
Sure, I'm sure it doesn't. Do you think going back that it was a mistake to use that sword?
I don't really care about this at all.
Okay, fantastic.
You don't see this is why that makes no sense. So this is how you know he's like obtuse. He's fucking being stupid on purpose. You know what a dog whistle is. So let's say you did accidentally use a sword, just like you guys accidentally did a Arab to Jew tier list, which was Habibi to Sabra. Like you're socially aware enough to know what these things look like. It looks like you're trying to do a racist dog whistle, an anti-Semitic dog whistle. This is a hit piece on Ethan that has a swastika sword in it. So you should be like, oh, you know what? Optically, I should have been better moving forward.
Well, that really shows where you're
I
at on this.
genuinely-
Go ahead
I
and ask
don't
me a
care.
question.
Okay. So,
Well, Hasan doesn't care about any of this. He doesn't even want to do this. The only reason he's doing it is because he realizes that optically he's losing right now. He looks wrong right now. He's lost the public opinion here.
since you believe that Israel is committing a genocide, what are the appropriate steps that people can take, both in the Western world and also regional actors can take against this entity doing a genocide by your own admission, that you would consider to be appropriate? Because it feels like throughout this entire process, you have set boundaries on what you think
Just
is
killing
inappropriate,
civilians. That's the boundary.
as you have.
Well, I mean, Ethan already has answered this with the Sam Cedar conversation, right? He says that he thinks that they should stop, the United States should stop giving Israel funding, right? And that would be one of the ways that you would hopefully be able to pressure them from stopping. I've said that it's a tough decision, because if we, in a lot of other instances, like if we don't help Israel, then Russia or China might move in and get influence amongst like our strongest Middle Eastern presence, It's kind of unfortunate. It's one of those things where it's like, if it's not us, it's somebody else, and we are a freer country. So generally speaking, we should try to have influence there. That's just my opinion. Doesn't mean that they should be able to do whatever they want, but it gets a little tough. But like, yeah, Ethan's already made his decision here. He's already said this. You watch the Sam Cedar conversation, you should know that his take is going to be hey, I don't think we should just defund. We shouldn't give them any more money.
Set boundaries on what you think is inappropriate.
Killing civilians.
Time and time again has said is outright anti-Semitic.
My boundary is killing civilians.
Okay, that's great. So
is that unreasonable?
That's a perfectly reasonable boundary to set.
Okay, good. So
I
then we don't
totally agree
disagree
with you on that. Great.
Okay. So let me ask you the next one. Let me ask you about this Sabra tier list.
Let me finish.
Well, you asked and I answered. Go ahead. You could go on a little bit more.
Okay, so hold on. Everyone is complaining about my volume on my side because we're using Zoom instead of Discord.
It's not real. This isn't a real issue. He's just doing this to delay. He doesn't want to talk. He's trying to kill time. He's biding time. Oh wait, my audio's bad. I'm confused. That's it. That's all it is.
So my fucking
go ahead.
audio.
Oh my god.
It's fine. Take your time to get the
my
audio.
audio keeps going up and down. Okay. So one of the first conversations that we had, you and I had, that led to the Leftovers podcast ending, was that you considered "From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free" to be an anti-Semitic slogan.
It is. Yeah, it's dog whistling that Jews shouldn't be in Palestine or like in the entire area. That is what it is. And it's just such a stupid conversation to have. Yeah, so I accidentally didn't put this in the video. I'm an idiot. I've paused the recording. From the River to the Sea is an anti-Semitic dog whistle, right? From people, specifically like Palestinians that live in Gaza and the West Bank, right? Because they're being oppressed their entire life by the Israeli government. And while it's not okay to hate a group of people, it's understandable why you might hate a group of people who oppresses you, right? Like if a black kid grew up in a white neighborhood and got beat up and bullied, they might hate white people. If a white kid grew up in a black neighborhood and they got bullied, they might hate black people. Is it okay? No, but I understand where it comes from. That is what it is. It's an anti-Semitic dog whistle saying we should get like Israel out of here, from the river to the sea. Like they were trying to say, get them out of here. Now, if you disagree, that's fine. It doesn't really matter. That is what it is. It's a very minor point of contention, considering Ethan, again, acknowledges that there is a genocide from Israel onto, people in Gaza. But yes. Okay.
You said that Jews feel like this is an exterminationist slogan, and Jews fear this slogan in the United States of America.
Correct.
If you think that Israel's doing a genocide, do you feel like it is appropriate for Westerners in the United States of America and Palestinians and people of Palestinian descent to be able to use emancipatory slogans, or should they go to jail under the Trump administration?
What kind of a question? Wait. What kind of a question is that? Should they go to jail for saying I don't think they should go to jail for saying it. I also don't think that they all necessarily think that that's what that is. But what kind of a question is that? What the fuck?
Okay, I mean, these are pretty extreme questions. Now, I'm not making a value judgment. I'm just trying.
I
All I
think
was
it's
trying
an
to
extreme
do.
question is what's happening
Bro,
right
do you
now.
want me to answer?
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to explain the Jewish perspective. I'm not trying to make a value judgment of it. But what I will tell you is that how do you feel about Norm Finkelstein?
Love Norm. I know he has said that it
Here's
is.
what he had to say about this.
I know what he
No,
said.
no. I want the audience to see this,
slogan.
Hasan.
Hold on. Can I just?
Hassan, I want the audience
This
to
is
see
not
this
going to be a
video.
gotcha moment for you because I know Norm's position.
Good, I'm glad you know. Let's let the audience know, Hasan.
You know what I mean?
Hey, Hasan, let the audience watch the video.
I can have a nuanced and reasonable disagreement with a person that I actually admire.
So that's what we're having.
Like Norm. But
why is Hasan so afraid of this being shown right now? What the fuck?
Well, it's nuanced and understandable with Norm. Let the audience watch the video, Hasan.
Okay. Go ahead.
Palestine will be free.
Let me go back. Yeah. Here's the Norm Finkelstein, a prominent figurehead in the Palestinian liberation movement.
I don't like the slogan.
I know. I have
No,
more positions that I disagree with him on
The video
this as
Palestine
well.
will be free. I think it's a bad slogan. I know the slogan from the 1960s, the 1970s. It was a bad slogan then, and it's a bad slogan now because it has too much ambiguity. When you say from the river,
Hasan's going to hit me with the cherry act.
Hasan got up. Hasan just walked away. Dude, Hasan is terrified of hearing this. What the fuck? What a coward.
to the sea, Palestine will be free. Obviously, a question arises. Okay, what happens to the Jews in that scenario?
That's a good question.
Some people will say, well, all it's about is everybody being free, but that's not what the slogan says. So I have, in recent weeks, I have voiced my concern that it's a bad slogan. And I said, just change it, tweak it. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free.
I'm gonna be real with you. I prefer the anti-Semitic dog whistle. That just sounds so cringe. I'm just kidding.
And you can't answer that slogan because all you're talking about is equal rights for everyone. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free.
All right.
And
I don't know if he actually means the one vote thing, because I think what he's saying is good in that. From the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free.
It's to some extent, it's like defund the police kind of a thing. Like, obviously, we need to reform the police. It would have been a better slogan. That's the whole point, optically.
Which I think is good.
You're
laughing at Norm.
You know what's so funny? Hasan could literally say, like, Israel. This is the argument he can come up with. I don't know how much I agree with this argument, but he could say, Israel has oppressed, got people in Gaza for so long that it has caused them to seem like the unreasonable extremists, which actually is probably a decent point. And so they use this slogan, which is extreme, and that is wrong. But like from their perspective, it makes sense to have. And so like I am not super interested in policing them saying that. Personally, I don't think that like Westerner people should say that because I think that it's like going to be dangerous. And then blah blah blah. You could literally just say that. You could come up with an argument. It would work out fine.
We talked at campus encampments, college campus, Palestinian encampments as to. I'm not going to make much hay about the slogan in general. There's plenty of other slogans.
Well, you're willing to listen to him, but when I say it, it becomes a big controversy. I literally, I'm not. It's not even my opinion. I can have a disagreement
with him on that, and you're forgetting one key factor.
What's the factor?
Okay, you're forgetting one key factor. Norm Finkelstein still ultimately will always say, while I disagree with the slogan because I think it scares people, it ultimately does not matter, and I'm not going to stand in opposition to it. He doesn't say it's anti-Semitic.
When have I opposed
it? He doesn't say it is exterminationist.
When have I opposed
he says
it?
That's what people think.
When have I opposed it?
If you think that Norm Finkelstein...
Well, Ethan has like opposed it. He thinks it's like a dog whistle, which is okay to oppose it. All he has to say is like, yeah, I oppose the slogan, but when I hear like a Palestinian person say it, I'm not going to get upset about it.
Would be in agreement with you in any way, shape, or form on any issue. Please have a conversation with him.
He's literally in agreement with me, like verbatim.
Okay. No,
Actually,
that's
even
great.
more.
You said it was
He-
anti-Semitic. Norm doesn't think it's anti-Semitic.
Hasan,
I want.
do you
It
remember
quite literally is anti-Semitic.
I want
me
you to
advocating
ask
against
Norm
it?
Finkelstein.
Do you
I
remember
want
me
you to ask
advocating
Norm
against
Do you think that the entire conversation needs to boil down to this like slogan? I don't really understand.
Finkelstein if he agrees with you on anything?
Sure, I'll ask Norm Finkelstein. Do you remember me denouncing that statement and saying people shouldn't say it?
I believe in our conversation.
No, it
you said
didn't
was
happen.
that-
You're lying.
You said it was anti-Semitic.
I said it's
that
perceived
you-
that way by Jewish people. All right, let's move on. The Sabra tier list.
Norm
now,
does not believe it's an anti-Semitic.
very
slogan.
good. I'll ask him about
Well,
it.
that's what that is what he thinks. He just said it. He just showed us that he thinks that it's a scary anti-Semitic slogan. What are you talking about?
Now, let me ask you about
Are you actually going to do that? Because that would be wonderful.
Yes,
I
I'm
think
going
that would
to
be
talk to
incredibly
Norm.
productive.
We'll have a great
Super
conversation
productive.
about From the River to the Sea.
Is it? Wait, can I ask you a question?
No. It's my turn.
Okay,
You spoke,
go
and
ahead.
now it's
You know
my
what?
turn.
You know what? You go ahead.
Thank you.
All
I
right.
appreciate that. That's very gracious of you.
Well, I mean, it's just a back and forth conversation, but
Yeah.
you seemingly have a lot of grievances not pertaining to the actual issue at hand. But
I don't-
What's the actual issue at hand? The issue at hand is that Hasan wasn't willing to tell his audience to not fucking harass Ethan over and over again and call Hila a fucking baby killer.
No, the issue,
you
my
know.
friend, the issue at hand is your behavior.
No, I think the issue at hand is the genocide.
No, it's
Well,
not.
we seem to.
That's not what the issue at hand is. On this podcast, no, it's not. Hasan he's virtue signaling. He's like, oh, nothing matters except for this conversation about this topic. But like, they had a leftovers podcast, and the only reason it ended, it wasn't because of like what happened on October 7th. It's because Hasan's audience were being rabid animals and saying that like Ethan was a fucking baby killer that deserves to die because he didn't think that like there should be a justifier for fucking anti-Semitism, even though he agreed that like Palestinians were like more greatly impacted and like were more or obviously the core victims. That's what's at hand, and that ended because Hasan doesn't care to like regulate his audience because he doesn't give a shit at all. That's all it was. That's what it literally was. So okay.
To be coming at this from two different angles, which is great, right? So let me ask you this. Hold on, you said it's my turn to ask, so let me do that. Hasan, is it my turn to ask a question or what?
That there's a genocide. You already recognize that Israel is committing a
I
genocide.
can care about two things, Hasan. It's very important to acknowledge that.
Don't you think?
I can care about two things, my friend.
Incredibly narrow framework
Very
surrounding
easy.
your own personal feelings.
I'm not that smart,
that
but I
have-
can care about two things.
Okay, no,
Even
I
if
can
one
too.
is more urgent than the other.
It's true.
You think your own personal feelings born out of your misunderstandings is more important.
Did I say that?
Then
I said one
actually-
is more urgent than the other, referring to the genocide.
Oh, okay. So you recognize that
Hasan,
Every time Hasan can't, like, he's desperately trying to reframe Ethan, and Ethan's like, no, that's not what I am. That's not my whole point. And Hasan is Hasan is a fucking idiot.
genocide is a more urgent
Hasan,
issue.
please let me
but
ask
you
a question.
spent Almost all of
Yes,
your
very
commentary
good.
surrounding this issue
Very
on
good.
talking about your own personal feelings and how you've been wronged by people.
Very good. Let me ask you. So you claim
Yeah, wronged. People are calling CPS on his kids.
on-
Wait, can you answer that question?
No,
Does
Hasan,
that
you
make
asked your
sense?
question. It's my turn. I talked about how gracious you were, man. What happened?
Wait, but
I
does
said
that
you're
make
so
sense to
gracious.
you?
You're going to let me ask you a question. What happened?
Does that make
Don't
sense
make me
to you?
We've already talked about this topic. Like, people are harassing Ethan and his family over being Jewish. That's what it comes down to. Apparently, we're not going to play.
take it back. All right,
Does
let me
that
ask you a
make
question.
sense to you?
Hold on to that. Ask me after this. You defended Frogan's use of the Sabra tier list. What was your opinion on that?
Oh my God.
There
Go ahead.
it is. It's he's crazy. It's ridiculous. Oh, I'm having audio issues. We got to get the whole round.
I think that the Sabra hummus tier list is absolutely insane to consider anti-Semitic, and
Why?
most people have already laughed about it, despite the fact that it was very damaging in terms of deplatforming a bunch of content creators that participated in this, egged on by yourself, by the way.
Yes. With pleasure.
And yeah, it's not
it's insane.
even remotely.
Okay.
It's not even remotely anti-Semitic.
Very
it's
good.
Like
Let me ask
identical
you a
to the
question.
Cracker Band that Twitch capitulated on.
So let me follow up with this. Have you seen the thumbnail?
The thumbnail?
Yes, that's what
The thumbnail? I'm confused. The thumbnail? I don't know anything. What's happening right now?
This
For
is the
what?
thumbnail that's still up. Now, let me ask you this, Hasan. Here's Frogan's thumbnail for the Sabra hummus tier list. In the F tier is me and Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is not in the tier list. He has never explored or used. Why do you think Ben Shapiro is on the F tier?
What?
Ethan,
Whoa,
you're
answer
crazy.
the
you threw this
question.
again.
Ethan, you're
What, you're
crazy.
dodging?
I'm not iDubbbz. And
Oh,
I'm not.
I'm not iDubbbz. This is just ridiculous. This is so unproductive. It's so fucking funny.
You can't
Frogan.
make value judgments suddenly on your friends who you've spent all this time defending.
No, because I don't care.
Well, I do.
I don't.
I don't
like,
I think
care.
it's great you don't
Well, I
care.
know, but that's the thing is like that's very honest from Hasan. He does not care. He doesn't care about Jewish people and like them being upset or them being anti-Semitism. He doesn't care.
Why is Ben Shapiro there?
I don't know. I don't care. Probably because he's also
Probably
a
because he's
massive
Jewish?
fucking. What?
Because it's the most
he's Jewish?
prominent Jewish creators on YouTube.
Do you think Ben Shapiro's Judaism is the reason as to why he would be on this?
100%.
Of course, it's the main reason why. Bro, there's no at this point. Listen, I gotta be absolutely honest with you. At this point, if you've watched this thing and you're listening to the most basic ass questions Ethan is asking that a fucking toddler could answer, and you're listening to Hasan go, "What? What do you really think?" That's has been his entire defense. If you believe, I still agree with Hasan after seeing this, you're an idiot. I can't respect you. You're just too stupid to like understand the information you're parsing through. This is so stupid. What? What do you mean?
Without a doubt, yes.
What?
Wait, I'm sorry.
Wait, I'm sorry.
go
I'm
ahead, take your time.
confused. I'm confused
I know
right
it's a lot
now.
to process.
I'm confused.
Okay.
Okay, wait. I'm confused.
Yeah, this is a lot to process.
Yeah, I know,
So-
man.
It's only been going on for like fucking 5 years here, guys. This is a lot to process. What did you say, dude?
You really don't know what to say because it looks pretty bad.
No, because it's so fucking stupid.
It's stupid. It's not serious. Why are we talking about this? Well, here's the problem. The entire framing is this is stupid. You know what the real important thing to have a conversation about? Israel Palestine. Oh, okay. So then why were you in the iDubbbz drama video about Ethan? Hasan can't do the whole like, well, there's more important things going on in the world. You decided to be featured in that drama video. You put yourself into that drama video and it had backlash like you didn't think would happen and made you look stupid. Then you had to go on Twitter and go like, oh man, like I think optically I'm losing now because he specifically said it's because he hasn't been participating in the drama, but that's not the case. It's because like everything shifted after that video. And now you're sitting here trying to virtue signal that you have better things to do. You don't. You're getting fucking blasted. People aren't agreeing with you anymore. You're losing your engagement. You're losing your audience. You're losing the hive mind.
Tell me then.
You look kind of dumb
So why
right
is Ben
now.
there?
You look kind of insane.
Okay, very good.
That's
Why is Ben
I'm
there?
having a hard time. Like, I don't know why the fucking Frogan made this thumbnail. And
Why
I
is
don't
Ben
care.
there?
I don't have any issue with this thumbnail.
Why is Ben there?
Because he's a prominent defender of Israel.
You're quick to
suspect.
Oh, wait. That's it? Because he's a prominent defender of Israel? That's it?
say that Jews aren't the only Zionists, right? So why is Ben Shapiro, of all the people in the world who are
Yeah, why
conservatives,
not somebody else? Why not somebody else?
who are Zionists, Christian Zionists, why Ben Shapiro? Me and Ben Shapiro and F tier, the two most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube? That's a coincidence, just like the swastika, huh?
Ethan,
These are two cosmic coincidences.
Ethan,
Hasan, they're really stacking up.
the tier list that you're talking about, first of all, the tier list that we're talking about was literally designed by a Jewish content creator who you advocated to ban, and he got banned.
Very good.
Wow, that's cool, man.
Good.
His name
And
is
I'm glad he
Rafi.
did.
You
He
called him
definitely
a
deserved
token
it.
Jew. You called him a token
And
Jew.
I still stand by that. The man is just fucking. Yeah.
So you get to draw swastikas on PewDiePie, but Rafi can't say that there is a tier list here where Sabra
This is
hummus
Frogan's tier list. This is her-
is the lowest. The Sabra hummus, liking Sabra hummus is the lowest tier.
Ben Shapiro.
And the highest tier is being able to get a Habibi pass. You, as a Jew, get to determine what other Jews are able to do. You're the Pope of the Jews, as Sam
I didn't.
Seeger likes to
I'm
call
not
Ben
determining
Shapiro,
what they can
ironically
do,
enough.
but this
that
is
what's going on?
This is Frogan's.
Well, just to be clear, just to be absolutely clear, we're pretending that advertisers weren't the ones that were outraged. We're sitting here, we're like, well, oh, Ethan, so you get to determine? No. Ethan complained about something. Advertisers looked and went, this is anti-Semitic. We're pulling out unless you punish these people, and they got punished. Let's not rewrite history.
Bit. This is her stage. This is her bit. I mean, you can say the Jewish dude is the fall guy and did everything, but that's not
Damn, he's doing the Jewish fall guys, dude. Jesus.
True. Wait, so you get to draw swastikas?
You get to draw swastikas?
To say Sabra hummus is dog
shit. He can say whatever he wants. I'm not criticizing.
So
by the way, you think that my criticism is that he doesn't like Sabra hummus? Are you being serious right now? By the way, is that a beef? Hold on. What are you drinking?
It's a Dr. Pepper cream
Isn't that
soda.
Who owns that?
I don't know, but it's not on the BDS
Are
national
you sure?
BDS list.
We'll double check.
Yes, I'm 100.
Is it true? Bro, it quite literally is on the fucking BDS list. Hasan is just lying. The owners of Dr. Pepper, the Raymond family, are staunch Zionists and support the Zionist state. Dude, Hasan, this is actually probably the dumbest aspect of this. Hasan, the guy who's apparently been debating on the internet for like a decade, can't even remember not to take a product he's supposed to be boycotting out of his stream. The millionaire who claims that he is a staunch advocate for Palestine can't even personally boycott and go without his Dr. Pepper. He can't even just have like a random, like just drink something out. Like it blows my fucking mind that the millionaire is constantly jerking off to the Israel-Palestine conflict, which is horrible, but can't even do the bare minimum to not drink a soda. He can't even not drink a soda. He's such a staunch advocate, but he can't stop drinking a soda. And he's been approached about this for how long? And now he's talking to Ethan Klein, and he still cannot stop drinking Dr. Pepper soda. Is he addicted to Dr. Pepper soda? What's the fuck is going on here? Why can't he do the bare minimum optics play? The bare minimum to not give Israel money. Why can't he just fucking move to a different country that doesn't give Israel so much money? If this millionaire is so concerned with what's going on, why is he letting his tax dollars go to fucking funding the bombing campaign onto Palestine? Why does he have to live in America? Why can't he live in fucking Canada? For real, why can't he live somewhere else? Why can't he live in another country where his tax dollars wouldn't be going to funding genocide? He's a millionaire streamer that could live anywhere in the world. He could erect a town around his name, and yet he can't stop drinking Dr. Pepper or living in California to give numerous, incredible amounts of his tax dollars to killing Palestinians. It's incredible. It's just incredible. I genuinely doesn't make any sense. This guy doesn't give a fuck. This guy's career was falling off, and then October 7th happened, and he got happy about it. That's really what happened because he started getting his viewers back. And so that's why he's just constantly contention. It's not about trying to end the conflict. It's about putting as much contention in there as he can.
100% sure.
Okay, we'll double check that. It's not about Sabra hummus, and like let's not be obtuse.
Ethan, actually, the BDS one is actually pretty funny too, because like you've been, you consistently talk about how like I drink Diet Coke or whatever. When that fan came up to me and said stop drinking Diet Coke, it was not on the Palestinian National Committee's official BDS list.
Yes, it was.
And
yes,
ever since it has been on that official.
What are you talking about? Yes, it was. What?
BDS list.
You're lying.
I have not drank Diet Coke or purchased any Diet Cokes at all.
You're lying. It was on the list.
Wait, what is?
What? Yeah.
Wait, what? Wait, what? I'm confused. Wait, what?
List. You're lying.
What was on the list?
Wait, what?
Coke.
What?
Yes, it was put on the list, and I stopped purchasing Coke, and I stopped drinking Diet Coke.
Now you drink the Dr. Pepper, which is also on the list.
I love
you know what's
Coke.
funny? You told her
because I think it's like
you remember what you told her, Hasan?
What?
You remember what you told her? You said,
What?
"I'll just put it in a cup."
What?
Yeah, no, I was joking with her because
he's just a big jokester. I forgot. Fuck. I mean, damn, I forgot Hasan was like a big jokester guy.
I thought that it was a ridiculous request at the time because it wasn't on the Palestinian National Committee's official boycott, divestment, and sanctions list, Ethan.
But yes, it was.
Okay.
Yes, it was.
It's not about Sabra hummus, just so you know. Like, let's not be silly
Wait,
about
what is
this.
it about?
It's about what's Sabra means a Jew born in Israel. It's an Israeli company. It's everybody knows it's like considered like Israeli hummus. It's been on the BDS list. Everybody knows the connotations of Sabra hummus, right? Nobody. I don't like Sabra hummus either. But we're not talking about hummus. What I don't like is anti-Semitism.
It's kind of embarrassing when the fucking the drama slop YouTuber Ethan Klein is more fucking aware of what's going on around you than the proclaimed fucking political content creator over here,
perpetuated by your friends and swept by you. Now, why?
It's actually embarrassing. That's the thing, is that Ethan in this conversation, Ethan never loses, whether you want to believe it or not. Ethan's a drama guy. He's a silly little drama guy. Okay, he does drama. He talks about politics sometimes too, but he's the drama guy. And so coming into this, the expectation is that the self-proclaimed political guy, which Hasan isn't, he's political drama, should be able to wipe the floor. And yet coming in here, Ethan is beating Hasan, or even going toe to toe is a loss for Hasan, but he's beating him. Like, this isn't a good look. This is like if you boxed a toddler and they actually got a few good punches in. It doesn't make any sense. You lose. It's fucking insane.
On the F tier. That's a cosmic coincidence? Okay, let's move on. Very good.
Ethan,
go ahead.
Ethan,
Next question.
I'm not Frogan.
I know it's
and I don't know
I know.
why.
How can I make value judgments on my friends I've been defending for 2 years?
Also,
who can say
there is a tier list in front of me, and it seems like a bunch of people, both
Ben
Jewish
Shapiro and me, are in the F tier.
On the loves.
Whoa! Like, you get this question in the chat, okay? And the live stream, I just melted down because I'm a fucking baby. I constantly reference that Hasan Parker, okay, before October 7th, was slowly dwindling in viewership. He was on Twitch. That's his primary platform. He was, he was at 30,000 concurrent. It was going down to 20s. It was getting into the 10s. Ethan was really putting like life support in his career at that point. After that, October 7th happened. He got an explosion of viewership, and that's what's been keeping him around. That's why I keep saying that, okay?
Sabra tier list.
You're looking at the end. I'm looking at the thumbnail, bro. I'm talking about the thumbnail.
I know, but I first of all, again, I'm making inferences about editorial decisions that other people have made. I'm just simply speculating at this point.
Sure.
But it's
yeah. Well, I bet Hasan wouldn't have any problem with a high credit score to, fried chicken loving tier list. He would probably not have any aversion to that. That wouldn't be considered racist or anything to him at all, right? That couldn't be a dog whistle. What?
It's a.
What? Are you not embarrassed by this armpit hair? It's so cringy, bro. It's like so weird.
Just to be absolutely clear, okay? Not a big Hasan fan, but Ethan, you need to understand, the gays love this picture. It's not a joke, okay? I don't talk about my work really at all because I talk about terminally online drama. I love doing it, but I don't need to share what I talk about. It's niche to me. Okay, Ethan? But I will say there's a lot of gay people. I know a lot of gay people. I have gay family, friends, right? My wife's best friend knows who Hasan Parker is, because of this specific picture. Gay people went crazy for this. They find it really sexy. That's what it is. That's all it is.
I'm glad you changed that finally. On a separate note.
What?
I find it just so weird and bizarre that this was your thumbnail for so long. Also, ironically, wearing a Rolex hat, which is like probably the symbol of capitalist excess.
Yeah.
These petty blowbills probably aren't going to help him.
Yeah.
I got a free Rolex hat from a friend of mine. I still wear it every now and then.
Oh, wow. Who knew? So anyway, Ben Shapiro was accidentally...
what is he doing right now?
What does this have to do with anything? What's going on, man?
Yeah, I know. It's confusing. It's very confusing for you. It's like a car crash, I'm sure.
So why do you think there's a Jewish
this is
man
a cosmic
in the
mistake. Let's move on.
On the tier list, if you think that it's like all about anti-Semitism and...
Do you think that this is at least a bad coincidence?
No, I don't.
Well,
I
that's
really
fantastic.
Don't. No, I don't think it's a bad coincidence at all. I think you're trying to find with a fine-tooth comb.
I think you're crazy. That's what he's looking at.
Like any incidents,
the Jewish man is crazy. He sees anti-Semitism everywhere.
A really hard time.
These are just cosmic mistakes.
I'm telling you. if you want my perspective, I'm giving it to you.
Well, this isn't his actual perspective. He's just going to downplay.
I think genuinely, okay?
I think genuinely, Ethan, you need help. That's what he's going to say.
Genuinely,
You need help, Ethan.
at a time when there is unprecedented levels
Yes,
of
I know. We
open,
can't talk
out
about
and about
anything else. That's very
anti-Semitism,
convenient for you.
at a time when there's unprecedented levels of out and about anti-Semitism with incredibly prominent, oftentimes right-wing conservative figureheads actively talking about Jews, okay, in deeply anti-Semitic fashion, you have lasered in on people that you can't even actually catch, quote unquote, dead to rights because they're not anti-Semitic.
Well, no, it's because they're dog whistling.
Well, they're not
And
wearing a
you
shirt
want
that says,
to
I
make
hate
them-
Jews, but
Well,
they're
it's not like they're holding a sword that has a swastika on it, Hasan. You know what I mean? Like, that's what's called. It's a dog whistle for that reason. What do you mean?
walking
seems to
around
me- it
swastikas
seems to me
and
like
doing
you-
tier lists with Jews on the bottom. I mean, that's as
It
close as you
seems
can
to
pretty
me
much fucking
like
get without them
you-
just saying, I hate Jewish people.
Ethan, it seems to me like
And I think you're
want
acting
them-
really silly.
It
and
seems like Ethan. It seems to me like you're crazy, Ethan. You're a crazy guy.
obtuse right now. The
anti-Semitic.
guy who's all about microaggressions and understand the perspective of minorities and stuff, telling a Jewish man that he's hallucinating anti-Semitism and won't even
I'm doing
concede
that.
that this looks bad. Okay, fantastic.
No, you're hallucinating anti-Semitism in this circumstance.
Very good.
I'm not saying anti-Semitism is not a prominent fixture of American politics.
Very good.
I actually do think that anti-Semitism has
Very
exploded
brave
in
of you to say.
popularity
Very
in
brave.
American politics,
I agree, especially on the left.
especially. So that's not my point at all. I'm saying you individually right now
So-
wish that these people were anti-Semitic.
I
so you're
really
trying
don't.
to find anything you can hold on to.
It's really not a
But once
stretch,
again,
man.
none of those people are me. So I don't know why.
Let's stop with the
we've
value
devolved
judgment
the
thing.
That's your mod though. So
You can't make a
conversation
decision.
away
It sounds
from-
stupid as hell, dude.
Wait,
Let me
I
ask-
sound stupid
Wait,
as hell?
what?
No, when
what?
you go, I can't
Wait,
draw.
what?
I'm not them. I mean, it's
what?
I mean, I don't know what you're asking
Wait, what?
me what their genuine decision making.
Why would I want my
is,
best
and I don't
friend
know.
Idubs to be
I can't tell you what
anti-Semitic?
what their
Why
process
would I
was.
want
But
my
I don't
best
think
friend
it's an
Idubs to
issue.
be anti-Semitic? Why would I want that? You
What?
think I enjoy my friends and people around me
Can I
being
be honest?
anti-Semitic?
Do you want me to tell you why?
I would love.
I don't think you're
to
gonna
hear-
like the
Yeah,
answer.
this is gonna
He's crazy and he has a victim complex. That's what he's gonna say.
be good. Go ahead.
Okay. You want everyone that has criticized you to be anti-Semitic so that it makes you feel better about your position. It's not your own personal positions that you have explained to people that come across like you're using anti-Semitism as a shield to deflect criticisms against Israel.
Wow, crazy. Well, Hasan, this is pretty much what we're gonna say. Hasan has a list of things he wants to say to Ethan. So
This is
And that if they
what
are
an
actually
analysis.
out and about anti-Semites, that'll make you feel a little bit more comfortable, like
Yes.
you've won the argument in your mind, and that your
Crazy.
community would also finally go, "Oh yeah, you're right. You're a permanent victim in this situation."
Mm-hmm.
But because
well, I mean, I think at this point, that's why Hasan's here, because he knows that his community does think Ethan's a victim. The CPS was called on him, so
there's an unimaginable amount of anti-Semitism everywhere online, it comes across as shocking that you laser in on what you perceive are dog whistles when they're very clearly not even dog whistles at all.
so true, King.
And
so true.
I'll give you an example of this.
It's just it doesn't even matter anymore. He's just gonna keep lying. So true, King. So true.
Something that you did that I found very funny was you tweeted, or you don't tweet, sorry. You Instagram posted about my Theo Vaughn podcast appearance.
Sure did.
My Theo Vaughn podcast appearance where you were like, oh, I can't believe Theo Vaughn didn't actually ask him about his like dangerous anti-Semitism or any number of different things in the conversation, including, I think you talked about Rick Scott. Now, we did actually talk. Theo Vaughn and I did actually talk
Let's
about
pull
Rick
that
Scott.
clip
I'm
up,
sure you didn't
Hasan.
see that. But hold on. Let me finish.
Why? Why let him finish? Let's see the clip.
But what I found very
What's really interesting was that I'm so confused.
strange about that
Yeah, what's
was
strange about it?
the fact that Theo Vaughn, and I didn't even know this at the time, the day prior to me, had actually interviewed Candace Owens. I think you and I both agree that Candace Owens is an anti-Semite, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. She doesn't think that the Holocaust happened. She says that the Germans were the real victims of the Holocaust, and she said that there was actually a German Holocaust. So like, yeah, she's definitely
I think that he was on that 1-2 punch.
yeah, true.
Okay,
Wow, bow, bam.
Do you think
You hit him
do
with
you
that
think,
anti-Semitism,
Ethan,
boy.
No, Ethan.
I think he was on a vibe.
As your former podcast co-host, do you think that I am anti-Semitic, one, and if I am, if you think I am, do you think I'm as anti-Semitic as Candace Owens?
So
No. But you know what? If I piss my pants, it's still pretty bad, even if I also shit my pants. I'm still going to clean up the piss out of my pants, even if I also shit my pants, right? We understand this, right? That piss and shit in my pants. There's literal piss and there's literal shit in my pants. I'm going to have to deal with both of them. That's what's really going to have to happen. Fuck.
yes, I think you're anti-Semitic at this point. I'm comfortable saying that. Are you
At
as
this
anti?
point.
Well, let me finish.
Okay,
Let
then
me
let's
finish.
move
You
on
asked
from
me two
Krogan,
questions.
and let's address
No.
what
You
you
asked
think I'm
me.
doing that's
Hold the
anti-Semitic.
phone. You asked me two questions together. I'm going to answer both. You said, do you think I'm anti-Semitic? After talking to you so far today, I can say unreservedly yes. I think that you are more anti-Semitic than Candace Owens? No. But I think your form of anti-Semitism is way more destructive and sinister. Candace Owens is...
Yeah, for sure, because it's more of a dog whistle of anti-Semitism. It's not like outright anti-Semitism like Candace's shit is much more outright.
outright.
you think I'm
Hold
anti-Semitic
on there,
now?
Hassan. This is an important question.
Do you think I'm anti-Semitic now? Because 2 days
I'm
ago
going
you
to
said I
answer.
wasn't.
No, he didn't. I'm so terminally online. I know exactly what he said 2 days ago. He said he might be willing to extend some charitability to Hasan, that he might not be anti-Semitic, and that really what he was referring to is that he might just be appealing to anti-Semites. That's what he said. I'm too terminally online for this. Way too much.
I'm gonna answer.
Okay.
Your
Or
form of
yesterday, I think. Or 2
anti-Semitism
days ago?
is way more insidious because it's
It pretends not to be, and it signals to people. This is the problem: is it signals to people how they're allowed to talk about Jews, and those people don't realize they're being anti-Semitic. That's what it is.
it's silent. It's tricky. She's out there just saying what she believes, and I respect her for that. Nick Fuentes is just out there. Nobody knows.
Oh, there's a clip for the Hasan fans. Oh, so you respect Candace Owens, Ethan?
What's his stance on Israel? Candace Owens' stance on Israel. But you're tricky. What you do is deny the heritage of Middle Eastern Jews, stuff like that. You accuse them of being always the oppressor,
What?
always. Everything.
can you
And by
point
the way,
to-
you spent the first part of this debate calling me insane for what I think most people would perceive as blatant, obvious anti-Semitic
Ethan,
acts.
I don't think most people would look at what you're doing right now and
Let's
think
not
that
worry
this
about
is
that.
a
Let's-
sign
let's-
of mental sanity.
Well,
You're crazy. I'm confused. You're crazy.
we'll have time to pull the audience afterwards. So let's continue.
Okay. All right. Well, look. Going back to the Theo Vaughn situation, and you said I'm anti-Semitic, right? Yesterday you said, or 2 days ago, in the aftermath of the Sam Cedar conversation, you said I'm not anti-Semitic. So what has changed in that process? Is it this conversation
Yes.
that you and I had?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Got it. All right.
Here's the clip, by the way. You accused me of
Pardon
not.
that it won't, is it?
It's funny how every single time Hasan asks a question, Ethan gives him a very firm answer, and then Hasan has nothing. All he can do is go, all right, like he's floundering through it because he's expecting something different. He's not expecting very easy to interpret yes, no, strong answers, and Hasan, it's just disarming him. Hasan is expecting to have these debates about dumb little shit in between what the answers he gets, but he's getting very direct answers. It's not working.
Accused me of not mentioning that Theo Vaughn did not ask you about Rick Scott. Let's go back and watch the clip.
Because,
Bro, you
mentioned.
literally
I said
look
in
like
your
the dude from
Instagram
Beetlejuice.
story-
That's crazy. The
on your
small head guy.
Ethan, I use my words very carefully. I said in the Instagram story that you
Small
posted. I don't
head
watch
guy,
your
Beetlejuice.
stream that much. I only
In the
see
waiting room.
bits and pieces of
Bro,
it.
that's crazy. Do you see the resemblance?
What?
You're this guy.
This is fucking preposterous. I would normally say that this is a really low debate tactic, but this I'm not even kidding. This is what you have to do nowadays. Ethan is right about everything he says. His whole fucking take is that Israel has a right to exist, but they shouldn't be oppressing Gaza. It is the coldest take in history. We've somehow morphed that into Ethan hates Palestinian people. Okay? So clearly being factually correct is not working. So now what Ethan is resorting to is pulling up this picture of Assad and comparing it to this, which it does look like that because this is the war now. This is Donald Trump's debate war now. Okay, being facts don't fucking matter anymore. This is what matters, though. This is it. So this is, while I think obviously it doesn't lead to a productive conversation, the conversation is already not productive because of Hasan. And this is really what's going to change people's minds. That's pretty much it. All you can really do. This is the new way we debate, guys. This is it. This is all you can do. That's it.
See the resemblance?
What?
What?
You're this guy.
This is first valid what? His first valid what?
From Beetlejuice. In this photo, you have like the same coat and shit.
You're crazy, Ethan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
That's you are a comedian.
I sure am, buddy. I see you laughing. All right. Anyway, so you accused me of misrepresenting what happened. Let's play the clip.
Right, $800 billion of Medicare and Medicaid that they want to cut. Mike Johnson goes on stage, says, goes on Caitlin Collins on CNN and says, "Oh, there's a lot of fraud happening." There's not fraud happening in Medicare and Medicaid on the point of the recipient.
Right.
It's happening on the point of the providers.
Right.
And that's why I got banned recently on Twitch yesterday. Because
Sorry
Libs,
about that one day.
So you just got back.
yeah, Libs at TikTok was like posting about how I said something.
Wait, what is this?
And they misconstrued.
Wait, what is this, dude? First of all, I said it before. I'm gonna say it again. I don't care that Hasan dog whistled Rick Scott should be hurt, right? Like you shouldn't be doing that, but I don't care. Rick Scott doesn't seem to be a particularly positive member of society, so I'm not really struggling over that one. But now Hasan's just like, wait, what is this? He doesn't even remember what do you not remember what you said? What?
Construed it as though it was a call to action to assassinate a sitting
Wait, why are you
US
showing me
senator.
this?
Well, you're
'Cause I-
you're saying I didn't bring this up, or I'm saying that Theo didn't bring this up. He didn't. You brought it up, framed it in your own way to basically preempt a tough question. Yeah.
Ethan, I said
you're
on
crazy.
the Instagram story that you posted about me, Dan, can you switch it back to Ethan?
Don't switch it back, Dan. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
That's
I'm switching it back.
Okay.
1 second.
all right. Thanks, Dan.
I know, man.
This looks ridiculous on
It
my
sure
end.
does, buddy.
I'm sorry. Okay. So yeah, this was
And it's not just because of the video.
The post as well, but the post I was referring to was make sure Theo knows how you feel about hosting a terrorist adjacent content creator, and I believe there was another post about it or something. But
Wait, so Ethan is providing full screenshots, full videos that he wants to show to prove his point. And Hasan is like, I don't really remember what else I said, even though he's reading it. Even though he's reading it on his screen, he's not like, hey, pull this up. He's not putting it on his screen. He's not doing anything. How lazy is this guy? What the fuck?
again,
I said he was irresponsible to platform you and not ask you difficult questions.
yeah. So the question I have for you once again is like he had Candace Owens on. Like, do you feel like that's a little bit more damaging in terms of
Well, he already answered this question, so yes.
in terms of spreading potentially anti-Semitic narratives? Or do you think that anti-Semitism is when you feel bad personally, and that could be any number of different things that I've done in any given moment?
Well, he already answered this question.
Yes, I think you were just as bad as her in your own special way, and that's why.
You think
and
I'm
you guys
just
were
as
hitting that
bad as
same
Candace
flavor.
Owens?
His first answer was better. I think that's why Hasan asked it again. The first answer was like actually really good. The first answer was, hey, I think that she's worse, but you're more insidious because she just says what she feels, even if it's wrong and anti-Semitic. But you have this insidious kind of dog whistly way of talking. That's what Ethan communicated at first. Now it's like, yeah, I think you're as bad. You have to clarify that every single time. You have to clarify what you mean every single time that you talk about this, because now that's the clip. That is the clip people are going to put out there when they talk about this. And this entire the majority of Hasan's audience, they engage through clippable moments, right? The one thing is like Ethan is very unpopular on clip sites, and so everybody that sits down for a 3 or 4 hour podcast.
Yes.
For Hasan, he's very popular through clips. Like that's his whole thing. And people will watch the stream while they're on TikTok and they don't really listen. They kind of just hear something. Sometimes they look up and they go, oh my goodness. And they start masturbating, right? Because they're fucking weird freaks. Hasan asked the question again to get Ethan to answer it in a way that is now going to be a clippable moment. That's all it is. That's the entire thing. That's what just happened.
Anti-Semitism
Yes.
in my own special way.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Very
All right,
good.
Cool.
Very good. So let me ask you a question.
Can you explain-
Hasan, can I ask you a question?
Can you now officially not talk about like Frogan or anyone else and tell me why I'm anti-Semitic?
Well, we're kind of getting
2
there.
days ago, you said I wasn't, but
I already-
also for a year,
You're repeating yourself.
for a,
But he just explained this one again too, so it's like not really particularly productive here at all. I don't know what he's doing.
well, I am, because you haven't answered this question.
I have literally
2 days
answered
ago,
it
you said I
probably
He has answered this question already.
two times.
anti-Semitic.
The reason
For
that
a
I'm saying you're
year-
anti-Semitic
for
is
a
because how you
year-
responded to my question at the beginning of this interview.
Ethan, for an entire year, you called me a virulent anti-Semite,
No.
a rabid anti-Semite.
Never did.
You did.
You
did.
did
You went
not.
back and
I
forth
have
on it.
actually
Even
went back
Ben
and checked.
you on it.
Wait, so then why doesn't Hasan have a clip of this? If this is the case, where's the clip? Why doesn't Hasan have a clip? He's a millionaire. He could pay people to find it for him if it's true. Why don't we have it?
I had said
Even-
that you've spread anti-Semitism and stuff, but I never called you an anti-Semitic. I went back and
Oh,
checked.
so
You're
I was
lying.
just simply spreading
Yeah,
anti-Semitism.
I mean, it's a difference.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Okay, can I ask you a
Tier
question?
list, is about Habibi, not Sabra. You're conceding to the framing? Yeah, we're not conceding to anything. I don't want to even talk about the tier list anymore. Stop it. Okay.
Okay, let me ask my turn. Do you think it's
all right, your
appropriate
turn.
to accuse? Do you think it's appropriate to accuse any Jewish person you disagree with of working with the ADL?
He's referencing Frogan again because Frogan said that Ethan works with the ADL, which was like weird because he doesn't. It kind of pushes this whole like anti-Semitic conspiracy theory that the Jews control everything. So yeah, that's a good question.
No,
Here,
I don't,
for example,
I don't think
is
it's
someone
appropriate.
using
But
it
if you're talking about
anti-Semitically.
me saying that Ethan Klein and ADL in unison.
Hassan, let me finish.
got
You're
people
getting ahead of yourself,
deplatformed, then
buddy.
Yes, I do. I do think that that's
You're getting
that's
ahead
a
of
valid
yourself,
thing
man.
that's a valid thing to not only speculate, but also I
Hold the
stand on that
phone.
for
Let-
sure.
Hassan, I'm getting there. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy. Here's an example of it being used in an anti-Semitic way. I'm sure you'll agree. Timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you in
Who
the
is this?
ADL.
What
bro.
is this?
This is your fan who ran up on me on Rodeo.
Who the fuck is this guy? My fan?
Yeah,
This?
you remember.
Wait, is this the? Is this the guy?
yeah,
Oh
you were-
wait, wait, what? What? Wait, what?
Wait.
Wait, what?
No. This is the guy that you claimed was my fan, right? He was
He literally is a fan of yours.
calling me the fucking.
I mean, there's a clip
F-slur
of being
on
like,
the
yo,
timeline. He's not
I
a
love
fan.
this dude.
Wait, this.
Anyway, who cares if he's your fan or not?
No.
The point is,
Hold
it
on.
doesn't.
Hold on.
No,
You
Well,
brought
Ethan, you did bring it up, so you kind of have to talk about it now. But what? Wait, who is this?
this
it
dude
doesn't
up.
matter.
And
I'm
I
showing
believe
him
this is
as
not
an
the first time
example
you
of
brought
you.
this dude up. It does matter. It
Okay,
does
fine.
matter.
He's
You
not a
brought him
fan.
up.
I don't care.
You
Listen,
brought him up. Wait, what do you mean you don't care?
If I brought
Now
him
you don't
up,
care.
Hassan, if I brought him up, let me finish
that
my
person
point.
Is not a fan of mine.
Save
why
it.
Why did you make it seem like that
Hasan.
person was a fan of mine then?
Well, because he is a fan of his. But then after he wore a dress, he got butthurt about it. That's the context of it.
And
Let me get to there, okay? You asked me.
No,
It's
get
my
there
turn
right
to
now.
ask a question. Just because
why
I
do you
brought
think
him
this
up
random
doesn't give
fucking
you the
guy is a
space
fan
to
of mine,
interject.
Ethan? Is it because he rolled up to me
Let
and
me
tried
finish.
to fucking clout farm? Is that why?
Yes.
At the
Okay, thank you very
encampment where I was
much.
very clearly disturbed by his presence.
Hassan,
Is
I
that
think
why?
you know where I'm going, and I think you're scared.
That's definitely true.
Yeah,
Ethan,
let me.
can you answer the question?
let me-
Why did you falsely claim that this fucking
Because he's
random
on
dude
video
who
saying
does
he
not
loves
like
you, that
me
you're his favorite
is a
person in the
fan
world.
of
What do you
mine?
mean?
Didn't you use? Didn't wait?
All right, Hassan,
Didn't
here you go,
use
buddy.
him approaching
Here we
you?
go. You wanted
Didn't
it, I've
you
got
use
it.
him
I love
approaching
you.
you?
Hasan, can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so
I
sweaty, bro.
love you.
I'm so
I
sweaty.
love you, bro.
I love you,
I
bro.
feel
Like this is
you're
an
like my girl, bro.
You're my-
I
you're
love
the
you,
GOAT.
bro. You're
For me?
the coolest guy in the world, bro.
Wow, how crazy.
You look gay in that.
I'm
photo.
fucking. Is this another hysterical delusion?
Yes, it is, and I'm going to explain to you exactly why. Because
Wow,
we spent a
dude, I
good
love
deal
you.
of
You're the GOAT,
encampment.
bro.
We spent a
You
good
look
deal
gay
of our
in
time in
that
the
photo.
encampment. If you watch the unedited full live stream, we spent a good deal of the
seen it.
entirety of the.
Everything is if you watch it unedited. If you watch it unedited, but Hasan never seems to be able to provide us with that, even though he's the one with the resources to do it. True, he did go to a Diddy party, I think. Right? Yeah, he said- he admitted
encampment
it.
running away from him because
Well,
he kept
listen.
trying to ask me dumbass fucking questions.
Okay, but that's
for
got
his
nothing to do with
own
he's a fan.
Dumbass.
Listen,
for his own
Hasan,
dumbass
please.
podcast.
You're derailing
I-
this, and I need to.
I'm
make
not derailing it.
You
It's not called
absolutely are.
derailing when I'm telling you I was there and I'm telling you
Okay,
the situation.
very good.
You are nefariously making it seem as though this person is a
Nefariously.
massive
Do I
fan
need
of
to
mine.
play the
He
clip
was just
again?
trying to
Well,
clout.
he is a massive fan of his, and while like everybody does have crazy fans, I think that the idea is like, hey, like this is the type of person that is drawn to you. Fucking weird freaks.
Chase.
I'll play it again. I'm fuck.
You can play that clip again.
Oh my God.
Bro,
bro,
I had
I love you,
subtitles.
Hasan. Can I give you a hug?
Can you play the clip where he openly admits he doesn't know who I am and asks
You're like
people
my-
around?
you're my hero,
Because that
bro.
also
You're my hero, bro. I love
You're
you.
the coolest guy in the world.
You're the coolest guy in the world.
Hold on, I think I look gay in that one.
I think I look gay in that one.
3, 2,
Ethan.
1.
Ethan.
Yes, sir.
Ethan.
Ethan, you're crazy. Ethan, you're
You
crazy.
okay?
If you think he was a fan of mine, why'd you call him a Sneeko fan when you interviewed him?
Oh, well, I mean, you both hate Jews. So probably that's why.
Because he's both. I mean, surely there's crossover.
Yeah, the crossover is hating Jewish people, unironically.
There's a crossover.
Do I need to play the video again?
Okay,
I'll
well,
do
my,
it again. Fuck
my,
it.
My
Yeah.
producer
I'll
and my
play it
camera
again.
op,
Oh my
March.
God,
My
bro,
producer
I
and my
love you,
camera op,
Hasan.
March,
Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so
was
sweaty, bro.
there.
I love you, bro.
I'm so
I
sweaty.
love
And he's
you,
in the
bro.
chat right
I have
now.
to interview you. You're my hero, bro. I love you, bro. You're the coolest guy in
Ethan.
the world, bro. Hold on, I think I look gay.
Listen, he might not be a fan, but you can't accuse me of being delusional for saying that.
You
That's-
are delusional.
Okay, very good.
You
I'm
are.
delusional. Let me get to my point, please.
I mean,
so
you-
I'm not even asking you to endorse this guy. I'm just simply showing you.
I don't endorse him.
I know you
and
don't.
he's not a fan of mine. So why did you claim that he was a fan of mine? Because he
I'll
fucking
play it
clout
again.
chased.
I mean, I feel like we're running
He
in
was
circles,
clout
but I'll play the
chasing at a
clip again.
fucking-
This is the only tactic Hasan really has, is to harp. Like, notice that it's always harping on like very small things over and over again. He has to harp because he looks bad in everything else.
Palestinian encampment? That's why? That's all it takes for you?
No, it was when he said, "You're the GOAT. You're my hero. I love you."
He didn't know who I was. He was just saying that so he could fucking ask for
He
an
literally
interview for his
recognized
podcast,
you.
for his PUA podcast.
Okay, who cares? I don't care. So let me
Wait,
move
now
on.
you don't
Do you
care.
want to talk about this
It
for
seems
2
like-
hours, or do you want to actually
it
have a
seems like
conversation?
this is wait, well, hold on. You can't just
Well,
say,
so Ethan can't just say, "Hey, I don't care," because it is relevant. He's the one who brought it up. But like what is happening, and this is one of the problems. Like, it's not like a problem with Ethan, but like he has to be very specific. He's like, "Oh, okay, you know what?" But like he obviously is a fan, but like you want to get locked onto this very small talking point, because you don't want to answer any real questions. That's actually what is happening right now. That's what is actually happening.
say you don't care all of a sudden when you look like a fucking asshole for falsely claiming that some random
I'll play
person
it
who
again.
stalked you is a fan of mine. You
and I
said
heard
he
you
was
talk about
a fan of mine in, I believe, in,
Okay, I
in one of your
lied,
videos.
I lied
you
about
said he
him
was
being a
of
fan.
mine, and I was sending harassment
I
your
concede.
way.
Yes, very
Don't
good.
you think that's a big point of contention? Don't you feel like
I
this is a big point of contention?
I concede. I want to show you an example
Do
of.
you see my side of this though?
I think
Because like
no,
a
you're being dishonest.
a random Sneeko fan comes up to me,
A random Hasan
wants the
fan
clout
comes up
chase,
to you.
and you wants the clout chase, and you turn around and you say that he is a fan of mine to prove a point, to make a false point that to imply that I'm sending people to harass you.
That's
Well,
not.
that's not the implication at all. That was never the implication. That's a made up argument. That's not actually what he's trying to say. He's just trying to say that like this is somebody who is what's actually happening is he's trying to say like, hey, this person is crazy. He's one of your fans, but also do you co-opt the perspective that he just made? Because one of the things the guy was just saying was like he was saying that he works with the ADL, pushing the conspiracy that like Jews control the world, and Hasan seems to think that's like an appropriate thing to co-opt.
What I
feel like
implied.
that's appropriate.
That's a total lie. I have never accused you of anything of the sort. That is an outright horrific.
You did not imply that this person that was a
lie.
fan of mine
Yes,
was
I did.
actually harassing you.
Yes. When's it? Now that's a big logic.
There's a difference between he was harassing him versus Hasan sent him to harass him. Obviously, Hasan knows that.
Leap Hasan from he's a fan of yours to you're sending people to harass me. That's fucking insane. And by the way, I mean
did
you
he not
are
harass
a
you?
liar. You know that, right?
Did he not? Dude, Hasan is so desperate to this is actually so crazy. What?
Harass you.
He did harass him.
Bro, what are you talking about? Did you
Did he not
send
harass
him?
you?
Did you send him to harass me? No.
Did he harass you and
Yes, he was harassing him.
then
Yes.
you imply in your
Okay, who
video
cares,
that he was
bro?
a fan of mine?
Go ahead, when you're
leading-
done.
He is a fan of his, and he was harassing him. But dude, this is actually so funny. Oh my god! Right now, Hasan is literally saying that Ethan dog whistled this fan of Hasan's. Hasan is literally claiming that Ethan is dog whistling and saying that because this Hasan fan harassed Ethan, that it must have been Hasan who sent the fan, even though Ethan has never said that. So Hasan knows what a dog whistle is, but Hasan can't answer the Sabra dog whistle. You notice how Hasan's brain starts to fry new conspiracy theories. His brain starts to fry, and he suddenly knows what a dog whistle is when it's convenient. But it's very interesting, Hasan. Very interesting cognitive dissonance on that one. Very interesting.
Leading the audience to believe. Here, we have a clip, by the way, Dan. If you want to play this supposed fan of mine.
Why? So he has a clip for this, but he doesn't have the clip for every other claim he made. Wait, what?
You guys are playing clips over there.
By the way, this was a while ago. He turned on you when he saw that you support trans rights. I know. He spoke ill of you.
No. Even before he actually
who cares?
meets me.
I'm not even mad. I don't care about this guy.
Ethan, Ethan has to let him do it. Ethan has to let him do it. He shouldn't say he doesn't care.
No,
just for the sake of the optics in this conversation.
Well, seemingly you care enough about it that you brought him up here and you used him.
You didn't even let me explain why I'm showing it.
You used him in the past to act like I was sending hate
you're
your way.
terrified because you know where this is going.
I have no idea where this is going. This has been a journey.
Well, how about you let me fucking speak, and then we can figure out. We can take the journey together.
Can you play this clip though?
So this clip is just an example. Not that you're endorsing him. Not that he's a fan.
Can you play, Dan? I sent you a clip.
I passed it along. It's out of my hands.
It's the
introduction
of this character onto the stream where he's like, "Who's this guy?"
I'll play it. Yeah.
Pothead or pot man. Is that it?
Hey, I could be on. Are you guys doing interviews? I'm Palestinian. I know I look Jewish.
No, we're just streaming.
Israeli. I look like Israeli.
We're just the guy. Normally the answer would be yes, but he's busy right now.
What are you guys doing?
You're not there.
We're just streaming. It's live stream.
Oh, live streaming?
Yeah.
Dude.
You're not even in this clip, bro. What are you talking about? You're not even present.
I think Hasan's trying to say that this is proof that the guy doesn't know who Hasan is.
You're out. You're out playing with swastika swords or something. You're not even in this clip,
dude. Why? Chat. I think he's showing it on his side. You're not seeing the clip. Yes. Yeah. He's showing the clip.
Okay.
That is the first introduction of this character onto the broadcast, and he doesn't know who the fuck I am.
He's not there though. Does he really not know who he is?
Sees cameras and goes, "Oh, I would like to do interviews with this person who is famous." It seems. That was the whole point. The reason why I showed you that is because he was never a fucking fan. And then when he saw the full extent of my viewpoints, he started calling me the F slur. He's a Sneeko fan.
Hasan, in that clip, he doesn't see you. You're not there.
What? Wait, what? Wait, what?
Ethan, he is a clout chaser and
Fine,
not a fan.
I don't care. Who cares? Let me ask you a question.
I do care because
very good.
I do care.
Let's go back to the fake dog whistling that he claimed was happening.
Because you have made an inference.
Oh my God,
erroneous.
Dude. You are dragging your feet on this topic, bro. It's getting ridiculous. Can we please move on?
That is ridiculous.
This clip you sent didn't prove me wrong at all. You're not there. And you were never there, Hasan. Okay, let's continue, please.
Okay. All right, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so this is an example of someone who I think is anti-Semitic. You probably agree with me on that, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. He's not a fan of yours.
I think that guy. Yeah. From what I've seen, any number of different things I've seen from that.
So I think what Ethan wants to do is he wants to show this guy that Hasan has already agreed is anti-Semitic, and then what he wants to show him is saying that Ethan is like working with the ADL. To do things to show that the guy's anti-Semitic, and then he's going to show a clip of somebody else saying that Ethan works with the ADL and go like, oh, see, if you think that that's anti-Semitic, then you agree that this is also anti-Semitic. That's what's happening right now. I think that's what Ethan wants to do.
Dude, I think he's like a right-wing dating coach or something.
Yeah, he is. Dating Money 101, baby. Like and sub. All right, so here he is using the ADL. He accuses me of being in the ADL, and I'll play it. Operation?
Okay.
I don't know, but I heard you survived it, and I heard you survived the Holocaust.
That timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you in the ADL, bro.
The ADL? No, I'm not. All right, so he says, I heard you're in the ADL, bro, which, obviously is, I perceive that as anti-Semitic.
I don't think you're in the ADL, Ethan, if that's what you're going to say.
Well, you said...
No, that's not what he's going to say.
And I'll quote a tweet that you made.
You ready for it?
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You said, I'll quote, he worked with the ADL to make Zionists a protected class on Twitch. Now that is an outright lie.
I don't think it's an outright lie.
I worked with the ADL.
Took credit over it, didn't you?
Sorry. I worked with the ADL. What does that mean?
Yeah, as in like worked alongside. I don't think you're in the ADL.
Oh, that's what you meant when you said.
That's still a dog whistle because he didn't work with the ADL. He complained about something happening, and then they responded. Hasan, this is Hasan doing the JQ. He's doing the there's this fucking secret like shadow Jewish cabal. That's what's happening right now. That's why he's claiming he worked with the ADL. He didn't work with the ADL. Ethan showed people being anti-Semitic on Twitch, and then like I'm sure the ADL got riled up. They got pissed off because they were seeing anti-Semitism. So then they pressured Twitch to punish these content creators. That's what happened.
Said I worked with the ADL. I worked beside them, just incidentally together. You didn't mean that I worked with them privately to get people banned? Of course not.
No, I do think that.
Didn't you say you choose your words very carefully?
Alongside the ADL.
You just told me briefly ago, you choose your words very carefully, Hasan.
Not always. I'm famously.
Okay, we're walking that back. Sometimes I speak out the side of my mouth when I say you work with the ADL. So. Here you are again repeating the lie with Steiny on video. Go ahead. You had time
constantly come after me when his knows I'm not anti-Semitic and making these inferences that I am and like partnering with like the ADL and
partnering with the ADL. You want to unpack that one there, buddy?
Yeah. Again, partnering with the ADL. That is precisely what took place. I have
never spoken to the ADL, so what does that mean?
I'm not saying you directed the ADL
Do you know
to take
how
action.
silly you
Well, actually,
look?
you know what? I am kind of saying that. I am implying that you directed the ADL to take action.
Well, prominent...
So what happened here? This is what happened here. Just give you a little bit of a recap, okay? Ethan complained about a anti-Jewish dog whistle on Twitch. The ADL saw it. They pressured Twitch to ban those people. That's what happened. Ethan didn't work with them. Then Hasan is going around telling people, like Steiny, what incredible name, that he worked with the ADL. What that is, it is a anti-Jewish dog whistle about there being a secret, shadowy Jewish cabal that controls the world. That's what Hasan is doing. Hasan knows that that's what he's doing when he says that. This is Hasan being anti-Semitic right here. And people will say, no. And they'll come up with 1,000 excuses because they just regurgitate what Hasan says. But that's what Hasan is doing. He is doing the Jewish question right now. That's it. That's all it is. The second he has an issue with a Jewish content creator that disagrees with him, he feels empowered to be anti-Semitic. That's all it is. Just like his friend Mike from PA felt empowered to tell a Lebanese man that he is a traitor to his own race because he works with Ethan Klein. And he gets to publicly voice his opinion. He's not even suppressed. I'm going to tell you from firsthand experience as white people like Hasan Parker, okay, like Mike from PA, like Papa Gut, okay, these guys love looking at other people of different ethnicities and going and being as hateful and bigoted as they feel like they can get away with publicly without getting any pushback. Okay, they're bad people. Okay, all of them are terrible people.
Defamatory claim that has zero proof. And frankly, it sounds a little Jewish conspiratorial.
If I thought that you worked for the ADL, I wouldn't have said
not
you worked
spoken
with
to the ADL.
I would have said you worked for the ADL. Now, what's interesting to me, of course, about this is that
I do not work with the ADL.
For these bans.
Hasan, I do not work with the ADL.
You were a part of the mass smear campaign.
That is not working with the ADL. Would you say that
falsely
I got nothing to do with the ADL? Blame Frogan for doing a racist fucking panel at TwitchCon.
All Ethan has to say, the only thing that I have in common with the ADL is that we're Jewish. That's all Ethan needs to continuously say. Just say like, only thing I have in common is we're Jewish. That's all he needs to say.
That became a viral.
And then he can applaud me for beating God of War on New Game Plus mode on the hardest difficulty. You can do that as well, Ethan. And the way that you could do that is by sending me a hat.
Story independent of me.
Panel, Ethan. Just like cracker is not an anti-white term.
Okay, except the cracker is an anti-white term. I just don't really care. Like this is the thing about the word cracker. I prefer cracker. Cracker. I think it's much nicer. White people over history have done some pretty bad things. Here or there. You know, we've done a couple of bad things. Pretty crazy. And one of those bad things we've done is we come up with a lot of bad words. But not just a bad word, but there's a lot of power behind those words. Okay. And then, obviously, you yell at us when we say the words, but who made them? Just kidding. Right? And so there is a frustration from some people that want to be like, hey, I want to hurt you with a single word the way that you can hurt us with a single word. And it's impossible. All right. The best that they've been doing is, oh, you like mayonnaise? Not really. Oh, you don't like spices on your food? No. That's all they've really been able to come up with. And then they came up with cracker. And cracker, I think, is generally they're trying to be like, hey, you're just like a bland cracker. By the way, I love crackers by themselves. I don't give a fuck. The problem is it doesn't have the same weight. Because what are you mocking me for? Because we used to crack a whip? You know what I mean? So it's an attempt to be racist. It just doesn't. It falls flat. It tries, but it fails. That's what that is. And I understand it, but that's what it is. So it is racist. It's trying to be racist. It's just obviously never going to have the same impact as the N-word.
Except public pressure clearly works on Twitch, and they make erroneous bans when they don't want people coming after them.
Here's
Twitch
Frogan repeating the same lie that you heard from
public
you.
Pressure on numerous instances.
I love how Ethan just continues to talk. He's just like, okay, you're yapping. We're going to keep going.
This is what she learned from you.
Everything in your power to push people to bully and harass me, including weaponizing propaganda organizations such as the ADL to get me banned off Twitch because I made a joke.
So she said I weaponized the ADL. You said I partnered with the ADL. You said I worked with the ADL,
Yes.
but you didn't mean that I spoke
Yes.
to them. You just meant that we were magically skipping along and happened to just, without even seeing each other, just working together in perfect harmony and love. And by the way, I'm pretty sure you're implying that I worked directly with them on this.
Yes, that is what he's doing.
No, I don't
Okay,
think you
well,
worked.
you doubled down on it. You said that you do believe that, and I just want to let you know that is a
No, I don't think you directly work with them. I think your goals are aligned on this. Yes, and
but then
your
for Mr. Precise
goals.
words, say that. Don't say you're partnered with the ADL. Do you
Yeah, he's trying to do it the JQ.
understand? You said partnered with the ADL. Me, a Jewish man, you accuse without any evidence at all of being partnered with the ADL.
Ethan,
You're now
you
trying to
admitted
rewrite
you-
history and
you
say, I
admitted
said
that
you
you
were
got the
working
streamers
besides
banned. You
them.
took
You
ownership
are a
over it.
liar.
What are you talking
You are
about?
a virulent fucking liar.
True.
Ethan, did you or did you not take ownership over the bans?
What?
I think, yeah, I might have.
Of course he did, because he got him banned. Yeah. His pressure worked. Good for him. This is my favorite performative moment from Hasan. This is my favorite performative moment from Hasan. This is incredible.
I'm working with the ADL.
Ethan?
Hey, Hasan, can I ask you a question?
Ethan, I got you on this one. Wait, you worked with the ADL. That means that there's a secret shadow Jewish government. That's what Hasan's doing right now. Just to be clear, that's what he's dog whistling right now.
Are you working with the Neo-Nazi Party of America? Because they're also anti-Zionist.
Wait, that's actually a really good counter.
No, seriously. Are you working with the Neo-Nazi Group of America who's also anti-Zionist?
Ethan,
do you
have
work
I
with them?
ever taken
Are you
credit-
affiliated with them? Are you
Have I ever
partnered?
taken
Are you
credit
partnered
for
with
an
neo-Nazis?
anti-Semitic
Or
incident
or
at the
do you
neo-
Ethan should just continuously ask this question and should not give any room.
guys
Nazi-
happen to have the same
Okay,
goal
wait, no,
and
I
are
have a question for
completely
you.
related? Yeah.
Here's a parallel for you. Have I taken credit?
Ethan, you have to just continuously ask him the question. Don't let him walk off this like a coward. Keep pushing.
Ugh,
For
Jesus, man.
a neo-Nazi anti-Semitic incident that took place? Because if the answer is yes, if
Swastika
neo-Nazis
sword, baby.
actually engaged in an action, neo-Nazis actually, not like your fucking hallucinations, something that we all agree, like neo-Nazis did an anti-Semitic incident and I took credit for it and I said, this is awesome. I'm
Well, it wasn't an anti-Arab incident. So.
glad that it happened. I made numerous videos so that they would do this. Yes,
I was
you
on
would
the
be
tier list,
valid
bro.
in saying that.
It was literally
comparison,
targeting me. I was on the tier list. Why wouldn't I respond?
Considering Ethan,
I don't have to be
Ethan,
a member of ADL to respond to someone
Ethan,
harassing me. Are you
listen
fucking
to my words,
dumb?
please. Listen to my words.
I'm trying, but
Okay?
it's just fucking
Listen
lies
to my
and
words.
filth and like empty air.
From your perspective, my association as a 10-year fighter of anti-Semitism. My association from your perspective with anti-Semitism is like,
well, it's really easy to be on the side of a particular movement when it's easy to be on the side of the movement. Jews were in season then. Jews are out of season now. It's not cool to be anti-Semitic. So now Hasan is. It is cool to be anti-Semitic now. That's what I meant to say. So now Hasan's anti-Semitic, unfortunately. Yeah.
something that is so laughable that I don't even know how to describe. Like you're like, oh, it's a swastika sword, but then you admit that it's not a swastika sword. That's how loose this association is.
That's a really interesting. That's a really interesting reframing of that.
But on the other hand, I can't say that you have worked alongside
That's not what you said.
In getting
you said I'm partnered
banned.
with.
That's
Partnered with.
anti-Semitic?
You are lying. You are rewriting. You are not taking accountability.
Even saying working alongside the ADL, there's two implications. The both of them were working towards a common goal, or they were working together to achieve that common goal. So even that could be considered a dog whistle.
You said I'm partnered with the ADL.
Ethan, I can't take accountability for your hallucinations.
Hasan, do you think that the normal, reasonable person watching that will infer that we were just coincidentally working the same, or that I was working directly with them?
What do you think?
What do you think the average person would conclude from saying I'm partnered with the ADL?
What do you think a normal, reasonable person would infer when they hear you,
Bro, you are
Ethan
literally
Klein,
gaslighting me.
make
It's
numerous
so
videos
obvious what you
demanding
meant.
the bans of Twitch streamers?
Well, it's because those Twitch streamers are anti-Semitic.
And then after they are banned, you say, I'm glad that they got banned. I take credit for it. What
Based.
would a normal, reasonable person infer
I was on the
from
tier
that?
list, dude. I was responding to that.
Ethan should just be like, yeah, no, I got them banned. Yeah. But that doesn't mean that you're trying to insinuate that there's like a secret Jewish cabal. Yeah.
It wasn't like it wasn't like I went out of my way to get them banned. I responded to them. I was on the tier list.
Oh no, Ethan. I think Ethan wanted to get them banned. By the way, based as hell. Don't rewrite this one, Ethan. You're right about it.
There's been 3 instances, I think, of, in my opinion, very credible accusations of anti-Semitism. You've accused me of hallucinating all 3 now, which is very convenient.
No, because they're not credible. We are not in agreement. These are not credible allegations of anti-Semitism. These are hysterical hallucinations of a person who desperately wants all of his critics to be anti-Semites so he can feel comfortable
glad this is on record.
in the unique position that he has created for himself.
I'm so glad this is on record. So you think
I'm glad you yes.
So you think that you think a reasonable person would hear you say he's partnered with the ADL and not think that I was working directly with them?
I think a reasonable person will hear your own words and think that you probably worked directly inside of the ADL.
Have I ever mentioned the ADL?
Didn't even make that inference.
Have I ever mentioned the ADL?
You took credit.
Did I ever mention the
ban.
ADL, Hasan? Answer the question.
It doesn't matter. You took credit for the ban that the ADL pressured.
Do I ever mention the ADL in my entire fucking career? Actually, I mentioned them once, but I didn't even know what they were. Frankly, if you have the thing, did I ever?
Yeah, it's a clip where you are saying,
okay,
I did that shit. I'll fucking take credit for it. You know who did that shit? The ADL did. You are taking credit for something that the ADL did. I'm not even.
And that means that Ethan's part of the secret Jewish cabal. That's what Hasan's point is. Got it. Okay, incredible stuff.
Making that inference.
Well,
you're
they attacked me.
Which one do you think? What do you think the average person would think in this situation?
Well, the average person in this situation is not watching this because it's two political drama sloppers talking, and me doing it. Also, commenting on it and beating God of War 2018 on the hardest difficulty.
When you are saying that you did that shit, and it's the ADL's pressure that caused these people to be banned for such
I was
ridiculous,
being silly. I don't care. Listen,
not anti-Semitic thing at all.
I was being silly. They attacked me. I responded. Do I know?
I know
who?
Silly.
Yeah.
Oh,
my bad. Okay. Well, all right. I guess we can
well,
move on.
do I
then.
think
Now
I got
you're
them
being
banned?
silly.
I don't know. Who knows? I think that
you got.
Oh, his pressure definitely got them banned. Damn, they're still talking. Holy fuck.
Jewish content creator alongside multiple Arab content creators banned off the platform for 30 days.
Because
because
a
and then
token,
the
my
ADL
friend.
actually reacted.
You spend time
because
being
they
a
saw it as
token, you're
great
going to get
opportunity.
spent.
Why? It's like the weirdest. That kind of went a little hard, but why? It's random. What the fuck?
But it was just silly.
Silly.
Fuck them.
You want to cash in on your Jewish friends anymore? Or can we move on?
Am I what?
Would you like to cash in on your Jewish friends more, or can we move on?
Cash in on my Jewish friends.
That's right.
Did he bring up a Jew? I don't even know. I don't even know what's happening.
Do you know any Jewish people that aren't anti-Zionists?
Yes.
Who?
You.
I'm not going to review. I don't want to. They're normies.
Okay.
I don't want to dox them.
You're lying. You're
No, I'm
surrounded.
not.
Yes,
I'm
you
not
are.
lying.
You're absolutely lying.
Dog, I live in West Hollywood. You think I'm not around Zionist Jews? What are you talking about?
Do you pass Jews on the street? Yes. Are you friends with?
No, I'm friends. Yes.
Okay.
I
Very good.
am.
I don't believe
And
you.
they've treated me with much more dignity than you have, as a matter of fact.
Well, yeah, because they're not on the
Surprisingly enough.
receiving
We can
end
have
of
a
an
more normal
insane fucking
conversation.
harassment
I can have a more normal
campaign. Why would
conversation
they?
with
Why
them
wouldn't they?
than you, seemingly.
All right. So you think that
They would most likely
just
laugh
to recap
at all of this.
Just to
they're
recap here,
watching.
so we can move on. I mean, did the random Zionist Jews that are treated you so kindly, did they have CPS show up to their house or skulls sent to their house?
It's a great question, Ethan.
Ethan, I didn't do that.
Ethan.
I didn't say you did that.
I don't know why you're bringing that up.
I know that you don't, but
that
you're
has
acting
nothing to do with me.
Part
I'm not
of your
in
shtick,
support of
Hasan, is
that.
acting obtuse when you're caught in the corner.
Okay, wait, all right.
Well, Hasan just said that Ethan is treating him poorly, and Ethan is like, well, I've been treated like shit. Then people send human skulls to my house. So, like, hey, what do you think about that? And he's like, well, I didn't do that. I was like, oh, cool. Thanks for the take, man. I really appreciate it. Hey, great job.
All right, you've dominated the conversation so far. I think we should get back to some stuff
That is the most honest thing Hasan has ever said in his life. Incredible.
I agree. Let's just summarize.
No. Look, can we just get
This
back to
is
Israel
quick.
Palestine,
It's
please?
very
'Cause,
quick.
like you,
I
see
just
the
want to put a cap
genocide.
on this. Just a cap.
And making these
you're doing the
inferences
thing that I'm
am,
so
and,
critical of you on.
partnering
okay?
with like the ADL and
You says so. Just to put a cap on this, and we'll move on. You said I am quote partnered with the ADL, which you now claim was just a. You didn't mean that I was working with them. You mean that we had the same goal. Okay, very good. We'll see how that plays. Go ahead. What's your question?
Okay.
You okay?
It's interesting because you're currently doing the thing that I'm criticizing you on, where you are looking at a situation that you recognize is a genocide, and your only consideration and your only concern.
That's not my only concern. I care about multiple things, my friend.
Yes, you can, but these are really stupid things to care about. Ethan.
I mean, that's easy.
Having human skulls sent to your house is a stupid thing to care about. That's shit. Now I know. Now I know. Crazy.
For you to say, you're the one being accused of it.
That is incredible.
Let's just let's ask the accused how serious their crime is. Fucking brilliant.
Ethan.
O.J. Simpson, do you think that this is a serious court
Do
case?
you think that
no, I don't. Well,
Sabra
fucking
Hummus'
there it
shit
is. Let's
tier-
let him
You
free.
think that the Sabra Hummus' shit tier is akin to O.J. Simpson killing someone?
No, obviously not. You're being
then
obtuse
Then why
again.
are you bringing up stupid fucking?
Because you're
It's what we call a comparison. I don't know if Hasan's ever heard of that before. It's a pretty popular thing in the debate world, in the conversational world, in the political world. Hasan wouldn't really know too much about that, though. So
You are saying that the accused, right, can dictate how serious the accusations are.
Okay. All right, Ethan.
I'm
You
partnered
have
with
in
the ADL.
past-
Remember what you
have
said.
in the past talked about your pro-Palestinian bona fides. You have
What do you mean
talked about how you
bona fides?
gave
Can you-
my fundraiser. What?
Sorry, what do you mean by bona fides?
Like you've claimed that you are a stalwart ally of the Palestinian cause.
Correct.
You tried to also say this to Sam Cedar as well. You brought forward the fact that you had given $6,500 in your context puke that you did as a
probably could have given more, dude. Probably could have given more. You know what I mean?
further indication that you are pro-Palestinian. Even though you then turned around and actually criticized additional fundraisers that had taken place, like
Oh yeah, because they were virtue signaling, because they wouldn't give given affirmed like you need to vote for Kamala Harris, she would be much better for Gaza, while raising money, and he was claiming it was like a virtue signal. That was the general point that Ethan was trying to make there. Yeah, sure.
like the Creators for Palestine charity that generated $1.3 million, including
My wife in the chat right now.
the fundraiser that you initially had given $6,500 to as a reason for why you were such a staunch ally. Why did you turn around and say that pro-Palestinian fundraisers are actually completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things and completely useless. Do you think that pro-Palestinian charities are simply there to make yourself feel like you're pro-Palestine? Do you feel like $6,500 was enough for you to spend the rest of the year actively deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators?
I'll answer your question. So I claimed when talking about, now, by the way, this is something I criticize you for, which is, being obtuse, mischaracterizing arguments, and basically just being a prolific liar. So here's what the conversation was about, right? I was talking about how when you're talking about activism, raising money isn't the most important thing because it can only do so much. There's other ways to do effective activism, like protesting, et cetera, working with Palestinian...
Urging people to vote for Kamala Harris, who would have been an objectively better president,
organizations. So I'm just saying, my point was not that...
But you wanted me to be deplatformed
Let me
as
finish.
a virulent anti-Semite, and I've done all of those things.
My point was that... Not that raising money is bad or dumb or pointless, as you erroneously claim I said. My point was that it's not the most effective thing in the world, and there's other things. It's probably like the least effective form of
Ethan fucked himself so hard right here. Ethan's biggest, I remember this, I'm so terminally online. Ethan's biggest criticism was that Hasan didn't actively urge people to vote for Kamala Harris, who would have been better for Palestinian people. That was the biggest point of criticism there. That was the biggest thing that he had said. And I'm a little bit confused because he seems to have forgot that he said that. But like that was the number one thing. Did he forget that he said that?
Of advocacy you can do. That was my opinion.
I don't think that's the case. And I don't think that the Palestinians that
What's not the case?
those,
what I said or what I claim?
No, your claim is wrong.
Okay,
that claim by itself is not going to get him the old W here. Like he needs to add the other part onto it as well. That was the original intention.
Fine,
in terms of the fundraisers, not.
I remember first hearing him say that, and then be like, "Oh, well, he's being kind of stupid." And then when I actually watched the full clip, I'm like, "Oh, that makes sense. I understand where he's coming from with that one. That makes a lot of sense." So that's why it's like so fresh to me that like he said that. I'm pretty sure he said that. The fact that he's not clarifying that he said that is a epic L right now.
Not being important.
That's fine.
So we've established that you claim to be pro-Palestine, and yet you've spent all of the genocide coverage criticizing
attacking people that harass me,
fundraising.
Well, Ethan calls him, like, he says that he's not even like a fucking his content is just drama slop, right? So who cares?
Creating, working with Palestinian organizations.
I never said it's not important.
Interviewing Palestinians from
that one terrorist. Well, that wasn't Palestinian. That was a Houthi pirate.
Gaza.
Hasan, being an advocate for Palestine does not absolve you of criticism. Stop with the silliness.
Claiming that they are anti-Semitic. No, this does not. Because your criticisms are ridiculous.
That's kind of up to other people to decide at this point.
Your criticisms are in your own mind. Like you have hallucinated an alternative.
By the way,
he's just crazy. Ethan's just a crazy guy.
Sliding anti-Semitic trope. This is what dog whistles.
He's literally gassing him right now, dude. What the fuck?
Are you whistle to other people?
Lighting.
And it's subtle enough that you have plausible deniability so that when you get accused of being anti-Semitic, you can call the accuser crazy, which is exactly what you're doing. You are a fucking anti-Semite, and you've been caught out 3 different times calling me crazy for very viable, very credible examples of anti-Semitism that you should at least be able to admit are at least not insane. Maybe a misunderstanding, but not insane.
It's so interesting watching this conversation because the one biggest thing is that Ethan is very genuine. He's a very genuine person, and Hasan is not. And right now, this is the desired outcome. Hasan wants to get to a point where Ethan looks like he's having a meltdown. Ethan is right about everything, but the energy Ethan has needs to be reserved for he needs to be calm. So have the optic win. Ethan's right, but he needs to be calm.
But no, according to you, they're all hallucinations. So go ahead and tell me why you're not dog whistling.
Yes, because people having an issue with your statements and with your coverage as a prominent content creator with a relatively progressive audience, your coverage has entirely focused on
wrong.
your own personal feelings.
Not entire.
And a lot of misplaced paranoia.
He's just crazy.
From people who are
There you go,
criticizing
dog whistle.
You literally think.
Can we get a whistle
people
soundbite every
criticizing
time he
you or
calls me
not
paranoid or
liking you is
hallucinating?
Anti-Semitism.
You got a
That's not
whistle?
the case. I used to like you. I don't know anymore. And I don't think it's because
Well,
of
I know.
anti-Semitism.
I
didn't
definitely don't
develop
like you.
anti-Semitism.
Let
after
me
doing a
let me
podcast
stand
with
on
you for 2
business and say
years.
I think you're a terrible person and a liar, and I don't like you at all.
I know. I still
know.
wish you well. I do. I wish you well, and I really do.
I wish
hope.
everybody well. Everybody be well.
No,
all right,
not
let's
it.
move on. You got it. You want any more? Call me crazy or hallucinating again? Is that all you got?
I don't even need to do that. I think you're doing that all on your own.
We'll see.
To be fair.
Yeah, we'll see. So do you want to tell me what is your evidence that I work with or talk to or have any association with at all with Destiny?
What? Destiny?
What?
What? The guy that I talk
had
about
to-
fucking obsessively 100 times a day? That is like basically like the Antichrist, the Lord Voldemort in my community? Yeah, you accuse me of working with him, knowing him, talking to him. What is your evidence for that?
Well, you look at Reddit posts, and some of the Reddit posts come from his community.
Thank you for asking.
Oh, you're very
Not
welcome.
only is there video footage of you corresponding with someone in your Discord that literally aligns perfectly with Destiny's own Discord, offering clips for you to pull.
That sounds like a stretch.
You've also used used clips that are unlisted called hummus obby
Yeah.
when making arguments
a
about
fuck?
my virulent
Well, but they are correct clips.
anti-Semitism.
Who gives a fuck?
From
I pulled a
unlisted
clip.
link that came from a Destiny fan account.
So that's your
But
proof that I
also-
work with
but
Destiny.
None of that is relevant.
Okay.
What's relevant is your constant coordination with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman, who you featured on your Context nuke. So yeah,
Did I feature him
I
in
don't
my
think it's that
content?
ridiculous of
My
a fucking assertion to make, especially when
don't remember what it was.
considering the fact that you have been corresponding with Dan Saltman, and you did, and he is Destiny's podcast co-host, and the what does he call himself? The general of the Hezbollah, I think that's what they call themselves, the Taliban and the Hezbollah, their mass
How the
harassment
fuck would I
operation
know?
that they engage
So
in. So yeah, I think that is not a ridiculous fucking claim to make at all.
It's actually
Yeah, so Ethan has uses some clips that also go in the Destiny community because they hate Hasan. And I guess him and Dan Saltman worked. Oh yeah, they're right. They worked with the ADL to deplatform those Arab streamers. Apparently, that's the other one.
insane, and it's a really convenient way of discrediting me when I've never spoken to,
No, I think you're
worked
doing
with,
enough
talked
to
about
discredit
Destiny
yourself
in my
all on your own.
life.
I don't need to bring
It's
that
a
up.
really nice way of you. You know what? I think you're hallucinating, buddy. I think
that Ethan needs to like unironically say this. Like, yeah, it sounds like you're hallucinating my interaction with the Destiny. It's very weird. It's very concerning. I think you need to get help.
you are you pulled a meme from his subreddit once. And there was a guy in your Discord that's also in his Discord. I think you're
No, I
hallucinating.
didn't say any of those things.
You sound
I-
fucking unhinged, dude. Are you crashing out, Hasan?
Ethan, I didn't.
Ethan has to say this in a way where he's not memeing. He needs to start being like, dude, I think you're actually unhinged. This is what you have to do.
I didn't
Hasan,
say
are you
that.
crashing out?
I gave you.
Do you
I
have
gave
friends
you
who are
a
aware
reason.
of the condition and can help you get the help you need?
Okay, Ethan.
You're delusional.
You featured Destiny's podcast.
I said he
co-host
discovered
that
the
you
IP ban. Is that
correspond
not
with.
true? I said Dan Saltman discovered the IP ban. That's all I said. I didn't endorse. I didn't. All I said is he discovered the IP ban. Is that true? Is that materially true?
I don't think
It
so.
is. It is.
I think someone in Destiny's community did, but it's fine. Yeah.
Well, Dan Saltman is in Destiny's community, but that doesn't matter. That was the guy who discovered it. I think, or he popularized it. That's it.
Well, how is
that
that
up.
an endorsement?
In private mode.
Ethan,
What,
are you
Ethan?
claiming that
is this
you
what
don't
you
have
do
direct
whenever you're trying to
correspondence with
avoid
Dan Saltman?
Ethan? Hasan, are you hallucinating?
Ethan,
Hasan?
What?
do you not correspond with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman?
I've talked to Dan Saltman, but also I don't think that that's Destiny, is it?
Yeah, no, that's just his podcast co-host and is
What was he talking to him about? The ban? Who cares? All right.
perfectly
You
aligned with him
say-
and uses his community to brigade. And also has literally tried to blackmail people in Destiny's
don't
own
really
community.
fucking care
for
because that's not
literally
Destiny, is it?
unearthing sex crimes that he did.
Whoa.
Man, you
Do
are
you feel
really
like that's a good
hallucinating.
person to align with?
I'm not
that you now
endorsing
openly
him.
admit.
I'm not endorsing him at all. I just said I've spoken to him.
No, yeah, you're not endorsing him. You're just getting
Have
information.
you ever
from him
spoken to
use.
somebody you
Was the information wrong?
don't endorse? I mean, what kind of silly bullshit are we doing here?
I mean, doesn't he literally platform bad empanada? Didn't that guy like push somebody to kill themselves? What?
Certainly.
Didn't he push like a child to take their little knife and then mock the family?
Well,
That
there you go.
I don't
Oh, so I heard.
endorse. I'm speaking to one
you
right
talk
now.
to Dan Saltman. You're fucking outed as a Destiny's best friend.
Ethan, you're the one who admitted that just now.
I said
You
I've
also
spoken with
brought
Dan
forward-
Saltman, not that I'm a Destiny collaborator, which is what you claim, which is an outright pathetic, provably wrong lie. And this is part of your disinformation campaign to delegitimize my points
I don't
without
think I need
ever
to
having to
delegitimize you
address
by
them.
associating
And
you
isn't
with
that
Destiny.
convenient? You never have to address anything I say because you can just say, Ethan's friends with Destiny. Ethan's hallucinating.
Ethan, I don't
Hasan?
think I need to. I didn't bring up Destiny. You did.
What?
Yeah,
and also
because you lied about.
yeah, he brought up Destiny because he's constantly saying that Destiny is like his fucking best friend. No shit.
me for 2 years working with him.
2 years.
That's right. Hasan, listen.
Ethan, this is kind of embarrassing
A year and a half.
to admit, but I defended you both to my community and in general because I thought that you were a lot more open-minded until
What have we
pretty much
disagreed on?
The December
What have we
of
disagreed on?
2024.
I'm sorry.
What?
What am I not open-minded about? What have we disagreed on, Hasan, other than me criticizing you and your friends? What have I said against the Palestinian people? Go ahead. What do we disagree
What we are
on?
disagreeing on is what you choose to focus on.
Does that seem
and
significant?
What you think is the major point of contention here.
Well, that's first of all, I'm what I choose to focus on is certainly something you can critique.
A little.
That's the entire thing that Hasan has to do. Is worried about that Ethan, the drama podcast host, doesn't talk enough about Hamas or Palestine, Israel Palestine. Isn't that interesting? Okay.
Frivolous.
But does that justify like lying about me continually for a year and a half just because you don't like where I'm focused? That seems immaterial.
Lying about what?
About me being a Destiny fan, about hallucinating, sweeping for your anti-Semitic friends, lying about context, saying that my video's out of context without watching it. Hasan, take your time.
Do you feel like your video wasn't out of context?
Absolutely
wasn't a clip
not.
compilation of a 2-hour sequence of out of context clips?
You want to do this?
Why didn't Hasan just pay somebody to put the clips in context then and own Ethan?
What's out of context?
Okay.
Name one thing. Go ahead, read the chat. Someone will send you on Discord.
No. I have it readily available.
Well, I'll wait.
I think it's gonna be the clip where there's a bunch of very far right Israelis destroying resources, or what is it, like foodstuffs that were trying to go in relief aid to Palestinians. Hasan calls them, I think, inhuman or something. Ethan says, like, this is really fucked up that you're calling Jews inhuman. Then Dan tells him, like, a minute later that that's actually far-right Israelis, and Ethan takes it back. Is that the one that we're going to get? That wasn't even in the content nuke, but he references that a lot, so...
One of the major points that you made that I've seen through other people's coverage of it so far is that I deny rapes happening on October 7th.
Oh, we're getting a real one. Yeah.
Okay. That I deny rapes happening on October 7th. There's a clip of you when you first encounter that statement where you are actually understanding of my position until your wife stops you and says, that's inappropriate. You literally say, oh, he's saying the likelihood of rapes happening does not justify genocide, which you agree a genocide is happening.
Uncontested.
Ever since then, though, months later, you still chose
Her
to
name is
use that
Hila, by
clip
the way,
that is
Hasan.
14
I don't
seconds
know
long
why
out
you
of
refer to her
context.
as my wife. I find that a little chauvinistic, frankly. You know who she is. You know her well. You've begged for Teddy Fresh from her many times. So, like, yeah, you know who she is. You've written her
Okay,
emails
Hila.
asking for
Is that
clothing.
who I have to go to, Ethan?
Her name is Hila.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
I mean,
Is that who I have to ask a hat for? Hila's husband?
So
yeah,
why don't you
that's
say
fine.
that?
Okay.
Who goes, oh, your wife? Like, she's not. She has no, she's just like, oh.
I wasn't. Can you respond to what I
Yes,
was saying?
absolutely. With great pleasure, I will respond.
Why is it that
Because,
you
Hasan,
initially understood
that was
the full
one
context until Hila stopped you
Very
and
good.
said,
He
no,
said
no,
it.
no.
I'll answer. Would you like me to answer? That's one example of many. Seeing your response in the totality of all the responses shows that you do deny the rapes that happened on October 7th. In fact,
the totality of all my
in
responses.
fact, you had promised me, and I know you would never lie to me, that you would watch the context puke with me. So why don't we pull up that bit there, and we can see how out of context it is.
Boom. Do it.
Great. Someone pulling that, Dan?
I thought you would have had it ready.
How you doing? I'm waiting for the link. You good?
Am I? Oh yeah, I'm great. I don't think this is going the way you perceived it to be going. But
Sure. I mean, you're reading your chat. You
Going a little better, yeah.
think that's the
I'll
most
be honest
accurate
with
way
you.
to...
I was gonna be. I was thinking about being a lot more stern initially, but this has turned into the last conversation that we had, where I am trying to gently nudge you in the direction of sanity.
Ethan,
The condescension, baby. We gotta love it, baby. We gotta love it. The condescension.
I want you to really understand. You're crazy. You're crashing out. You're hallucinating, my friend. Come sit over here. You know what I mean? Don't ignore the swastika. Ignore the accusations of working with the ADL with no credibility. Ignore the tier list with fucking Ben Shapiro and Ethan. Come sit here. You're hallucinating. Oh, thank you so much for. You know what? Thank you, Hasan. That's so kind of you. How fucking genuine of you to take off the baby gloves. You fucking liar.
I mean, this is. This
You
is
are
the
a
baby
prolific
gloves.
liar, bro. Where's the link? Just control F for.
The reason, for the record, the reason why I don't like to bring Gila into the conversation is because I'm addressing my concerns with you, and I don't think that it's appropriate for me to, extend the lens of criticism
that's a
to
little
other
silly
people.
considering you're like, well, actually, it was Hila who influenced your opinion, the evil IDF lady.
That is a possibility of one of the things he was trying to communicate, I suppose.
Anyway.
Okay. While we're waiting for the clip.
No, I got it. Deny the violent rapes that took place. That is way beyond the pale.
I'm grabbing another soda, but I'm hearing you. There is one.
He gets up and walks away.
Instance in captivity.
Chair react.
That we have.
I'm not going to let you chair react to me, buddy. You grab that Dr. Pepper. I'll wait.
No, I said I'm listening to you. Don't worry.
There's no reason. You should just be like, I'm not going to move forward unless you sit here and actually listen to it, because he's trying to make it seem like it's not a big deal.
I was just grabbing another soda. Go ahead.
Is it another IDF soda? Another IDF soda, baby.
On the pale.
Is that there is one? Did you instance in
Did you
captivity?
put a
Hamas headband on me?
I sure did.
There is one instance in captivity that we have actually gotten verifiable evidence on. Beyond that, the systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7, not a single bit of that has been verified. And people still run with it over and over and over again.
Many young people who are simply attending.
Well, it was verified by my balls. No, it was verified by the UN. Like, they did an investigation. What are you talking about?
A music festival. Women were horribly raped.
I can't see myself, by the way,
As
if you're
I
showing
said,
my
there
reaction.
You're giggling. You're
Israel
giggling.
had
It's so
a right,
funny.
Has a right to defend
No, I'm not
itself.
giggling.
You
I'm
sure
just-
are.
Bro, what rapes did Hamas do? What are you talking
What
about?
rapes did
The
Hamas
Stop
do?
Anti-Semitism account that considered me to be anti-Semite of the week has also been hallucinating rapes once again, doing rape fantasies once again, because they're fucking mentally ill.
Hamas has committed.
That's something you go to a lot. You notice that? Call
What?
people mentally ill. Find that odd. Probably should revise that. I don't know if that's kosher for leftist values.
Horrific acts.
Yeah, I'm not.
She's so fucking petty. It's just very funny.
I'm not exactly I'm not exactly doing a lot of stuff that's kosher for leftist values in general. But I don't really.
So you have no problem weaponizing mental health.
Yeah, when someone is hallucinating, I think it's appropriate to say that.
By your
yeah.
authority, I will decide who's hallucinating. Hasan.
Women and girls.
Watch this.
horrific acts of
Ethan,
sexual violence
Ethan.
and took
Hasan, I am so sorry. You promised that we would watch this. I pulled it up. Now sit silently and enjoy.
Okay, but I got the
Hamas
point. You're
has
saying that
committed
like
horrific
you're
acts
showing
of
clips
sexual
of me.
violence
You're showing clips of
and
me
took
saying that
Women
someone
and girls,
is.
men and boys
Wait, what?
slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people that can't contend with. Like,
I can't believe how quickly leftists go from believe all women to pics or it didn't happen. There you go, Hasan. What do you got?
pics or it didn't happen.
That's
Great commentary, by the way. Okay.
I mean,
so-
it's pretty apt.
Okay, so let's talk about it. You did actually. I'm surprised. You did actually show the my findings on the UN committee report that came out.
The one that you misrepresent continually. That you fucking continually lie about the conclusion.
Report. Wait, what did I misrepresent about the
Go
UN
ahead, you tell me.
preliminary report?
Well, they constantly say that like there was no evidence based on the UN report that there was like rapes, but the fucking report concludes that there were rapes on October 7th.
Tell me what it said.
The UN preliminary report was not an investigative report, like, for example, the investigative report that came out about Israel's systematized sexual assaults that was 49 pages long.
Horrible. What a horrible thing that was.
Yeah.
Unironically.
No, absolutely. Absolutely.
Just unacceptable.
The
It makes it sound like an idiot because he's like, yeah, these are all, that's horrible. That should not have happened. This should not be happening. While Hasan downplays the rapes against Israelis.
level of evidence in a preliminary report is only enough to actually create an actual investigation. The problem is Israel has denied an actual investigation to take place. Israel has told the United Nations that they are not allowed to do an actual investigation and to simply listen to what they have to say. Now, not only is Israel...
There are literally women who have said, I was raped.
Do you feel like the Israeli government lies?
Do you?
A lot?
I mean, all government.
Oh, yeah, of course, all governments lie. Probably not as much as Hamas does, but yeah, sure.
It's a lie. I'm not going to defend Israel, though.
I agree.
You said,
But Israel,
there's
Israel
women that
certainly
come out
lies
and
a
said,
lot,
I
right?
was raped.
What? Wait, Ethan, what did he say? He said Israel's one of the worst? What?
What?
There are women on the record, on video, saying I was raped.
Like you're saying, you're saying there are multiple women that are on the record saying I was raped.
Correct.
There is, as far as I understand,
well, you should
one instance in captivity.
As far as you understand,
it's got to be very hard to believe that rape happens in war. Well, that's effectively what it is. It's got to be a difficult concept. This is just what I'm talking about, though. Hasan whitewashes Hamas. He makes it seem like they're great. They're not. They're a fucking terrorist organization. I understand that they were bred from oppression, but they're still a terrible terrorist organization that doesn't even allow human rights for their own people. They put their own people in harm's way. They want them to die so that they can use it as propaganda. They prevented Palestinians from leaving areas that Israel announced that they were going to bomb because that's what they want to do. They're not good. They're not a good force. It's over empathizing.
Because you don't give a fuck about the reality,
directed by Hamas. What?
Well, of course, that's as far as you can conclude because you don't give a fuck about the truth. You just want to do propaganda, remember?
Ethan.
Hasan, please, calm down.
Okay.
You're getting worked up.
I don't know why you're
whoa.
behaving in such a childish manner when we are actually talking about finally some serious stuff. Okay?
Well, okay.
Okay. In terms of the UN preliminary report and the findings, okay, there is a clear-cut lack of evidence for any forensic examination to take place due to the incompetence of the Israeli government and specifically the organization Zakah that spent most of its time in the immediate aftermath of October 7 taking bodies out of body bags and putting them into Zakah branded body bags. This was reported by Haaretz as well. They polluted the evidence pool. Okay? That's number one. Number two, numerous people that came out and offered eyewitness testimony have since then been discredited, also according to Haaretz reporting.
Which article?
What's
the Haaretz article that accuses victims of sexual assault of lying about it? Go ahead and link me that one. And by the way, while you look for that,
no, not victims of sexual assault, Ethan. I'm using my words very carefully.
Right.
Not
of course,
victims.
He's saying that they're lying. Let's see the information. Show that they're lying. I want to see that. Let's see it.
Remember, you do that.
Assault. not victims of sexual assault. Eyewitness testimony initially provided that led people to believe that there were sexual assaults that were taking place.
Show me the source.
Were then discredited.
Show me the source. By the way, Hasan, while you look for that, I'm assuming that you're quoting the UN Representative Secretary General on Sexual Violence and Conflicts report, right? This is one everyone refers to. Now, are you aware how these kind of papers work? They do a very precise conclusion at the end that summarizes the main thesis and points driven home in the article. That's what the conclusion is. Let me read it for you. Overall, based on the totality of information gathered from multiple and independent sources at different locations, there are reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred at several locations across the Gaza periphery, including in the form of rape, gang rape, during the October 7th, 2023 attack. Credible, circumstantial information which may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence, including genital mutilation,
Hasan's just going to say, like, he looks for, like, alternative sources to say, like, no, there actually, that wasn't happened. There were no rapes, because he's trying to whitewash Hamas. Hasan, like, Hasan is hell-bent on trying to make it seem like Hamas does not rape people or dehumanize people. They let their own people die. Obviously, they rape people, and that seems like sort of do some soldiers in the IDF. Well, like, let's not pretend that it doesn't happen. There's an unfortunate consequence of war, and it's a terrible thing. But Hasan needs, like, Hasan's point. This doesn't matter. I know it sounds terrible, but
sexualized torture.
It's like, it's such a horrible thing, but like, it doesn't have to change your opinion on supporting Palestinian people at all. It doesn't have to change your opinion that you think that Hamas was bred from constant oppression. It's an unfortunate reality, but Hasan desperately needs to deny this, because it's not about siding with Palestinians. It's about whitewashing them. It's about looking at Western forces in the most negative light possible, and anything that counters Western forces in the most positive light possible. That's all it's about. It's all it's ever been about. This is one of the examples of that. That's what he's trying to do. That's the entire point. That's the entire point the entire time. That's all it is.
Torture, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment was also gathered.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I'm gonna walk you
through this. Are they hallucinating?
No. So you just don't know what words mean. So credible circumstantial evidence. Do you know what that means?
It means that there's, of course.
Is credible evidence based on the circumstance. Let's look at what circumstantial evidence is. Let's see what the exact definition is. Circumstantial evidence is indirect evidence, while not directly proving a fact, an issue, leads to a reasonable inference that in fact did exist. It relies on a chain of facts and circumstances to establish a conclusion. Here's a more detailed explanation. Okay. Indirect proof, circumstantial evidence doesn't directly establish fact. Instead, it proves another fact that, when considered with other facts, suggests the existence of the fact in question. So basically what they're saying is they couldn't 100% confirm that there were mass rapes, but based on multiple factors, let's say 5 other factors, rapes are incredibly likely. Right, so any evidence that would lead up to it. So maybe particular bruises, some places for some people, or different things of that nature. Right, this is a UN report. Okay, so they use deductive skills to determine that there is incredibly likely that there were mass rapes.
Credible circumstantial evidence is not a substitute for forensic evidence.
That's why I said Pixar didn't happen, bro.
Not enough
you need rape kits.
Prosecute.
Hasan needs
Credible
rape kits.
Circumstantial evidence is not enough.
Pixar didn't happen, right?
Prosecute rape, which is precisely the reason why the Israeli prosecutors themselves have said that in the absence of a singular victim coming out, and also with all of the forensic evidence that has been tarnished already.
Show me evidence for anything you're saying.
What?
That's not. Show me evidence for anything you're claiming that isn't some unhinged freak on Twitter. Believe all women, hey? Hey, are we believing all women unless they're Israeli? Right after October 7th Hamas attack in Israel, Zaka, the disaster victim identification volunteers, were among the first civilians responding on the scene. Zaka is an Israeli rescue and recovery organization primarily staffed by ultra-Orthodox Jewish volunteers, known for their work in collecting human remains for proper burial according to Jewish law. I think what happened is, a lot of what happened is that
Here.
obviously you don't rape
I'll send
someone
you
and then
the
keep them
PBS
alive, right?
article
So
on-
most of them were
on-
murdered, and a lot of the forensic evidence.
I'm sending Dan the PBS article about how two debunked accounts of sexual violence on October 7th fueled a global dispute over Israel-Hamas war. This is from May 22nd, 2022. This is about the witness testimony that was discredited. Okay,
But so even if one account was discredited, there's many.
no, it's not one account; it's two accounts. But
There's way more than
Well, there were mass rapes, so I think that 2 accounts probably still isn't all of them.
2 accounts. Hey, Hasan, you know what you're doing? You're like, this girl lied about being raped, therefore all these women need to be questioned. That's actually what you're doing. You're saying Pixar didn't
No, that's not what he's doing at all. He's saying because these 2 people lied, none of them are telling the truth. That's what he's doing. He's not saying they need to be questioned. He's saying that they're not telling the truth. He's making a firm statement on that.
But I don't believe
Ethan,
women if they're Israeli.
Can you point me to actual to victims that came out?
Yes.
Because as far as I understand, Israeli police have asked victims and witnesses to testify about Hamas and sexual violence in the aftermath of October 7. And it seems like their investigations were inconclusive because by the admission of the Israeli prosecution,
show me evidence of anything you're saying.
They openly said that there were no victims that came out.
Yeah, let me guess. You read it on Haaretz.
You don't wait. Do you think that Haaretz is not a credible institution
it is, but
of
you
journalism at this point?
No, but you guys lean on that. You just lie about what it says because
What do
it
you mean,
sounds
you
credible.
guys? Who is you guys?
You and all of your fucking dumbass cohorts that do the same typical rhetorical tools to just say whatever the fuck you want without ever having to back it up or knowing what you're talking about in the least bit. So show me the evidence. Haaretz boy.
I sent the
swastika boy.
debunked narratives, and also here is the Israeli prosecutor Moran Gitz has acknowledged that 15 months after the events of October 7, 2023, Israel has still not identified any victims in which a case can be brought against an alleged perpetrator of a sexual attack.
They're all dead.
The admission is in line with a complete lack of
they were raped and murdered. How are they supposed to say anything?
any credible evidence regarding incidents of sexual
all
violence, which is
dead.
particularly notable when these claimed. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this foundation is, but there is news reporting on this. I don't know why
They're
someone
all
sent
dead,
me this link
bro.
of this.
Do you think what is your point? What you said doesn't change anything. You're talking about. Do you think
they raped and murdered these women so that there couldn't be forensic evidence of them being raped? Yes. Wow. What a hot take.
They
Where are the
raped people and then
victims?
didn't kill them?
You said that there are victims. Can you give me
yes.
the names of
Yes,
the victims?
yes, yes.
I will. First of all, I am not in the business of denying
You
rape.
are.
If there
No,
are,
he is. No, he's in the business of denying Israeli rape. Yes, specifically because he wants to make an anti-Western force look good. Yeah,
Really?
If there are victims that have come forward in this
I
process,
will play it for you.
As I've said, there was an instance of sexual assault that took place in captivity, and it was not the systematized rape that was directed by Hamas as the New York Times' erroneous reporting that did not meet its own standard, its own editorial standard, as a matter of fact, written by a person who literally was taken off the editorial board, taken off the actual paper for some of her insane tweets about Gaza. None of these, there's a lot of stories surrounding this, but I'm not in the business of fucking denying rape. So if you have...
Well, he is. The UN concluded that there was enough circumstantial evidence that there was mass rapes, so he is.
credible evidence, please present it, and I will...
The UN report's not enough for Hasan though, because it is not a it is a Western source. That's why.
Admit that I'm wrong. Give me the names.
Yeah. There's a video. Hold on.
Is the video from Screams Without Violence? Is that where you're
No.
Is that where you're gonna present?
No, it's not from that. There's one recently of a woman testifying. I think it was either in the UN or to Congress. She's sitting on a bench. She's talking to a mic, and she's speaking in English. Yeah, we'll get there. But I mean, what's your problem with Sheryl Sandberg's documentary?
Sheryl Sandberg has also been accused of sexual harassment herself, but outside of that,
What the fuck does that have to do with what's written in her documentary?
Her documentary is basically the unsubstantiated claims that some of which were directly found to be incorrect.
Mm-hmm.
But not only is it unsubstantiated claims, it's just a recycling of the same Screams Without Violence, the Screams Without Screams Without Words article that the New York Times wrote that didn't even meet its own editorial standard. Okay? We're having this conversation. You seemingly act like you care about sexual violence taking place against Israelis. Meanwhile, one of the hostages that actually was returned in the early stages did get raped by an Israeli fitness instructor.
You know,
I have not seen you talk about that. I have not seen you talk about the Israeli
a crime that an Israeli did unrelated to the conflict.
Israel
Do you find
had
it
a
interesting?
January
There's something
6th
that I
style. Israel had a January 6th style pro-rape riot where a bunch of rabid.
Oh, I know what they're talking about. Far-right Israelis. Just to be clear, these are far-right Israelis. It came out that there was sexual violence from Israeli military towards like some captives. I think that they might have sodomized the guy. And there were far right wing Israelis that were like, no, this is okay, this is fine. It wasn't the entirety of Israel, though, just to be clear. But he wants to push it as such because it makes for a nice anti-Semitic story.
Right wing.
Do you think I'm defending this? Why I'm not defending this.
The prosecutor's office and forcibly with guns took out 6 concentration camp prison guards from the Sede Taman facility that had actually raped numerous Palestinians on camera.
Are you done grandstanding?
Footage,
here's a victim
one that they raped to death.
Are you done? Here's a victim you asked for. Here we go. This is from, I think there was an even more recent one than this, but where's the audio? Fuck. Hold on, let me unmute.
Unable to move and had to ask for permission to use the bathroom. In that house, I was sexually assaulted by the Hamas terrorist who had guarded me. He forced me to go to
Hasan is going to the way that he's going to operate with this one is he's going to say like, oh, this is a one-off instance. This wasn't like a systemic a claim from Hamas or directive from actually Hamas to rape. Like that's what his next thing is going to be. Like that's how he's probably going to shift, I would imagine.
To the shower and entered the room.
He already did just like tease it a little bit.
And pointed his gun at me. He was breathing heavily and had a monstrous beast-like face. He meticulously planned his assault, scheming and waiting for the moment to have his way. He kept asking me private sexual questions while sitting next to me in his underwear, lifting my shirt, touching me, and constantly asking me when my period would be over.
Sorry, just to butt in here. Is she lying yet or no? Is she lying or hallucinating?
Ethan, have I ever said that rapes did not take place?
Well,
at least according to one credible personal testimony in captivity, not on October 7, but in captivity?
Kind of, yeah. Yes.
Over.
You're doing it right now.
What do you mean?
I know exactly what he was planning to do.
You literally
and yet I couldn't do anything to prevent
it. Wait, pause it for a second.
No. Listen to what she has to say, Hassan. Hassan, don't silence her. Let her fucking talk. No, because you're acting like this never happened, that it's exaggerated, that everything's lying, that Israelis are just inherently evil monsters that are responsible for everything bad that's ever happened. Listen to her.
Cry or to be sad.
Listen to her words.
I had no one to comfort me and was forced to act nice to the person who had just sexually
Listen to this victim. Show her some respect, Hassan.
Horrifying way.
Oh, it's so gross.
Not a
the way
day
you're
goes
doing
by
this.
that I don't think about what that terrible man did to me.
It is.
We were held in such
show respect,
monster, brother. That is fucking
no
gross.
person should ever.
Hassan is just constantly talking through every single time Ethan fucking dumpsters him with a talking point is fucking insane.
Be subject
Dan,
to
pull
such
the fucking plug on this. Holy shit.
Now,
you really have no problem speaking over a rape victim when they're Israeli.
Dude, you don't give a fuck about rape. Look, what are you doing? Look at what you're doing. I never said that no one ever got sexually assaulted in
First
captivity
male
in the
rape
hands
survivor of Hamas
militant.
on October 7th.
I literally said in the video,
a man who was stripped naked and raped by Hamas on October 7th has revealed for the first time how he was spat on and humiliated as his murderous rapist laughed. The victim, only identified as Initial D, is the first man to speak about the sexual assault he and others experienced when Hamas elite, the Nakba unit, massacred, kidnapped, and raped innocent people enjoying the Supernova music festival. They pin you down to the ground. You try to resist. They take off your clothes, laugh at you, humiliate you, spit on you. Said the victim who's hold on.
Okay, listen to me. Listen to my
They
words.
touch my
very
private
carefully,
parts, they
because
rape
you're not going through this in a dignified way, and I think it's very gross. What you're doing here is simply
Hasan downplaying the rapes of Israelis, saying that Ethan is not dignifying rape victims is fucking hilarious. That's actually wild.
weaponizing
Bro,
a victim
you are so
as a
pathetic.
fucking prop. A victim that I also acknowledged.
Silence.
And you know
In
I
new
acknowledged
footage,
it because you posted it in your video that
Here it
you
is.
just showed me.
Here's the clip.
Reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happened on October 7th.
Hasan, maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please, go right ahead.
You're doing it matter if fucking rapes happened on October 7th.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses, most of who
Dozens
were in
of
hiding
testimonies.
and heard.
Oh,
or
yeah.
Ethan,
Are you denying that?
You said
And each-
in the beginning, I'm going to use my words very carefully
there's
here.
more
In the
stories
beginning,
coming
you
out.
said
There's
on
a
October
UN
7th,
report.
there were numerous victims of sexual violence.
Yes, there were. That's what the UN report concluded.
That you said, not me, you said that there were numerous victims of sexual violence that actually came forward. So I ask you for names of the
It
numerous.
doesn't matter. The UN report shows that there were numerous victims of sexual violence. It was a mess. There was a mass rape campaign. So, yeah, he did the same thing to Dylan Burns. Yes, when Dylan Burns interviewed victims of Russia, in the conflict.
Victims of sexual violence
Showing you
on
people.
October 7th. Because
wait, hold on,
I
hold on,
never
hold on.
said that
You're
there
saying
was no
only-
sexual
wait, what?
assault that took place.
Wait,
I,
you're
as a
saying they
matter of
have to
fact,
have been on
looked
Oct-
at that
what?
report. I looked at that same UN report and said that there was valid, credible, firsthand testimony on sexual assault.
I
that
wish
took
you
place
had the
in
energy
captivity.
you
That
have
was not on October
for
7th.
the Israelis raping people.
Why does it matter if it's not on October 7th? Why is he distinguishing between October 7th and not October 7th?
I wish you had the same energy for the fucking Palestinian terrorists raping people. I wish you had the same energy.
I can't invent rapes. You have not given me any names. What are
I'm
you
showing
talking
you
about?
people.
These people were fucking brutally raped and murdered, and Hasan's just like, I can't, it's not credible enough. It's not credible enough. I need the actual evidence. Sorry that Hamas raped and murdered people and then made their bodies disappear, but it's not enough for me. Despite the fact that there is an overwhelmingly credible UN report. Yeah, rape is not real. Sorry, bud. That's what's happening. It's like not even worth getting worked up over because Hasan just doesn't care. It's just downplay. That's all he's doing is downplaying as much as possible.
Names? What do you mean?
It's
What do
so
you mean? What's with
vile
my
to
people?
deny.
Hasan quite literally is the guy who his friend will rape a girl and he'll be like, "Oh, sorry, I didn't watch it happen, so it didn't happen. That's my friend." Hasan is a frat bro. Like, this is who he is. He's a rape apologist, rape denying frat bro. That's what he is. That's who he is. It's always what he has been. He's never changed on that point. He never changed on that topic. He doesn't care about sexual violence. He downplays it as much as possible.
The
names.
suffering
I don't
and trauma of
understand.
the victim.
If there are
Just because
victims,
you need your
you
heroes.
say
All right, you know
believe
what?
women.
This is not going anywhere. Let's just move on. Yeah, let's just.
What do you mean? You can't just
I mean,
let's
I gave
just
you
move
two.
on from this. This is a major point of contention.
Well, yeah, because everything's disinformation to you if you don't want to believe it.
You have
It's
falsely
just
smeared me
exhausted.
as a rape denier when you yourself, the one evidence,
You deny
the
mass
one
rapes happened, and you're doing it right now.
The instance of sexual
I showed
violence in
two. I just
captivity
showed you two.
that we know of up until this
Just
point.
showed you two.
You and I both agree on.
I showed you
know
two.
that I agree with that. You know that I've talked about it. You know
No, you
that I've
deny mass
acknowledged
rapes
it,
happened,
and yet
not that rapes happened.
what?
You deny that mass rapes happened, not that rapes
Yes.
happened. Listen to my words.
Yes, I do.
Okay,
I do
good.
deny
Well, there
it
you go.
Because there is no evidence. And
I just
for
showed-
I
the-
like that Ethan got him worked up because Hasan feels like he has to virtue signal and pretend he cares about sexual assault because he doesn't, but he knows that this looks bad for him.
You too.
The clips that you used, ironically
Actually, I
enough,
showed
the
you
reason why I
three.
say it's out of context is because at that point, I personally took a position where I said very carefully and very deliberately that mass rapes that are directed by Hamas did not happen. There was no evidence for this whatsoever.
I see. It's about like Hasan is making sure to leave himself open so that like if more information does come out about how there were rapes, that it doesn't matter because they weren't directed by Hamas. These were just individuals who did this at their own behest, and so it's not Hamas's fault. Like it's the continuation. It's a continuation of like there's always one step that he's able to move towards if he gets proved wrong. That's the whole point.
So ever.
4 survivors told authorities they were sexually assaulted on October 7th. Report. First-hand account of such crimes have been rare, as most victims were killed. Hasan. Report follows earlier testimony from a man who said he was raped by terrorists at the Nova Festival. 4 people have told authorities that they were sexually assaulted by terrorists on October 7th. Channel 12 reports. On Thursday, adding to a growing body of evidence of the systemic sexual assault committed by Hamas. Unlike most of the previous evidence of sexual assault on October 7th, which was largely based on eyewitness testimony.
I think this is like Hasan's point. Like when he denies October 7th rapes, when he denies the fact that like the UN report very credibly concluded that there was a mass rape. I think that his denial of that is intentional, because what ends up happening is that the people, your kind of first thought is you're going to choose a side here. And so what you're going to do is you're either going to be like, yeah, see, Hamas is like whitewashed. Hasan's trying to whitewash Hamas. He's trying to say, oh, well, I guess Hamas isn't that bad. Or you're just going to get angry and be like, you know what, fuck it. I don't care about Palestinian people. Because that's what happens to some people. They look at this and they go like, wow, this piece of shit is pretending to care about Palestinians, but he's actually using it as an excuse to be, violent and hateful. And then you just tune out and stop caring about Palestinians. It creates more of a divide. And it keeps the conflict going. The only thing that really kept Hasan's career going is this entire October 6th thing. And I think that that's a big part of it.
The Channel 12 report is notable because it is based on first-hand accounts of victims. Yawn all you want. First-hand testimony of such crimes has been rare because the victims have been killed. Dipshit.
Okay, Ethan,
they fucking kill them. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare minister with their account.
Sorry, there is no way to actually examine.
Sorry, talk about being gross. Listen to these victims.
When someone is murdered, there's no way to do forensics evidence
Bro,
to actually know.
Tough. I mean, did Hamas leave the bodies there? What do you mean?
Oh, the fucking answer to that.
Actually conclude
because
that person was sexually assaulted.
You know that the religious organization that is first responders that you cited has a policy of burying the bodies to avoid disgracing them. That's
Ethan, you
what
just
happened.
said dozens of victims came out in that
like a religious thing
article, and I don't know where that article is from.
Bro? I'm showing you the evidence that
Hasan is actuallying him so hard right now. Well, actually, Hasan is really adamant that there were no rapes. Like Hasan really needs you to realize that he doesn't believe a single Israeli woman. Just to be clear, unless the dead woman is right there, so he can look at her pussy himself. It didn't happen. That's the kind of person Hasan is.
That you're wrong in right now. According to the report, 4 individuals.
Sorry for the crass language. That might have been a little too crass. Didn't mean to sound insensitive. My bad.
Approached the welfare ministry with their accounts of what happened to them during the Hamas onslaught, which saw blah 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 12. Sorry, not blah blah blah, but 1,200 people killed and 250 kidnapped. The report followed a separate Channel 12 story on Wednesday that provided first-hand testimony from a man who said he was raped by terrorists at the Supernova, where hundreds of people were killed. Are these all lying? There are 5 people here. There's 3 that approached the ministry. And 1 man who said he was raped. Are these all liars?
I don't know. I don't think they are. I have no reason to believe that they are. But from everything that I have seen, from everything that I've read on this, and I have read extensively on this, as far as forensic examination has been concluded, there is no evidence, no hard evidence of sexual assault.
There is, just to be clear, there is a tremendous amount of evidence, a tremendous amount of circumstantial evidence of mass sexual assault. Hasan it'll never be enough for him because he doesn't care that Israeli women were raped. That's the whole thing.
I will give you a clip from a Haaretz article
this is so exhausting,
that was posted by Lisa
here comes the Haaretz article. I just read you first-hand testimony of 4 people. What are you doing? You're saying that you're not believing the victims.
Ethan,
you're asking for pics or it didn't happen.
It's not that I'm not believing the victims.
You said where's their bodies? Pics or it didn't happen.
What you have mentioned, since
you're saying pics or it didn't happen.
Okay,
right?
Since the article that you mentioned came out, there have been further prosecutions on this. Why have they not led to any real prosecution?
Because they're dead. They're fucking dead, you moron. What do you mean?
First-hand testimony in this regard.
They killed all the fucking Hamas operatives in Israel.
I killed them?
What?
What is Hasan talking about? What?
Why are you saying you
okay?
killed them?
I said they. Why the fuck would I say you killed them? That's insanely stupid. Are you okay? Hallucinating. Are you crashing out?
The fact that Hasan even believes Ethan said that, I don't know if that's a tactic or if he's just like mentally unwell. I really don't know. That either that was a tactic or Hasan is like legitimately like so mentally unwell. It's insane. How would you even interpret that? Okay, weird. It's like lagging.
Hallucinating. Are you crashing?
He's on that Dr. Pepper.
Crashing out. Go ahead.
Maybe I misheard you. I'm pretty sure you said you killed them.
Sometimes when you're
what
under stress, you can mishear things, but that's okay. I
It
understand.
might be. I might be. My mistake. I
might be getting really worked up, denying that a bunch of mass rapes happened of specific women, based on how much he likes the women or not.
I have you on much lower volume because my volume is very low.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. There's a misunderstanding.
He's having a volume issue, guys. He's having a volume issue. What? Volume issue? You're crazy. Those are the three. That is this entire conversation.
The reason why I do ask over and over again what you're saying.
That's fine. I understand. I want people to.
It's not why he's doing that. He's doing that because it's part of it's a delay tactic. That's all it is.
Hear what we're saying. So that's totally fair.
If you're saying,
are you done?
But I'm siding with Hasan. That's okay. I mean, it's okay. My wife works with people like you every day. Like I respect you. I appreciate you. You're a valid human being. It's no big deal, brother. Don't worry about it.
I know you want to keep going.
Gaslighting you. Just clip it and send it to me, chat. It's that simple. Okay. And if you probably said it by mistake, even if you did, so it doesn't matter.
I think Hasan's just so busy reading the chat too that he's probably like not paying enough attention.
Okay, we done with this one?
Okay. No, we're not. We're not done with this at all.
Go ahead. I just read four
because
firsthand.
The question I have for you is very simple. Okay.
Oh, if I said you, I misspoke. That's my bad. By the way, I may have actually said you.
It's fine.
I apologize.
You misspoke.
I didn't
I don't
mean that.
care.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
I just want to make sure.
Let's get back to the actual main point of contention here.
Okay?
The liars. Pixar didn't
There
happen.
have been no rape allegations filed in the October 7 attacks.
Gotcha. You got
Not
it,
one.
Not a single
Okay.
one.
And this is
Dang.
from
So what?
Ynet, speaking to Moran Gatz, who I posted about earlier. Moran Gatz is the Southern District Prosecutor's Office in Israel.
Crazy.
Okay. She was a member of the Team 7110, responsible for cases involving captured Palestinians in connection with the October 7th attacks on
So this is what Hasan does all day? He reads as many articles as possible to try to disagree with the UN's conclusion that there were mass rapes on October 7th, and he just constantly reads all day to be like, no, actually, there were no rapes because all the girls were raped and then killed, and since we can't examine their pussies up closely, we'll never know. That seems like a really good use of time. I think that's actually one of the best ways to advocate for groups of people is denying the rapes of other groups of people. I think that's a really good way to add some like humanity to the conversation. I think Hasan's probably doing a really good job. It's incredible.
Investigations related to sexual violence, she says, in the end, we don't have any complainants. What was presented in the media compared to what will eventually come together will be entirely different, either because the victims were murdered, okay, this is what they're saying, or because women who were raped aren't willing to expose it. She excludes here another explanation, says Dropsite News, that no rapes occurred. We approached women's rights organizations and asked for cooperation. They told us that no one had approached them. There were parents who reached out to organizations asking what to do if something happened to their daughter, but they didn't reveal the abuse. So
that's not enough. That's not that a lot of this sounds like even more evidence that there was rape. Do you still deny it, or what's going on here, bud?
The question I have for you is this. Okay? The question I have for you is this. What am I supposed to do in the situation when there are no victims that have come forward?
4 victims just gave first-hand testimony.
Ethan should let Hasan talk here because he's talking himself into a grave. He just read an article that was like a lot of these women, most of them are either dead or way too afraid of coming forward because of what's going on. And Hasan is using this as like, yep, I can't. What am I supposed to do here? Ethan should just let him talk. I'm like, okay, like whatever. If this is the way that you want to represent yourself, like be my guest, man. It's fucking cool stuff.
Testimony, I read it to
probably
you.
Died, but there's no forensic examination.
Okay. Pixar didn't
there has
happen.
been no justice for these victims in
Pixar
Israel.
didn't happen.
He doesn't care. He doesn't give a shit about these people. He downplays the existence of their trauma. So
on October 7, due to the fact that the government completely ruined.
Now it's the government's fault.
Okay. the government completely ruined any sort of forensic examination that could have taken place. There is no way
For
to
firsthand-
actually.
are you
there is no
actually,
way
like-
to actually bring justice to these victims? Your assessment on this is so off base.
Hasan, are you
because
listening?
You think
For
you
firsthand
think-
victims. I just read it to you.
Okay, but
Let's,
what
you know
I'm
what?
giving
Let's,
you
you're
is
right.
the Israeli
You know what,
prosecutor's
Hasan? You're right.
office's
Let's
own
err on the side
statement.
of these
If there are
victims
victims
lying.
then, why are
Let's
there-
err
why
on the
have
side.
they
No,
not-
you're totally right. This is the progressive way. Let's err on the side of these people lying instead of believing them. Let's do that. And
No,
yeah, they're all
I'm
lying.
not saying that they're lying. I'm telling
Yes, you
you.
are.
Yeah, that is what he's saying. He's saying, despite the fact that there's testimony and that there's an acknowledgement that a lot of them are dead now, that these women are lying. But even if they're not lying, it's actually Israel's fault because I guess they didn't do enough of an investigation, or they didn't find all the dead bodies of all the women that were raped, or men as well. So,
My confusion on this,
like when it comes to, especially when like an isolated incident where it's like one person's making an allegation of sexual assault against somebody, I understand like we want to have as much evidence as possible, but the UN report concluded that it happened. Like there was tremendous amount of evidence. So like what Hasan's doing is he's just fucking doing as much denial as he possibly can.
comes from the fact that
it's not confusing. It's obvious. Most of this shit happened, were killed, and it's a religious part of this first responding unit that they bury the bodies immediately to avoid humiliating them. It's all explainable.
What?
Yes. If you don't know that, then you are like woefully misinformed, which just
dude, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Oh, it doesn't matter. There has to be a forensic examination.
Pixar didn't happen. They bury the body.
No, not Pixar. It didn't happen. You don't think that the victims deserve justice? What's wrong with you? You don't think
the fucking virtue signal is incredible.
these victims deserve justice? Why did Israel refuse an outside investigative committee?
How do you explain these four accusers?
Under normal circumstances,
how do you explain these four accusers?
This would be fine if Hasan was very consistent with talking points like this, but he's not. He literally goes through Twitter and he just like reads things that say that like that like Jews are bad, basically, like unverified sources of information. He just takes them as the fact and then he just moves on. So,
or a third party,
how do you explain these four
and conduct an investigation?
How do you explain the four accusers?
I don't know.
Okay, very good.
How do you explain?
Well,
the
let's err on the side of them lying.
Four accusers. My information is more relevant because it's new. It's newer. Okay.
Whoa.
Okay.
I don't know. I can't.
I guess we're at an impasse here. I mean, listen, Hasan, we're at an impasse. Can we move on?
Something that I don't know about. When the prosecutor, do you think the Israeli Southern District prosecutor actually did not examine the testimony given by these victims?
If you don't know what happened in the four accusers, why are you speaking so confidently?
Because I'm speaking
you're a liar.
about
You're a propagandist and you fucking hate Israelis. Can we move on, please? This is obviously at an impasse.
No.
Oh my God! I'm just trying to consider the audience. Everybody wants something else. I'm telling you, dude. This is exhausting.
It's little things like this that are going to make it like look a little wonky optically for your thing, because it's like, oh, why are you considering the audience? Ethan, it should move on and be like, okay, like you just don't believe that there are mass rapes, despite the fact that there is a UN report, a very credible UN report. I think it's time to move on. And I really, like that's it. There's nothing else for us to really debate at this point.
Claimed falsely that I do not recognize the testimony of a sexual assault that took place in captivity.
Yes,
that was false.
Yep,
do you
admit
was false.
That? Yep, she lied. It was false, etc.
No. It's a falsehood that you claim that I don't recognize. That do you admit that?
Yes, 100%. Can we move on?
Wait, so you're admitting that you falsely smeared me as someone who is denying a
No, he's just trying to get you to move on because this is unproductive. You're obviously like a rape apologist.
Verifiable evidence, verifiable claim of rape from a first-hand account, and it's not from October 7th.
Okay. Yes, I'm smearing you. Can we move on, please?
Okay.
Okay, very good.
All right.
Can you explain this tweet to me? This is your tweet, and I'd like you to summarize it for me. Here it is. You said, go ahead. You can read it for me and explain the picture.
I can't. I don't know where it is.
So you can't see it?
What is this?
Oh.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Okay. It just says it's a picture of a guy, and it just says, "Bro really said my lived experience in Israel." Probably. I have no idea what this means.
Okay. I guess what's it's just a little delay for him, Dan? Or?
No. I can see it. Bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper. Great.
What's the picture?
This is zone of interest. You're familiar? Yes.
Explain for the audience what this picture entails.
This is Zone of Interest, which is a Oscar award-winning movie depicting the banality of evil during a literal
What is happening?
Holocaust taking place, the monotony of the day-to-day existence, the beautiful garden.
And your implication is what?
Rudolf Hess and his family put together.
And your implication
in the backdrop, you can see there is a concentration. There's a concentration camp, Auschwitz.
Your implication
there's
to
a train
me
that
is what?
Most likely inferred to be sending.
This
Jews
is the
into
clip you're responding
concentration
to.
camp.
Hold on. Like it's completely based on my. I actually don't know where it is, but I said we know what it was. I just said Israel proper, right? I said my lived experience in Israel proper.
Can you
explain
play the clip? Play the clip.
It's 2 minutes, and I don't know where this happens. If somebody can find out.
No, play the clip. Play the full thing. We have time. I'm not going nowhere.
Well, let me see. Yeah, I mean, I want to watch it too. It's just.
I know you do.
Let's see here. I don't. Here, I'll just play it. Oh, this is a clip from the critically acclaimed Content Cop. How's that working out? You think Ian's happy he made that video?
I don't know.
Probably not. Without that video happening, Hasan wouldn't have felt like he was losing, and wouldn't have had to have a conversation with Ethan, because that's what happened. That Content Cop shifted the narrative.
I mean, I haven't talked to him about it.
I mean, he put out a really big video. I mean, I would be stoked.
I don't know why you're asking me about what iDubbbz is thinking, but I mean, I assume. I mean, it performed pretty well. I think it doubled your video. So
It did, and it also shifted the narratives.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not that
think,
bad.
If anything, I think it just means that more people are interested than me than you.
Yeah.
Oh my god, he's so petty, but that was actually so fucking funny. That is ridiculous.
No, definitely. I believe that for sure.
Very good.
I think a lot of people. I think a lot of people, some falsely and some for decent reasons, wants to.
Do you want to look at the like
see
ratio?
Someone put you down a peg. It's probably the reason why there's a lot of people watching this conversation as well.
Do you want to watch the do you want to watch the
Dude,
like?
I'm all fucking chubbed up on Ethan right now. What are you talking about, dude? That's fucking crazy, dude.
Ratio on this? Damn.
The like ratio on this.
That's correct, my friend.
brutal,
Here it
man.
is.
Wait, what? Ethan, play the video. This is also been reported even by your favorite. What is it? Nicholas Eat Oreos.
Oh, Nicholas Eat Oreos, dude. He's got him. He's a big fat piggy. Okay. Sorry.
To be false.
Okay. Well, here.
The dislike
let's
metric
watch
is not
it.
correct.
Let's just watch it.
Why am I arguing on behalf of Ian's the video's performance? I don't give a fuck. Come on, play the video, dude. Come on, Jesus Christ. Play the fucking clip.
I mean, it is ironic that he came and did this whole show of doing it with you, and it like just completely humiliated him. I think that's kind of funny and interesting. But I'll play the clip.
Not on Leftovers. He's now talking about it on his podcast.
What I want to do is show you.
Are you denying? Hold on, I'm sorry. His entire creator clash is in ruin. The event is going to be fucking absolutely canceled. He's probably not even able to reimburse most of the fighters for the time they trained. How is that not a train wreck?
Ethan,
I'm just saying.
I am not iDubbbz. I don't care about your petty vendetta against iDubbbz. Play the
You were in the video,
clip.
guys, how I see Israel. Because
You
you
were in
don't
the
see
video.
that. When you listen to Hasan and you hear all these fucking
Yes, you ruined a charity event. I hope you're proud.
How did he ruin a charity event? Wait, what? How did Ethan ruin a charity event? iDubbbz's hit piece backfired him so like insanely that he people don't want to work with him anymore. He's going to have to cancel the event. And by the way, I don't even think he was able to. He didn't even make any money for charity last year. I'm pretty sure last year they came in under a budget, $250,000, and were not able to even give money to charity. I'm pretty sure that's true. So it doesn't really seem like this is a very successful charity event in the first place. And then you released a hit piece on Ethan, and now their biggest people are dropping out. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh my God, bro! You have no idea what you're talking about.
He's now talking
I'm
about
talking
it on
about
his podcast.
Israel proper.
What I want to do is show.
And you're showing headlines about Gaza. I literally say in this clip that has nothing to do with the conditions of Gaza and the conditions of the West Bank, which I consider to be like apartheid. Like it's completely based on my lived experience of 5 years living in Israel. My lived experience, bro. You are so fucking out of line. You have no idea. How do you have the confidence to make this video? Again, I don't know where it is, dude. The phrase.
Show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hasan.
Israel blocks, and he shows these headlines. Israel again blocks Gaza aid. Again, I'm not talking about Gaza, which I say clearly in this clip, but go on.
And you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking.
Israeli authorities block healthcare to Gaza. Again, I'm not. Do you think that I'm talking about walking around Gaza? When I say how great multicultural it is,
We
did
never
you think
defended
that?
how Israel attacked Gaza since October 7th. Not even
Shield
one.
your eyes.
We never like
He's so stupid. It's fucking crazy.
I think that's the-
co-signed what they did.
Is that not the point he's making, though?
No.
It already happened.
Oh, here's the button, dude. The infamous button moment. I think they released public information.
Said it. Oh. No, okay. Well, anyway, the phrase I said is that my experience in Israel proper.
Yeah, all he's trying to say is like Israel's not that bad. There are people. We are in a moment where people don't think Israel has the right to exist, and Ethan's like, "Hey, it's not all bad. Like there is bad shit going on, absolutely, when it comes to Gaza, but it's not all bad. It is multicultural. It's like still a great place. It deserves the right to maintain its existence. That's literally it."
What happened after that when AB chimed in, I wonder. Anyway, listen.
Well, he's talked about it a couple of times. He said a bad word or something. Or he leaked private information, is my understanding.
Who knows? I mean, you like to make inferences based on...
I'm just asking. I don't know. Are
Well,
you
it's asking a question, baby.
You know what's so funny? You know what's funny?
crazy,
It's all
because
on the
it felt like
audio.
it was
Go
both
listen to
AB
it,
and
dipshit.
Olivia
It's on the
that
audio.
were-
You don't know what you're talking about. You're a pathological liar. You are a propagandist. It's on the audio. You can go listen to it if you gave a
both
fuck.
AB and Olivia were chiming in. I don't know why we buttoned it. I'm just asking. You know, it's fine.
Just asking, guys. I'm just asking the question.
It's not that big of a
What are
deal.
you implying
All right.
here? What are you implying with this photo?
What photo? Oh, with the photo. Okay, so let's begin.
I think he's just trying to take a shot at Ethan. Yeah, that's a petty shot at Ethan, which Ethan's petty, so it kind of makes sense.
This is going to finally cause us to talk about Israel-Palestine.
Whoa!
Bro, just
We've been talking about that the whole time.
explain what you're
By
trying to
your own
say.
admission, there is a genocide that is taking place in the Gaza Strip. By your own admission, there is also an apartheid structure both in the West Bank, but I don't think you believe that there's an apartheid happening within Israel proper by your own terms.
Well, no, because 20% of the population is Palestinian and they vote. And they take part in the government. So it's a little bit of a tough call to say that those people are being apartheided.
I don't think
Do you
it's... I don't,
feel-
yeah.
Yeah, okay. So do you feel as though Israel is somehow inseparable from both of these actions?
No, but obviously the conditions are different in Israel proper versus the West Bank
Mhm.
versus Gaza.
Do
Like
you
West,
feel
I
like
mean, the
you
West
go
Bank
into
has
Israel
checkpoints. It has like
amidst
different areas of zones
Uh-huh.
of interest. People don't have freedom of movement. So obviously that's more apartheid-like than the main body of Israel.
Yeah. Don't you feel like you going to Israel proper would actually resemble someone going to, someone going near Auschwitz and being like, well, it's actually beautiful there. It's
Not at all.
that big of a deal.
No.
It's multicultural. Oh, you don't see the comparison.
Well, I mean, where
Jonathan
Israel,
Glazer,
you
who
mean in
made
Tel Aviv?
this-
So you're saying
Jonathan
that...
Glazer, who made this video, Jonathan Glazer, who made this Oscar-winning movie, does see the comparison.
Okay.
So hold on, your
He
criticism...
said as much.
You're
in
saying...
his Oscar award.
all I said was my
winning
lived
speech.
experience in Israel proper. Is the problem that Israel proper? That sounds racist or something?
No, I think you're trying to present Israel as a beautiful multicultural land when it is directly doing a genocide across the border boundary, okay? And also
I
is
make
an
a distinction.
apartheid on a good day.
Yeah, I make a
So
distinction.
Hassan's whole point is that like Israel oppresses Gaza. Wow. Oh god, shit! I never even know that.
Distinction for sure.
You can't.
I mean, I lived there.
Israel.
I thought he was going to be like, "Oh, here are the conditions of what's going on inside of Israel proper." It's actually like really bad, even for Palestinians there. And I'd be like, "Oh shit!" But nope, it's just like, "Oh, you can't separate the two." It's like I think to some extent you can. Again, Hasan wants to separate the two because he wants to push the idea that it's justifiable to try to to get rid of. He's trying to say that like we should get rid of Israel. That's the whole point. Like that's his whole entire thing.
For 5 years in Tel
from
Aviv.
the crimes that is happening 6 miles away, Ethan. That's my point. So
6 miles from where I live in Tel Aviv? 6 miles from what?
I don't know how many miles away it is from.
It's a lot
exactly
further
where
than
you live
6
in Tel
miles.
Aviv.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know how many miles away it is. That's not the point. It's
No,
close
so your
enough that you can see it. If you go to Sderot, you can watch it.
The
They call
point
it
you're
the night
making is
cinema.
that everybody living in Israel is living next to a concentration camp.
Yes.
So,
A death
so
camp.
and so I said, bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper. And you're saying that I am a Nazi officer living casually and enjoying life as people are
No,
not.
you're not directly a Nazi officer.
Well, that's what this says.
No, Ethan, you're taking it a little bit too literally. I think the
My
point.
wife said that I hope they're done soon because you need my help. Let's see. They might be. I have no fucking idea. I'm also like lagging.
Point there with that imagery is not that it's a
Why
Nazi
did you choose the
officer,
one with the
is
guy
that-
standing in it?
Well, I'm actually interpreting the work of art in the exact same way that Jonathan Glazer, who made this piece of cinema, interpreted it.
Okay.
The entire point is you can have a wonderful life as an American Jew in Israel. Of course you can have a wonderful life in Israel. That's the point, because Israel is a ethno-religious supremacist apartheid state that is currently doing a genocide. It is the entire underlying principle of why this nation state was founded. That's what it was founded on. It was founded on.
Well, it was actually founded on 6 million Jews being, murdered. I don't know if you guys knew. It's actually founded on 6 million Jews being murdered and then wanting to have a state for themselves where they wouldn't get, killed by the entire world that hates them violently. So even the United States turned away Jewish refugees. That's why it was founded on. So
on exterminationist principles
definitely agree.
of the indigenous Palestinians, which you seem.
Well, I agree with that. I don't think it was founded on I don't think it was necessarily founded on that concept. It was founded because people were fucking genocided.
Agree to. So yes, if you actually think Israel,
most Arab states are ethno states. Yes, like that's one of the factors to consider as well. Like pretty much every single country in the Middle East is an ethno state. Like it's a very westernized view to be like, oh wow, Israel's bad because they're an ethno state. I think it's bad that they're an ethno state. So is every other Arabic country, and even rich Arabic countries like Saudi Arabia. They still they seem to struggle a little bit when it comes to human rights. So it doesn't. I mean, it's something to keep in mind. Like it's fucked. It's just fucked up.
is doing a genocide, then it comes across as rather odd that you would go to Israel to show how multifaceted and how wonderful Israel is.
I mean, yeah,
it would be exactly like someone saying,
Israel's probably a pretty decent place. It's just that the government is oppressive in some aspects. Absolutely, onto Palestinians. Hopefully, they can solve that one.
You don't understand.
I mean, the real question is do you think that do you think that any of this would be a topic of conversation if the United States didn't have intervention there, or if it wasn't Jewish people? Because it wouldn't. Nobody would care. The reason people care so much about this is because there's United States intervention there, because they're our ally, and because there's white Jews there. That's really what it comes down to. Nobody would care outside of that. There are tons of Arabic countries that are oppressing their own people. Nobody gives a fuck. Or oppressing other different groups, like different ethnic groups of people. Nobody gives a fuck. Because it's not popular. That's what this whole entire thing is. Like the only reason that they talk about it is because of that. Like there's oppressions going on. And this should be talked about, just to be absolutely clear. But like they that's all it is.
And I'm German. I am going to Poland. I'm going to go to Warsaw. I'm going to go to Auschwitz.
It's not the same at all, dude.
How wonderful.
It's definitely not the same at all.
Auschwitz looks.
Because it's like just to be clear, it is terrible what's going on, especially now after October 7th. But like before October 7th, like just to be absolutely clear, the birth rates were rising, right? Like there was a growing population. It's still wrong, the oppression that they're putting them under. Absolutely, it's still wrong, but it is not nearly the same as the systematic genocide of Jews. Just to be absolutely clear, it's an oppressive force where they treat like people in Gaza as like third-class citizens. Absolutely, and now it's even worse. To be clear, again, but it's not this. It's not the same thing. It's not a one-for-one comparison at all.
Because it's German territory.
Okay, I lived in Tel Aviv. I worked beside Palestinians. I worked with them. I took the bus with them. I walked around the streets with them. I went to the restaurants. They worked with me in my businesses. It's not what people expect. That's my point. You don't see.
Yeah, that would be lying. That would be lying to your audience about the actual totality of Israel. You want to talk about my totality of anti-Semitism inferred off of like hyper specific narrow definitions that you have invented in your mind?
Well, this is where you kind of have to ask the question, like, what do you think should happen in Israel? Do you think Israel has a right to exist in general? This is kind of like, all these conversations should just start here. Like, do you think Israel has the right to exist?
For the totality of a country that you recognize is doing.
Is the Gaza population still growing? I don't think that's true. It doesn't downplay what's going on there, but is that even true?
Genocide. You think it's appropriate? You think it's appropriate to go to Israel while there is a fucking genocide?
I don't think that that's real right now. No, their population growth has been reducing after October 7th.
Genocide going on.
I mean,
by your own
you did a show with me and you consider me your friend. Then you knew that I was apparently a Nazi officer that whole time.
What?
I said you were considering me a friend. You did a show with me. You knew I lived in Israel that whole time. I'm surprised you were willing to work with a Nazi officer.
I also have interviewed members of the Knesset, as a matter of fact, like Ofer Kasef. I have interviewed Israelis from the anti-Zionist youth movement Mezarvot, Israeli members, Israeli Jewish citizens that have refused.
When Hasan talks like that, he literally sounds like my mom trying to speak Spanish.
Service refuseniks.
This dude is white as fuck.
Have an issue with people that have lived in Israel. Some of the reason why I know the total and utter depravity of the inception of Israel comes from Exeter University's very own Ilan Pappé. His writings are what guide me. Of course. Of course, I don't
know if you guys know this. He reads a lot, so that's probably true.
I have an issue with people that have lived in Israel and no longer live in Israel, or even still live in Israel, as a matter of fact. As long as they are anti-Zionist. Because I care about Zionism as an ideology. I do not care about Jewish people or Israeli people. These are not a part of my consideration, because I believe in the best of people. I believe that people, regardless of the circumstances that they've been presented with, can see right from wrong.
Okay, very
good.
And
I thought foolishly that you were one of these people. I foolishly thought you could also see right from wrong. But it's obvious to me that you have simply used what is going on for the past 16 months of horrific mass bombing and starvation.
Hassan, you got to stop. You got to stop with the gish galloping. I know. You're righteous and I'm evil.
I'm explaining to you my position.
Let me respond. I agree with you. I think that my characterization of it as a utopia, like in that moment, was distasteful, and I wish that I had said that differently. And I see that it came off bad. It came off bad, and I was wrong on that one. I totally agree. Watching that clip back, I'm regretful about how I spoke about it. So I agree with you.
Okay.
That's fine. He should still clarify that, like, yeah, but my entire point, what I was trying to do, if he wants to make this concession, which I don't think is necessary, it was just to say, like, Israel isn't an entirely bad place. And there's a lot of sentiment that Israel shouldn't even exist. And that is the problem. And then he should follow it up by saying, Hasan, do you think Israel has the right to exist?
Fair. I wish you were this open-minded for the past 16 months, Ethan, because I feel like a lot of the conversations that have taken place.
My problem is not with your philosophy on Palestine. My problem is with your community and the harassment you've leveled against me and my family.
People make inferences off of what you say. They do.
Jesus Christ, it's so boring listening to Hasan talk about this, because all he's going to say is like, I know my fans were saying that you and your wife are baby killers and all deserve to die, but there's nothing I can do about it. It's not like I can temporarily ban these people.
Not know what's in your heart. Okay, and this is something
we
that
agree
I privately,
on a lot of things. The issue is the harassment.
Talked to you about in the beginning after October 7. I told you time and time again privately.
Okay, bro, you've talked a lot. Let's just move on, please.
You are behaving like a. The reason why people think you are a Zionist is not because you're Jewish, but because of what you're saying.
What did I say that's Zionist?
And they made these inferences.
What have I ever said
that
shows that I'm Zionist?
Ethan, the way that you have tackled the subject matter.
Say one thing that has shown the world.
Well, you have to start like one thing from like 2 years ago, right? Like not now. from 2 years ago. What did Ethan say 2 years ago? Like, what was the justifier for stopping their podcast? That's what you would ask.
Undoubtedly, how Zionist I am. That
I mean,
I am worthy of the scorn of you and the entire left.
How wrong that was. What you just said.
Okay,
so
does that mean I'm a
example.
Zionist? I mean, and by the way, that was a recent clip. That doesn't explain the last 2 years.
Yes, it doesn't.
So
And
what
there's
did I
plenty
say in
there
the
as
last 2
well.
years besides
There's
that
plenty there
clip?
as well.
What did I say, Hasan? What did I say that's
recently
Zionist?
as last month.
You can't
as
give me
recently
one
as last
fucking
month.
contextual example of me saying something that's Zionist after this entire... Go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
You have something?
I have many things.
List
as recently
one.
as last month. As recently
List
as last month.
Hey, we shouldn't be doing like last month. What did you say last month? No, I want to know what he said that like was so Zionist that it justified your audience shitting on him and that you not doing anything about it.
Example of me saying something
I'm giving you another
Zionist.
example. Just calm down and listen. As recently
You're
as
not
last
answering
month,
my question. You're just
talked
doing
about
this
how
kish galloping.
Hamas is actually putting hostages inside of hospitals.
Well,
Hamas
they are doing that, yeah.
is actually using tunnel systems under hospitals, and that is part of the reason why Israel is bombing hospitals.
They are hiding their people inside of infrastructure. Yeah.
Bombing hospitals is a war crime. Okay, bombing hospitals is a war crime. In your conversation with Sam Cedar, while on the one hand you now recognize that Israel's doing a genocide, and you have in the past as well, for sure.
So what was the point of you saying that?
Sure, but you've also gone.
He's consistently, he's never not said this. What is he talking about? What?
I'm back and forth on it, and
Absolutely
you've called it a war or whatever.
It's just this weird, like, insinuation that Ethan, that Ethan never considered it a genocide. It's so strange.
But having said that, in your conversation with Sam Cedar, you thought you had a gotcha where you said that, well, I find it very strange that there's not a single bomb shelter in Gaza.
That's a condemnation of Hamas.
What?
That is a condemnation of Hamas.
Well, what his point in saying that, my understanding, is that Hamas doesn't care about their own people, so they have not tried to build bomb shelters there to protect them.
I think it's a condemnation of your assessment of reality.
How is that pro-Zionist?
Look at the Gaza Strip.
How is me criticizing Hamas pro-Zionist? Would you like to explain that?
Do you think a bomb shelter would actually survive bunker buster bombs?
It'd be a lot fucking safer than
not a standing structure
the seventh
remaining
floor
in
of an
most parts
apartment
Gaza.
building.
For Israel to actually systematically destroy
You're
every
okay with
hospital
Hamas
implies
spending the
that a bomb
totality?
shelter would
Can I
just
ask you a
simply be
question?
fucking crosshairs.
Can I please ask you a question? Again, me criticizing Hamas makes me a Zionist?
You criticizing Hamas makes you a Zionist?
That's what you're claiming.
I mean, it depends on what you're saying. Yes.
Well, you know exactly what I said.
You can have criticisms of Hamas in terms of like their own internal domestic affairs, in terms of their governance. But if that's your hyper focus,
Well, yeah. What about like stealing money and aid money and not letting people flee when Israel announces like bomb targets and hiding within civilian infrastructure and all these different things?
then yes, people are going to make that inference that you are definitely against any kind of resistance against the state of Israel.
Because they don't make bomb shelters?
Because your expectation,
Because they don't make bomb
expectation from the
shelters?
Palestinians is to just simply sit there and take it so you can fucking act like you felt bad 10 years down the line.
Everything that you claim, the whole fucking apparatus of harassment that exists across social media with you at the center of it, it infringes on an inference that you maybe meant this. I have never once said I'm Zionist. The only reason people believe that is because you repeat it maliciously.
Well, Ethan has been saying that he's Zionist. He's been in like a tear to like reframe what he believes Zionism is, right? So
the reason why people believe that is because of your hyper focus.
Which, by the way, I don't even necessarily disagree with him, but
Name one.
You, and your distractions
That makes me a Zionist?
away,
That makes
and your
me a Zionist?
deliberate deplatforming attempts towards pro-Palestinian content creators.
Yeah.
It is ridiculous.
Being pro-Palestine doesn't absolve you of guilt.
You recognize the genocide, but you also literally get.
Ethan needs to virtue signal a little bit and be like, "Oh, okay, so you guys you guys are just hiding behind the terrible things that are happening to Palestinians. It seems like people just want to feel justified in their hate, and then hide behind the death of Palestinian people. It seems kind of disgusting, you know."
Mad at people.
Which, by the way, it's not even really a virtue signal because that is what that is what's happening.
to fight back. You get
So
mad
I'm
at the
public
Houthis.
enemy
you
number
call
one
them terrorists. You call
defending
Hezbollah a
myself.
terror group, which is by the American state's definition,
Yeah, they are a terror group, no?
absolutely considered a terror group. But there are plenty of terror groups that have
Hold on. Do you not
successfully
consider Hezbollah a
resisted
terror group?
against American imperialism and other
you
forms
not
of settler
consider,
colonial violence?
Do you not consider Hezbollah a terrorist group?
I think the definition of terrorism by the American State Department is intentionally vague to deny people their habeas corpus, deny people their due process. It is there to justify whatever kind of militant action that the American...
Hell yeah, baby. West bad, but non-West, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Hey guys, I don't have, by the way, this is Hasan Piker. I don't take any sides when it comes to, we don't take any sides, by the way, when it comes to the Ukraine-Russia war, just to be clear. I really don't have a strong opinion on this topic. This guy doesn't give a fuck about anything. He doesn't care about oppression.
American government can take. This is a severe violation of the American Constitution. So yes,
please, I
think that this definition is intentionally vague.
I think Ethan should focus on that. Like, hey, what about Russia? Like, why don't you have a strong opinion on this type of oppression if you have an opinion on this type of oppression? You know?
Can I request something?
It's silly.
Can I please request something? I'm interested in having a conversation. You take this and you just go on and on and on and on. You repeat yourself. You double down on the same point. I just want to have a conversation. You make your point and then you move on. You're doing too much. Please. We're going to be here.
The American terrorism designation is silly. Do we agree?
I don't know. But do you,
what do you mean? But
here, I'll be more precise.
You use its definition without ever actually
you're
thinking
right.
about it? What do you mean?
Let me be more precise. Here's what you said.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
They are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, like
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
What did you mean by that? You do not have an issue with Hezbollah.
Okay, yeah, thank you for asking.
You're
exactly.
welcome.
All right, let me explain. I do
basically America bad.
Not have a single issue with the way that Hezbollah has defended southern Lebanon.
Me neither,
I do not have a single issue with Hezbollah as a form of militancy trying to incur penalties on the genocidal state of Israel. Because if you recognize that it is a genocide, then what is the expectation from other parties involved in the region? The very fact that other countries, countries are not also up in arms is ridiculous, considering that Israel is a belligerent force that is destroying everything in the fucking region because it has an underlying exterminationist policy. And you agree with that because it's a genocide. You said it's a genocide.
All right,
so what is
Hasan,
the expectation?
please, this conversation is becoming impossible if you don't just stop talking for a minute and allow me to respond. Okay.
Now respond.
Thank you. Hezbollah, when it was first founded, I think was a noble thing, right, of defending Lebanon from the IDF invasion, and they were successful in sending them back to Israel. Now, since then, a lot of terrible shit has happened, right? And you sat there and you said, I do not have a problem with them. So do you not have a problem with what Hezbollah did in Syria, mass murdering civilians on the behest of Assad?
Can you find a single instance where I've actually said I have no problem with Hezbollah's actions in Syria?
You said.
Didn't you just say that you have no problem with Hezbollah? Wouldn't you bring that up?
That I don't have a problem with Hezbollah.
No. That specifically.
You see, Hasan literally said he has no problem with Hezbollah, despite the fact that they've apparently caused atrocities that he clearly disagrees with them happening. But now it's like, well, did I specifically say Syria? Okay. You weren't considering those people when you were making your point? Okay.
You know what's so funny?
Do you feel like that is the entirety of my conversation? Because I have talked about Hezbollah's actions in Syria, as a matter of fact, and I do have a problem with that. Yes.
So to your friend, why is it that you're saying to your friend that you think that they're pretty great and not bring up the very clearly bad things that they do?
Your words, right?
I don't think that harming civilians is in any way, shape, or form remotely correct. Now,
Whoa.
having
That
said
being
that,
said-
I'm glad that you brought up Hezbollah because, again, in your video, you falsely claim that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in
They
the
participated.
Syrian conflict.
Yeah.
Okay. You say that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the
They
Syrian
participated.
conflict. That is the entirety
They participated.
of the deaths, including the Hezbollah militancy in the Syrian civil war.
And therefore, what? They did nothing wrong?
No, that's not what
So
I'm
what does
saying
it
at
matter
all.
the exact count?
You
Why does that bother you?
erroneously claimed that they were responsible for all the deaths. You stood
No,
in front
they
of
collaborated.
footage. You stood in
They did a little leftovers collaboration. That's what they did.
front of footage of an entire town that was destroyed by what? By barrel bombs. Who has the capacity to have a air force and use barrel bombs to destroy an entire city? Do you think Hezbollah has an
They
air force?
participated.
Ethan?
You're
Is
not
that why
listening. You're
is that
being-
why you
you're being silly.
implied that they? Is that why you posted that photo?
Why are you
when
defending
you just-
Hezbollah's action in Syria? Do you think that's a
I'm
good
not
look?
defending that. I'm
You
not
sure
defending the
are.
action.
You'd be like,
I am
Hezbollah didn't
asking
do
you,
that.
do you
Hezbollah would
think
never blow up a
Hezbollah has an
village in
air
Syria.
force? Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
Do you think I think that?
Well, you implied it when
I
you
keep
showed
telling
a
you,
hollowed out town
they
that
worked-
was barrel bombed.
they worked
most likely
with
by
the
Russian
government,
forces.
bro.
So why did you use that imagery to imply that Hezbollah had killed 500,000 people?
they were
That is as
complicit.
false. This is my main problem with.
Got it. So it sounds like Hezbollah was part of a terror attack on a massive amount of 500,000 people. But it wasn't just them. So that makes Hezbollah not so bad, guys. Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
With you, Ethan, you are spreading.
You're defending terrorism right
falsehood.
now.
I mean, Hasan would agree with that, though. Because he probably doesn't think that, World War II was so bad either. Because, it wasn't just Germany who was engaged in it. It was other people, too. So it's really not that bad.
By the way.
Not what I think, by the way. Fuck you, okay?
What?
You are defending a terrorism right now.
No, dude, I'm defending the truth. How is this so hard to comprehend for you?
The truth
I
is
never
Hezbollah
have
did in
once-
Syria wasn't that bad.
Guys, there's so much when it comes to eradicating 500,000 people, there's a lot of nuance, okay? When it comes to a non-Western force eradicating 500,000 people, there's a lot of nuance we need to consider. When it comes to a Sabra tier list, though, what the fuck? What? I'm so confused. What? Incredible.
Bad?
They did not kill 500,000
Okay,
people
so
in
wasn't that
Syria,
bad? So
Ethan.
what Hezbollah did
You
in
are
Syria
taking away
wasn't
the
that bad? How many
responsibility
did they
from the
kill?
Assad regime. You are taking
You're
away the
minimizing their actions.
responsibility
How many did they
from-
kill?
You're taking the responsibility away from ISIS. You're taking the responsibility away from the Russian
No, I'm putting
military.
blame on Hezbollah
It's
where it belongs.
ridiculous.
Well, that's something that you do all the time. You don't really seem to care that they invaded Ukraine.
How many did they kill?
I don't even know the exact number of how many they killed. I believe it's like around 2,000 to 5,000, which once again is inappropriate. I don't have. I have no issue.
Did they
saying
collaborate
that.
with Assad?
They did. Yes, they did. They did.
And so, what is the issue here exactly? You said you have no issue with them. I think that's a problem.
I think I've described it numerous times at this point. I have no issue with Hezbollah's militancy against a state that is conducting a genocide. That much is very clear.
You didn't say any
As a
of
matter
that. You said,
fact,
I
there
do
are
not have
plenty
a
of
problem with
instances where I've
Hezbollah.
talked about.
You're lying.
As a matter of fact, there are plenty of instances where I have
You're
talked
lying.
about Hezbollah's militancy in Syria.
When you're done
as
lying, I'll
a
explain.
Axis of wait, what?
When you're done lying,
What?
I'll explain.
What?
You didn't say
I'm
that.
not.
You
what do you
said
mean I'm lying?
You said
I'm
I
telling
don't.
you
You were
what my
talking
position
to a
is right
normie.
now.
You were talking to a normie who didn't understand anything about the conflict, and he said, "How do we feel about Hezbollah?" A general question. How do we feel about Hezbollah? Your answer was, "We don't. I don't have a problem."
Yeah, your answer would be like, I have no problem with the way that they interact with Israel or the IDF, but I do have a problem with them engaging in mass terror campaigns to eradicate other groups of people. Yeah, that's what you would say.
Problem with them. Let's just say. And then, by the way, Hasan, you start trying to minimize their inclusion in this fucking wanton slaughter of Syrian civilians.
Wait, what? I'm minimizing their inclusion of the wanton slaughter.
I'm about to commit a Hezbollah to these fucking wolves, dude. It's gonna be fucking crazy, baby.
Here's what you said because you want to be precise.
You made up
like them,
the
then.
you.
Well,
I like what you like.
Ethan, You
I don't have an issue
stupidly
with them, let's
said
just
that they
say.
killed 500,000 civilians. What are you talking about? I did not minimize their wanton slaughter in the Syrian civil war.
Do you think that they didn't participate with Assad to make that happen? I mean, they were allied.
They did.
participated. Okay, so then why are you defending them?
I'm not defending
sure
them,
sounds like
Ethan.
it.
I have already.
That is
I have already.
exactly what he's doing. He's defending rapes. He's defending Hezbollah. He just loves bad shit.
Described to you that I am critical of their actions. You are misquoting me. You are misunderstanding.
I think Hasan's biggest issue is that people just understand exactly what this is Hasan's number one problem. Now that I'm watching this, Hasan is woefully fucking stupid. He borders me breaking my anti-slur streak. But basically, Hasan doesn't know how to properly dog whistle when he says things, so he just like outright says like, "Yeah, Hezbollah is like totally chill. They're fucking awesome." And he just kind of ignores them engaging in the mass killings. And after he says something stupid, he says a quiet part out loud. He's like, "No, wait, you don't understand. There's so much nuance here." And then he tries to explain it, and his explanation is that he's fine with their interaction with the IDF, but nobody else. And then Ethan's like, "Yeah, but you're still defending them when you told the guy that you have no problems with them whatsoever." And he's like, no, you don't understand. Instead of being like, "Oh yeah, I could have spoken more carefully," which is all he had to do, and he would fucking look pretty good. He has to like sit here and pretend that like he never fucking said some dumbass shit.
I'm repeating what you said, you
and I'm having
liar.
a conversation directly with you, so I don't understand.
How can
I'm
you
not
lie to
minimizing
people?
what
Like
you did.
we
I'm
just
minimizing
watched the clip.
The arbitrary number that you put there because you don't do enough research.
No, that number was based on the totality of deaths. My claim was that they participated in it. You were not critical of their actions in this clip.
Why did you put so you're telling me you've never claimed that Hezbollah has killed more Muslims than Israel has, that IDF has?
I don't know when I think I did say that, and I think that was wrong. I was incorrect.
Yeah, you've said that numerous times. You actually
said that. Why, Ethan shouldn't have conceded to that. Did he actually say that, or are you just taking Hasan at his word? You should be careful about like admitting to something that you may not have done.
You ChatGPT'd against AB when AB was like, I don't think that's correct.
Yeah, by the way, I that's something I looked into, and I was actually wrong about that for sure.
Okay, don't you feel like this kind of misinformation is somewhat? Don't you think that saying stuff like that is going to make people?
I love that
infer that you.
I
might
love that
be
in this conversation.
More pro-Israel.
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Sorry. I love how in this conversation, Ethan is like admitting, like, yeah, you know what? I misspoke there, when he actually misspeaks, and Hasan refuses to admit that he misspeaks places. Like, it's actually so interesting. Like how Hasan, like that's, and so like if you're an idiot and you're watching this, you're like, wow, Ethan's admitting to being wrong sometimes. Like he must be more wrong. Hasan is wrong so often he refuses to admit it. That is the only difference between the two, is that Hasan is a dishonest person. That's all it is.
And you let on,
yeah,
because it doesn't.
You mean I'm Zionist?
Work like this, right? You're not just like clicking a box and you're like, well, I said it was a genocide. What more do you want from me? Okay, you did. But then you spend all of your time criticizing
responding
people
to harassment,
who are offering analysis and not justification.
Yes, the great CPS analysis. Hey, CPS, come. Hey, go check this guy out. There's poop all over his house, and he makes his children eat it. It's crazy. This is great. By the way, great anal, sis. That sounds weird. Great anal, sis. I mean, shit, I'm pretty good in bed. I imagine my sister feels pretty good too. Okay, you get a little crazy with that one. Who said that?
Who said that?
Who said that?
Flip it on you a little bit.
Are actually formed. You're upset.
Can I, Hasan? You're doing it. You're doing it again.
I'm not doing anything. I'm just
talking,
hoping
bro.
to explain to you something so you recognize that you're wrong, as you've done twice now.
No, you don't need to explain anything to me. I understand
now.
your point. Don't you? So you're accusing me of being irresponsible with my words. Don't you think saying you have no issue with Hezbollah makes people think you're pro-terrorist?
I don't care that people think this. It's ridiculous.
So are people valid for thinking you're pro-terrorist?
Do you believe he obviously does care because he's here having this conversation?
The state Do you believe the State
Answer.
Department's designation for
Answer the
terrorism is
question.
valid?
Is it reasonable for people to think that you are pro-terrorist when you say I have no problem with Hezbollah?
Do you believe
Whoa,
the
answer
State
the
Department's
question.
designation
you
for
gotta answer that
terrorism is
one.
valid?
I'm gonna be absolutely fucking real with you. I am much more likely to take the American State Department's word on something than fucking terrorist organizations or the liar Hasan. So yeah, you know, I don't think America's all bad. I don't have an anti-Western perspective. I think that there's things to criticize, but I'm not a complete fucking mindless dribbling fuck baby. Yeah, I still love America. I hate fucking Trump. I love America. So sorry, Daddy. Sorry, brother.
You answer my
Come for me,
question,
baby.
and I'll answer yours.
Or to
Are
me.
people valid?
Ethan,
and
you
considering
rely heavily on
Can you
your
answer?
audience not really
Can you
understanding
please
the
answer my
terms that
question?
you are using.
Let it be noted you are
When you
dodging-
say, "Oh, Hasan defends terrorists," okay,
Literally
there's
just
a reason
did.
why you say that. You say that to
Literally just
disparage
did.
me without actually addressing my arguments. And
Well, he did just address all your arguments. No, what?
now when you're faced with me face to face to
God, bro,
talk
you're
about
doing it
these
again.
issues, you agree with me. So if you agree with me, you called Hezbollah a noble group. Should I
In the
just run
beginning,
around
shit
being like Ethan
changed.
defends terrorism? I think you do, but
I
for a
said their
different reason,
actions
and we'll
were
get to
noble.
that in
I
a
didn't call
second.
them a noble group. Again, you have a problem with the truth.
You just said that their
I said their
inception
actions
was
were
a
noble.
noble one.
Yeah.
You said Hezbollah.
Well, saying that there are some noble actions doesn't mean that you think that the entire group is noble in general. Right? Like just like I say Israel has the right to exist. It doesn't mean that everything they do is justifiable. Same difference, dude. Same dealio, squealio. What do you think about that? Little dad stuff, little dad energy on that one.
It's different from saying Hezbollah is a noble organization. But I really need you to answer this. Isn't it reasonable for people to assume you're pro-terrorist if you say stuff like, I have no problem with Hezbollah? Just answer the question, yes or no.
I don't think it's reasonable for people to assume that I'm pro-terrorism because I think people are going to assume that regardless because I am.
But people can assume I'm
presenting a
Zionist.
position.
But it's okay for
What?
it's okay for people to assume I'm Zionist.
Yes.
Got it. The logic
no,
is
you don't
clear.
understand what I'm saying. I get why people assume that. I get why people assume
I get why
I'm
people
a
assume you're
fucking
you're pro-terrorist.
Yeah. Do you feel okay? Let's talk about that then. Do you feel like someone being branded pro-terrorist is as impactful under the Trump administration as someone being pro-Israel is?
Well, as someone who's been branded as a pro-Israel Zionist in MySpace, it is a horrifically fucking.
Nobody even uses MySpace, Ethan.
It's resulted in the unbelievable, unprecedented. I've been on the internet for 10 years, right? I've been through all kinds of controversies, all kinds of shit. I have never once in my entire life, Hasan, experienced the amount of harassment, the organized, psychotic campaign to try to ruin my life, all of my employees' life, my family's life, their family's life. This is your community acting in response to what you're saying about me being pro-Zionist. So do I think it's worse in my?
Do you have any evidence this is my community? I don't know. Maybe it's you're watching bad empanada videos on your stream, so that is your community, bud. What?
Experience is much my community that's done any of these things that you're talking.
Do you have any?
About?
Okay, Hasan, can I ask you a question? Why?
I can't fucking pause it. Do you have any evidence that his community is insane, considering it is literally people in his community, his orbiters, his mods, watching fucking other people that he platforms, psychotic Amish freaks, Amish-looking freaks, who are talking about how there needs to be a CPS call to protect his children. What the hell is he talking about? That's insane.
Why the fuck were you browsing H3 Snark the other day and pulling clips from that?
I don't know. Someone fucking sent me a clip in the chat.
Okay. And so you shit and pissed about me pulling a meme from Destiny's subreddit. I have never even pulled the subreddit up, but you're on stream browsing H3 Snark. How do you explain that?
Ethan, your entire subreddit is a snark subreddit dedicated to me. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's literally not true.
I don't think
that's not true. They deleted the Hasan Snark Reddit. They won't delete Ethan's though, so that's interesting.
Don't have a single issue at this point. What are you talking about? You have personally moderated your own subreddit to turn into this, by the way. So many people that have criticized you from your own fan base have
Hasan,
left your
you
community
said your
for this
community has
reason,
nothing to
because
do
you
with
can't take a
this.
fucking ounce of criticism from your paying members.
This guy's like apologized like multiple times. He's corrected himself when he was wrong multiple times in this fucking conversation alone. This criticism is not going to hold any water.
many people are like, I love Teddy Fresh. I have so many fucking pieces of Teddy Fresh clothing. Now
I'm actually missing a piece. I don't know if you guys knew that. I'm missing a fucking piece. I don't know, like a hat, like some kind of headwear. It's interesting.
I feel embarrassed to wear it because look at what he has become.
There's plenty of fans. Don't worry about that.
Problem. If you want to talk about it, from the perspective of psychoanalysis, the real reason why you've gone on this endless vendetta is because you can't comprehend the reality.
Bro, I just want to have a conversation. I don't want to just gish gallop forever.
Cultivated has a difference in opinion in the way that you've presented yourself throughout this conflict.
Please,
and if
let me just talk.
This is
you say your community has nothing to do with the harassment that I've received.
Ethan, if you
please, Hasan, let me finish a point.
If you demonstrated,
dude, you gotta let me finish a point. This is ridiculous.
I'm gonna mute you and just keep talking.
Okay, that's great. I think that means you won the debate.
Yeah. No, listen to me.
So I'm not muted. So hold on, let me finish. You gotta let me say something.
If you demonstrated a fraction of the humility you did just now, most people would not have left your community, by the way.
Well, he's been consistent with like all of his perspectives the whole time. What are you talking about?
I don't care that they left the community. That was obvious.
You definitely do.
I've got plenty of fans left. Don't worry. Here, listen. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment. Yet you said in the same breath that your chat linked you to H3 Snark, the subreddit primarily responsible for coordinating that harassment, and you pulled it up on your stream.
You have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say that?
Like random anonymous
Did I
Redditors?
say that?
He said they were harassing him. What? I'm pretty sure that bad empanada guy said that he did.
Wait.
I said they're primarily responsible for harassing me.
Who called CPS?
What the fuck? So I don't know. Did I claim they did? You're dodging, bro. You are absolutely dodging. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment, yet you were browsing H3 Snark. Now, let me ask you this, Hasan. How many times have I browsed the Destiny subreddit on my show?
Have blamed virtually everyone for calling CPS. Answer my question.
What?
So you don't know who called CPS, and yet for the past...
It was definitely somebody in like Hasan's community that called CPS, right? Like Denims was on there watching bad empanada videos. That's a big Hasan community individual. Talking about the horrible conditions, and she's like, what, really? And that she was validating as if they were real, despite the fact that they very clearly are not real.
Couple of months, you've been like, it's whoever I don't like that is called CPS.
No.
And now you're claiming that my community is responsible for
100% they are. What are you talking about? Denims is platforming people. You're platforming the people that are saying that. What is he talking about?
For it.
I think it's the tone. No, bro, what is wrong with you? Did I say your community called CPS? The harassment campaign is much more broad than that.
Well, right now, what he's saying is that you're basically plugging. You're plugging the people that are harassing me, like the Snark Reddit. Like you're watching them actively on the stream. You're not just looking at clips from them. You're actively watching them on the stream. You're basically giving them a shout out now.
You can't address an actual issue, so you turn it into you're straw manning. Basically, I'm saying your community is responsible for participating in this harassment campaign. You said chat sent you this link, did they not?
Yes, last week. What are you talking about?
Okay, so your chat is involved with H3 Snark, which, by the way, funnily enough, the new Snark page is called Leftovers H3, and it's got a picture of you in the avatar.
Giving it a shout out. Shout out to Leftovers H3.
It's got a picture of you, Hasan. You don't need to shout him out. You're already doing it. Don't you think that's odd?
You did it.
No, I think it's
also, what do you think? Like first of all, do you think I have any say on what fucking happens in these subreddits? What are you talking about?
Oh, you have a say what happens in your Discord and chat, which you absolutely do not moderate. And there's so much evidence of the disgusting shit.
That's also completely fucking false.
Why did you criticize?
No, it's not. If he moderated his chat, then they wouldn't have fallen out together. They would have still been doing the Leftovers podcast. I think Hasan was just looking for an excuse to end it because he wanted to finish the podcast because he felt like he got enough attention from it.
Besides XQC for not moderating his chat when you called in.
Ethan,
why
I can't believe you
did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat?
Yes, XQC.
I mean, this is a great question.
Has actively used this community over the course of many years at this point, as he was, doing gamba and wanted to fucking keep gambling and felt bad that I was criticizing him to attack me. Okay,
how did he actively do that?
And that's different than what your community has done. How?
What?
How is that different than your community attacking me?
You want to know how it's different? I have an 8-minute clip compilation all the way from when our podcast ended all the way to December of 2024 where I actively defend you. That is moderating
bro,
my
I do
community.
not give a fuck about your quote-unquote defending as your community went rabid with your approval. Please spare me.
Or with my approval.
Yes, if you're not going to stop them from doing it, then it is with your approval.
I just told you.
It's your community, bro. You literally say in this clip that it's let me play this clip for you because it will show
Ethan,
just what a liar hypocrite you
People don't fucking
are.
like you, big dog. I don't know what to do. You
Oh,
know
they
what I
love
mean?
you,
Like,
huh?
What do you want me to do?
Fucking
What do you want me to
everybody
do?
loves
They don't
Hasan.
like you.
Everybody
You're
loves
fucking-
iDubbbz too.
Ethan,
My
people don't
objective
like
is not
you.
to be
I
liked,
can't
Hasan.
make
That
them
might
like
surprise you. It might surprise you. My objective in life is not to be liked. Or I mean, it's not to specifically be liked. That is not my objective. I know
Then
that's
why?
foreign to you.
Then why? Why are you bringing any of this up? People don't like you. I can't change that. Okay? There's plenty of people who don't like me either.
My whole career's been people not liking me, but I've never experienced this level of harassment. You are unwilling to contend or concede at any point that you are.
Because I'm not responsible for it. Here, play this video, Dan. Here you go.
Daniel, play the video.
Anyway, it's not about being liked either. It's about harassment,
Here.
bro.
Go ahead. Show your audience because you've been saying that I've been like
Yeah.
leading a
I'm
harassment
waiting
campaign.
for it. I'm waiting for it.
I sent it.
Are you?
It's embarrassing
I'm sorry. Hold on.
too,
Hold on.
especially
Dan is in
because
the
of the way you
bathroom.
behave now. Ugh.
Dan is in the bathroom, so hold on.
Damn. Dan walked away. He did a Hasan.
You okay?
My argument with you in that conversation where I said there's not anything I can do was literally because of the way you were presenting yourself. In the conversation that we had, you inferred that JVP was akin to capos. You said that from the river to the sea Palestine will be free.
I'm not going to let you stunlock me again. Another pathetic fucking
Jewish
lie.
people.
Holy shit.
You literally fucking posted about a pro-Palestinian dude on Twitter saying that he would be thrown off of roofs.
Well, he would he not? Oh, this is because that guy was criticizing Ethan. This was after the fact. What is he talking about?
Like fucking Hamas is ISIS. If you say all of that,
this was all after the fact. No.
if it walks like a duck, it walks like a duck. Most people are gonna not think that you're a chicken. They're gonna think you're a duck.
Okay, I'm not going to get sunlocked by these insane accusations. I never called them capos. That's what you said. That's part of the harassment campaign. You put those words in my mouth, and now it's something that I still hear. I have never called them capos.
Wait. So you haven't, as recently as a month ago, still called them
What the hell's happening?
token Jews, and that they are completely off base with the rest of
What is happening here?
Is that the
with
same
the
as
rest of the
capos?
movement.
Do you have a problem with like levels? It's all or nothing.
All right, I was doing a little laggy poo. Let's get back to this, but I got to increase speed. They're fucking still going.
From the river to the sea Palestine will be free.
I'm not going to let you stunlock me. Again, another pathetic fucking lie. Holy shit.
You literally fucking posted about a pro-Palestinian dude on Twitter saying that he would be thrown off of roofs like fucking Hamas is ISIS.
Well, yeah. Well, he was criticizing Ethan and I guess jerking off Hamas when Hamas would do that. He was a sex worker, so.
If you say all of that, if it walks like a duck, it walks like a duck. Most people are going to not think that you're a chicken. They're going to think you're a duck.
Okay, I'm not going to get sunlocked by these insane accusations. I never called them capos. That's what you said. That's part of the harassment campaign. You put those words in my mouth, and now it's something that I still hear. I have never called them capos.
Wait. So you haven't, as recently as a month ago, still called them token Jews and that they are completely off base with the rest of the,
Is that the same as
the
capos?
movement.
Do you have a problem with like levels? It's all or nothing. Is criticizing someone to be a token the same as calling them capos?
Why would you call?
Oh, do I not have it on the screen? Sorry, guys. It's a brief moment. You'll survive, guys.
Jews who are standing against genocide, which you also recognize as a genocide.
Can I play this? This is the
token
clip.
Jews
Here's
that
what
are
you
not
said.
representative of the broader movement.
They're statistically
You also
not.
called Matt Lieb a capo.
Matt Lieb's a disgusting human being who platformed bad empanada, who's like you.
So you do have a problem. You do have a problem with
Matt Lieb specifically.
Jews
Yes,
that you don't like, and you are.
I have a problem with Matt Lieb, who's platforming bad empanada. Yes, clearly. Is there? You don't like bad empanada. You understand? A year ago, you were talking about how crazy he was.
But I'm not.
But suddenly, when he
Here's
starts
the
talking about me,
difference.
he's your best friend.
Here's the
Interesting.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I think bad empanada is insane. But you know what? I also always.
The only reason that he thinks bad empanada is insane is because bad empanada has been criticizing him for his New York Times puff piece. So, like, before, Hasan was sitting there watching his videos on stream, watching him to talk about, like, bits and pieces of Ethan's video through that as they respond. But then Bad Empanada will criticize Hasan, so.
Deciding you love his videos. Why is that?
Bad empanada.
Why do you love his videos suddenly? Before you pledged never to watch his videos on stream. Why do you love them now?
Oh, because he did not want me reacting to his videos.
That is insane, pathetic, bold-faced
that's
lie.
what it is. No, he said.
You literally told. Oh my god,
I
dude.
have.
Okay, first of all, let me play this clip of you criticizing XQC.
Okay, wait. You
No,
can't
that's what you asked for it.
Actually,
hold on. You asked for this. Here's what you said.
Because it's not something
oh my
you would
god,
ever
wait!
ask
I sent
for.
you all these other content creators actually, whipping their communities when
Whipping
their
their
chat is
communities.
going fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason. That you were just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat, and I thought that was fucked up. Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do, especially as someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend.
The problem wasn't that he was so.
Yeah, you have to show my clip now.
It makes sense.
Okay, no, great. Show my.
Yeah, that makes sense. He's upset with XQC because he's not moderating, even though they're supposed to be friends. And so let's see what's Hasan's epic response. That's going to totally own Ethan. Maybe it will.
Clip.
Sure.
Let's show
my clip that I sent Dan.
Yeah, no problem. But you. Here you go. I'm gonna pull it up for you. Oh yeah, TikTok. This is gonna be good. Ethan Klein debunked 7 minutes, bro. Hold on, I'm not gonna watch the 7-minute clip. What do you want me to watch?
7 minutes of it.
Okay, you think if I just play it from the beginning, I'll get the gist of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you'll get it.
Right.
And you can skip towards like the end too if you want, like towards the
By
middle.
the way, this has 1,000 likes, bro. Are you name searching yourself or what?
No, the person who made it sent it to me.
Oh, okay. Nice. I guess it's hard hitting.
Ethan is a mega Zionist. You are wrong. Okay, trust me. I don't think you know. I don't think you know many Zionists if you think Ethan is a mega Zionist. Not even close, dude. Time and time.
Funnily enough, that's still true.
Again, I've spoken about how Ethan is not your enemy. A person who cries when a Palestinian child dies is not your enemy. Okay, he's not. I've said these exact words over and over again.
Okay, so then why not moderate the chat? What's the difficulty with that?
But the problem is that your community is obviously unhinged, and if you don't defend me, my community is going to get mad at you. It's definitely just an optics play, which, by the way, you never stuck to.
Shut up. Keep playing.
Let me guess. It's more videos of you defending me.
Keep playing. Enough.
This isn't enough. It doesn't matter. These people were being fucking unhinged freaks, and Hasan wouldn't stop them. I don't care that Hasan still spoke nicely about Ethan. It doesn't mean anything.
I told people in this community and people everywhere that will listen to what I have to say that you have to choose who you're actually angry at. There are people who are so loud and so proud about the ethnic cleansing campaign the Palestinians are experiencing currently. Go yell at them. He's been shitting on you on his members only streams. I don't care. I don't care. Or literally shout on you yesterday and his coworker for saying from the river to the sea, sorry dog. I don't care. I watched a minute of it. I really don't give a fuck what you said. Keep going.
No,
why?
No. It's 7 minutes long, bro. Spare the audience.
This is about you. Go on.
What are we going to glean from watching longer?
Keep playing it. This is just November 1st.
Nah, I don't want to finish it. I know what it is. You talk kindly about... Okay, here, I'll go to the middle for you, okay?
You think I'm not moderating my fucking community?
You absolutely
think I'm not trying to get people to stop yelling about you at that point?
Okay, let me go to the middle so you can have your thing, and then we'll move on.
And it frustrates me to no fucking end. I've told you this time and time again in this time frame. Just like I kept telling you, Ethan is not your enemy over and over again. That's why I love iDubbbz, Ethan as well. People that have actually changed course, recognize their mistakes.
Okay, I mean, yeah, we get the idea. It's fine. You know what I mean? You're the best friend ever. By the way,
whoa.
No, whoa. My turn.
You
were just screaming, play the video. You told me to shut up.
Moderating my community and claiming that
you screamed to shut up and play the video. So I'm going to ask you to return the favor at this moment. You claimed that you didn't watch. Here's what you said about bad empanada. You lied to me and said,
like, Ethan is right here. I think he just needs to explain a little bit more because Hasan's just like, see, I defended you. I was nice to you. And that's like the whole point of it, to make it seem like Hasan was always on Ethan's side and he's being unreasonable. But his chat was so unhinged, like so relentlessly unhinged, that Ethan couldn't do it anymore. And Hasan wouldn't defend him, even though he's asking for the same thing from SCUC. It doesn't change anything. This doesn't change anything. He wouldn't moderate his chat. If I had like if I had like a fucking really good friend that I did like a podcast with and you guys were shitting on them in my chat, I would be like, all right, guys, like, listen, you have your opinions, but like, I'm going to temporarily ban you, let's say, from the chat. I'm not going to let you sit here and say it like in my stream. That's what you'd say. I think it's disgusting. I don't think it's right, but they're not doing it just to stream. It's on his stream chat. It's in his Discord. They're fucking mass harassing this guy. That's the problem.
You don't watch his videos because he asked you not to. Magically, when he started talking about me, you became his biggest fan, and you watch his videos on your stream regularly, which has resulted in an explosion of his popularity. Here's what you said about him a year before this conflict.
Banana video on
Next shirt, by the way.
I'm just letting you guys know. If you think I'm gonna fucking watch a YouTube essay from a dude literally openly antagonistic towards me watching fucking YouTube videos, you're out of your fucking mind, okay? You think I want him to write like 700 hours worth of new YouTube essays about how I have wronged him? I don't want that. I don't want that at all, okay?
Say genocide propaganda will come.
Thanks for watching. That's in the clip. Ethan, you keep doing this thing.
Thanks for watching.
Yeah, go support this.
I played the clip. Just chill out.
I told you why I wasn't watching that.
Oh my God, Hasan, you're talking over the clip. You need to let it play, okay? You're making the clip unwatchable.
Mine, okay? Do you think I want him to write?
Bro, it's just a minute long. You can chill for a minute.
Will come. Thanks for watching. Free Palestine. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, go support this dipshit that I do appreciate, regardless of my disagreements with him.
That's you now.
On his optics and the ways that he conducts himself with regular frequency. Because ultimately, his product, his YouTube essays, as a standalone entity, is always solid. Such a fucking freak, dude. Oh my lord, he's such a goddamn freak. He is the most insane person. He has like 7,000 accounts. I just said I have an official blockade on Bad Empanada videos on this broadcast while I'm live. That's number one. And number two, he's not just mean on Twitter. He is a psychopath, okay? The idea that he's just...
correct. By the way, the guy who's a psychopath, who's not just mean on Twitter, who has 7,000 accounts, as you say, is somebody that you gleefully platform his videos about me. So just saying, your community doesn't do harassment, right? Let's just promote Bad Empanada, who literally exists to harass people by your own fucking definition.
None of the things that you just showed is ridiculous. He is not just
well, you're doing it right now.
Most insane person on Twitter. Yeah, let me go watch a video about a dude who constantly talks about how I'm fucking a reactionary fake socialist because I watch people's videos. That seems like a good idea. It's age restricted, which means there's like TOS violations galore in there. Fucking Bad Empanada. The cringiest, like, classic angry leftist who never shuts the fuck up and is just angry at the entire planet. Anyway, let's continue.
Why is he a terrorist? He's an Arab in Yemen. Why else would he be a terrorist, right?
Someone who, I got it. Yes, you're by the way, you could even watch a fucking 7-minute video of me actually defending you to your audience because that would kind of betray the narrative.
It's almost done.
Well, it doesn't betray the narrative at all, but, you know, again, the narrative, the Hasan wouldn't stop them from being fucking horrific pieces of shit.
It's almost done.
It's almost he would perhaps benefit tremendously if I did watch his YouTube videos on this channel, but I'm never going to fucking do that.
So you said he would benefit tremendously if I watched him, but I will never fucking do that until he starts shitting on Ethan. By the way, my community doesn't harass people.
That's not true. Let me explain to you
absolutely, provably, empirically true.
Do you want to hear my perspective, or do you want to fucking just keep playing clips that your production team put together? Okay, so Bad Empanada.
Sorry for preparing.
No, there's no problem with that. I mean, you're still doing a horrible job at it, but it's all.
It is funny though, because Hasan could have prepared too, and he just didn't. He has like he had a couple of clips that people sent him. He didn't put anything together. He didn't do like any meaningful research, and it doesn't even make him look good. It doesn't make him look correct about it.
We'll see. So Bad Empanada, he's crazy. I still say that. He attacks me all the fucking time. He says I'm a Jewish exceptionalist Zionist. Okay, like there's disagreements that I have with Bad Empanada. There's disagreements with his tactics, as I've shown in that video, as I've said in that video. There's disagreements with the way he presents himself. But if you notice in that video, I also said something. His work on YouTube, okay, his work on his YouTube essays stands alone. Bad Empanada.
What about his videos attacking me? Are those, is that part of his great body work?
Bad Empanada on his YouTube essays, especially when it's issue specific, are actually very instructive.
Then why are you watching one called Ethan Klein as a Zionist baby killer? Why are you watching that one? Is that part of his master body of collection? Is that part of the Criterion collection there, buddy?
Yes.
Why does Bad? Okay, it is good. Why does Bad Empanada role play hunting Ela and killing her in video games?
Have I ever said that I think that's appropriate?
I think
you're platforming somebody that's psychotic. It's like psychopath shit. What?
No, of course not. But what you are doing is endorsing this guy.
Do I agree with you that Bad Empanada is crazy and also does...
This isn't just crazy. That's fucking unhinged. That's insane. That's psychotic.
Crazy shit because he's a fucking scraggly internet troll who is, once again, as a separate...
he's just trolling. That's the defense. He's just a troll. That's what the whole defense is.
You know, you like to compartmentalize Israel proper from doing a genocide. I like to compartmentalize the content that I'm consuming from a guy who I do think is doing well-sourced, well-researched YouTube essays, who also happens to be a fucking freak.
Ethan Klein is a Zionist dog, and by the way, I want to kill his wife.
The reason why that blockade ended, and I've watched other videos that are not related to you from Bad Empanada in the past on this broadcast as well.
How many? How many have you watched not about me?
What?
How many videos of his have you watched that are not about me?
I don't know.
Maybe, I don't know, maybe one?
I watched a fuck ton, though. I watched a fuck ton of Bad Empanada videos.
And are most of them about me?
No, not all of them are about me.
Actually, this segues perfectly. You claim I'm obsessed with you. That's part of the narrative, right?
This is me claiming that, Ethan. I think at this point, a lot of people see it, right?
Very good. Well, let's see. Oh, God damn it. Well, I got to refresh this. So here's an example from one of these clip channels. These are all different clips, right? Over a 2-month period, there's edited down 24 hours of you talking about me. 24 hours. That's over the...
These are most likely...
Hold on. Over 60-day period, that's 24 minutes per day.
Ethan, these are fan channels. This is disingenuous.
Right. Who cares if it's a fan channel? These are people that are collecting what Hasan is saying and doing. What does it matter that they're a fucking fan channel? What?
Presenting the same. You're presenting.
Okay, first of all, I'm just showing how much you talk about me on stream. Second of all, the fan channel defense is a. Let me finish. The fan channel thing is a clever part of your disinformation campaign to avoid any responsibility. And the fact is, if I wanted to show all your fan channels, this is how many fucking videos was uploaded about me in the last 22 days. You think that's regular? You think that's regular?
Ethan, I have no control over my fan channels. What do you mean? You're literally showing the same.
It doesn't matter if you have any control of a fan channel. What?
I say one thing on
66
on my Twitch
videos
stream.
about me.
I say one.
Is his claim that they're all different people? Is that his like big robust claim? Like, oh no, those are all different. Like, oh, excuse me. Is his claim that those are all the same instance of him talking that's just clipped 100 times? Is that his claim?
On my Twitch stream, fan channels make the video of the same thing
you
over and over
love
again.
it. It's all part, so you don't ever have to accept responsibility.
More than it actually is, but it's actually the same fucking video.
Yeah. No. Well, so yeah, this is the total. No.
It's the same moment.
No. This has the same moments. The last one does not.
Same moment multiplied.
No,
this one does not have
photo. No, this one does not have the same moments. This one is unique. Times you talked about me on your stream. Well, why are you deny that you talked about me for 24 hours of unedited content the past 2 months, 24 minutes per day, 7 days a week?
For the past 2 months.
Yes, 24 minutes a day.
I don't deny that, probably.
Okay, so,
because I think you are up until this very moment, you have presented yourself as someone who is actually playing a formative role in deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators. That was the reason why I'm having this conversation with
you. Well, no, that's not the reason why he's having the conversation with him at all. This happened like how many months ago did that happen? Hasan is having this conversation because he's afraid. Hasan is terrified because the narrative is shifting because the iDubbbz video was so horribly bad, and now he's here to defend himself, and it's going fucking terribly. It's actually embarrassing.
With you. Also, now, I'm glad that you brought up the obsession.
Do you think this is
because
reasonable?
I have some numbers as well.
Hold on, you're accusing me of being obsessed, Hasan. Is this reasonable? Or is this obsessed behavior? At what point does it become obsessed behavior? At 30 minutes per day? Because I don't talk about you that much, not even close.
Ethan, I have
Ethan
some
talks about him a lot.
information as well to present to you.
Shit.
Go ahead, and by the way, just take this in, okay?
On your
That's crazy.
Instagram stories alone, since January 1st, 2025. Hold on, let me pull this up really quickly. You have on your Instagram stories, not including clips, since January 31st, you have mentioned me 110 times.
What? Based on what? I don't believe that.
On your Instagram
hold on.
story
From what period?
posts
From what period of
since
time?
January 3rd.
That's probably true.
31st.
Hold on. Since what date?
No, that's you, not fan
I'm
channel.
asking you
This
for
is
what
your
date?
Instagram.
What's your date? What's the date? I'm asking.
January 31st.
2023?
Since January 31st on your Instagram stories.
What year?
Not including
What
clips.
year?
You have mentioned
What year?
me. 2025.
So you're saying I stored about you 100 times this year? That's an
110.
absolute fucking lie. Show me the evidence of that.
110
Show me your
times.
evidence. I've got pictures. What do you got? I talked about you 110
This is
times.
before
Show
the
me.
clips. You have basically 1.2 posts per day about me, 9 stories per week.
Where are you?
Thought he should have just dropped the nuke and then just kind of moved on. But that's why we love him. He's petty as fuck.
We tabulated it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the dump. Oh, no.
Oh, shit.
Son,
It's shocking. It shocked you, it seems.
Sure, yeah. But this isn't a somehow, by the way, this doesn't surprise you. 66 videos about me in the last 2 months. They're not my channels. They operate with your approval,
when you
under your
look at
direction. It's part of your disinfo campaign to avoid
it's
responsibility.
almost
So obvious.
always within the context. It's almost always within the context of you literally fucking possibly. When are we in agreement?
Hasan, you
called me
say
stupid, and I said my
you're
video is
streaming
bad,
it,
but
bro.
wait.
You're streaming the hate videos.
Is Ethan gonna talk about how Hasan was like laughing at him for having Tourette's or whatever? The other day it was fucking crazy.
You're streaming. This is what you stream. I make a
Ethan, your
story.
entire fucking stream is a hate video. What are you talking about? Your entire subreddit is a hate subreddit against me, which is fine. You want to do that? You can do that. That's precisely the reason why Reddit literally got back to you when you fucking cried to them about the snark channels and said, "What are you talking about? You basically have a harassment channel on Reddit. How are you complaining about this?" Not only that, but you also tried to sue anonymous Redditors to dox them.
When did I try to sue?
Openly
Whoa,
stated
whoa.
You wanted to dox.
Well, I think he tried to sue anonymous ones. He tried to sue people. He did try to sue people for like harassing him, which is kind of funny.
When did I
to their families?
Hold it. What? This is on
You sent frivolous lawsuits to Redditors, to anonymous Redditors, knowing full well that they would be scared into submission. You also posted about that on your Instagram stories.
Can anonymous Redditors defame you and harass you? Can anonymous posters who literally posted fake, they doctored posts, posted it on our subreddit saying I was banning people who are wishing a happy Ramadan. Okay, and that went viral.
I don't even know what the deal was. I don't even know what the fuck that was about.
Well, it's an outright lie. Hold on, dude. Let me respond.
Did you or did you not get your lawyer?
You need to stop because I'm going to.
Did you or did you not get your lawyer to try to bully, extort people? There are anonymous Redditors.
Who's
Sure,
extorting?
they said some shit about you.
Bro, let me answer. Are you just going to fucking
get?
Okay, you want to make this interview unwatchable? Is that your goal? Yeah,
Go on.
kind of, right? So let me talk.
Probably.
These anonymous posters, okay, were showing pictures of the front of our office, organizing to meet there. They were I know you haven't seen it, but it's true. They've documented.
What? What?
I have proof of them faking a post saying I was banning people wishing Ramadan that was supposed to start. That went viral in your community. It was picked up by people in your community, leftist Twitter, TikTok, etc. It was an outright lie. It was defamation. And by the way, fuck yeah, those people should be held accountable.
One instance where I've talked about you, Ramadan, whatever the fuck.
I'm explaining the context, dude.
I love that. He explains the context like Ramadan. What? What is it? What is that?
You're accusing me of something.
Until this moment. What are you talking about?
Bro, you're unreal. I'm explaining the context. How's that weird?
What?
Accuse me of something. I'm explaining why.
Because you're
Bro, if you're having audio issues, restart the stream, okay?
saying that I'm responsible for this when I have no fucking clue.
No, I'm not.
What you're talking about? I only saw the litigation.
Hasan, is it ever okay to sue a random Redditor for a reason? Is there ever a good reason?
There could be.
Okay, very good. Well, they were fucking.
Do you think? Okay. About this
great.
instance,
It's not that crazy then.
One of the Redditors that you sued.
I didn't sue anyone.
Not
First of
only
all,
did you sue for copyright infringement,
Hasan, you're lying. You are absolutely. Hold on, you're lying. So
well, I think he was talking about how there were people like Denims that are just watching his stream and not actually giving commentary, like or watching his video, right? But yeah,
process of suing them for copyright infringement, your lawyer demanded such insane things. Your only option to avoid litigation: you provide our office with all correspondence you've had with the moderators of H3 Snark. You provide our office with all correspondence you've had with other H3 Snark users. You provide our office with all correspondence you have had with Reddit. What does that mean?
Do you know why?
You provide our office with
Well,
information
isn't that how you do lawsuits? Like you go in heavy? No, is that not like exactly how you do a lawsuit? No.
regarding the identities of H3 snark moderators.
Do you know why?
What does that mean? And then your
I'm
lawyer
trying to
says,
tell you.
if
You just
do
asked me
not-
what does it mean, bro.
If you do not or cannot satisfy all 5 conditions, TEI will sue you for copyright infringement and misrepresentation.
Okay, so first
do
of
you
all,
think that, does
dude,
your lawyer
stop,
think
let
that
me
you can just like
answer.
make people
The hell, play.
dance?
All right.
If they
do you
got him on a
want to
copyright
have a
claim?
conversation, or do you want to just talk uninterrupted? I mean, that's what you do every day. Let's have a conversation. Okay. All right.
Sure.
Do you know why we sent them that letter?
I don't.
Well, well, I mean, do you think that the context might be important?
Sure.
Okay, so then what the fuck are you doing?
I'm listening. I'm waiting for you to explain. Well, just like you didn't explain why you had 110 Instagram stories, by the way. Which was
This
shocking
person,
to even you.
by the way, these people were committing continual copyright infringement. They were posting clips with the stated intention, Hasan, of stealing views from us. This person, we took down the DMC post, and they erroneously.
Views from you how? By
I'm
posting?
sorry. Do you want me to respond? This person
Stealing views from you how?
Because they
by
say
posting on Reddit.
Yes, duh. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, were they just like posting entire videos on Reddit? I've had that happen to me before. They'll post like my entire video on Reddit. You know, that's like, yeah, you know, I'm all for React content. Like, I think it'd be cool. Hey, it'd be pretty cool if people reacted to my shit. But like just watching it or just reposting it obviously is wrong.
Really?
So you're admitting that you literally filed a fucking frivolous,
really are stupid.
a frivolous copyright infringement lawsuit.
Do you know what a law?
Fair use.
Do you know the difference between a letter and a lawsuit?
Filed a
That wouldn't be fair use though if they're just re-uploading his stuff. What is he talking about?
frivolous lawsuit to
not
try
frivolous.
and stop people from criticizing you on Reddit.
Did I say?
Do you know how many people criticize me on my Reddit?
I didn't say
you know how many people
criticize.
criticize me on your
Oh
Reddit?
my god, this is so
Imagine if I
pointless.
was fucking suing them.
That's
How
true.
much would you talk about that?
You know what? I want to ask you something. They're posting
Wait,
paywall. They were posting
hold on.
paywalled content and saying,
Hold
"Watch it here so
on,
that you don't
hold
support
on
Ethan."
now.
Okay,
Hold on
spare
now.
me. Now let me ask you a question because this is fucking dumb. Okay, you always say that whenever. First of all, let me give you a stat.
Mr. Fair Use.
You've watched 11 hate videos about me since this has started. Do you know how many I've watched about you on stream?
Your whole stream is a hate video.
Zero.
Well, Ethan's whole stream is hate watching it, like is all hating on Hasan. So just to be clear, you know, this is the thing: is that like Ethan is petty as fuck, but I'm all for it, doggy.
Had zero people hold my hand through some obscene hate videos. You've watched 11 of them. Now let me.
That is a good point. Like like these people are holding his hand through it. Like he's having bad empathy to respond to Ethan basically for the content nuke.
Let me ask you this. Whenever I make a response to these videos, for example, the content cop, you say you don't have time because you need to get to the news, which is something important. Then how the fuck do you have 19 hours straight, uninterrupted, to watch 11 hate videos, but you're not willing to show my response? Don't you think?
Makes sense.
Ducking me for the past
Ducking you. I'm
4
sitting in front of
months.
you.
When you dropped the content nuke, I said I'm willing to talk to you.
Yeah, and you was like, "Hey, watch my content nuke first."
And you knew it wasn't going to look good, as today has demonstrated.
I said just
and that's
watch
precisely why you tried to add additional
watch the
qualifications
video.
to it. Like, oh, just watch my video. Just watch
That's not exactly a crazy qualification to be like, "Hey, watch the video." What are you talking about?
my video.
That's super reasonable. Why the fuck?
The reason Hasan didn't want to watch the video on his stream is because he didn't want any of his fans to watch the video. He didn't want people to be bothered enough to actually watch this this like actual fair points of criticism against him. That was the whole reason why.
But I have a conversation with you about a video you haven't seen.
Because it's me. I'm speaking.
It's not a biography. You understand that, right? Do you understand the difference between a biography and a video that's critical of your positions? Do you understand the difference? Hold on. Do you understand? Because I'm not sure you understand.
What's interesting,
It's
for
not
all
a
the people who are
biography.
tuning
It's
in
not
right
about
now-
the points in your life, about your mom and your dad and growing up with your family. I'm making specific arguments that I've articulated that you have not seen. So how the
Very
fuck?
poorly, by the
How
way.
do you know that? You haven't watched it.
Because I'm talking to you.
Oh, dude, I'm sorry. The only reason I got that is like, how do you know that? Because I'm talking to you. But Hasan said that he watched the content nuke in iDubbbz's videos. So what happened?
I've watched 11 hate videos.
And you haven't articulated a single good point yet. But
Hey.
By the way, instead of debating,
I'll
you watch it. It's very simple.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
You were dodging
I'll tell you
as
why.
fuck.
Because I responded to your context nuke before the nuke came out.
Which you can't provide, by
There's
the
a
way.
video on my channel. There's a video on my channel that I urge all of you who are interested to go and watch. It is sitting at like, what, 600,000 views? Not that many people watch it as opposed to the content nuke, okay? In that video, you will notice that months prior to Ethan's context puke, months prior to that, I addressed every single claim he made
You didn't
in
watch
his
the video.
video.
How do you know
Do
that?
I have the capacity to,
You didn't watch the video.
do I have the capacity
So
to
where'd
see
you get the
picture?
list? Did someone send you a list of all my points?
How?
Why not
How
just
did
watch
I
the
answer
video?
all
Then?
of his
Why not
questions?
just watch the video? It seems
Wait,
cowardly.
wait,
You're
can I
like,
get a
I
list
don't
of
want
all
to watch
your
the video.
points?
Just send me
Can
a
I get a
list
list
of
of all
all
your
the
points,
things. So I
Ethan?
can't get my feelings hurt. And maybe
Ethan,
he can make a good point.
You have, in
Why
the
not watch the
cringiest ways
video?
possible, considered yourself to be Kendrick Lamar in this beef, this one-sided beef that you created initially.
That's
that
right.
I didn't respond to until you tried to deplatform me and people who are pro-Palestine. Okay.
Who cannot?
So,
He didn't respond until iDubbbz made his shit piece on Ethan, and then he felt like he had to respond because the narrative was getting lost. He just keeps lying.
By
Let
the
me
way,
explain to you
being
something.
pro-Palestine
Why
means
did I
you are
have-
infallible
why
and
did I
can never
have
be
all the
criticized. That's
information?
awesome logic.
Why
You
did
want
I
to talk
have all
about the
the
content
information that I
nuke,
actually
Hasan?
responded to?
Hasan, you want to talk about the content nuke? Can you name one clip that was out of context? You call it the context puke. Name one clip that was taken out of context. Go ahead.
Watch my video and you'll find out.
Name one.
Watch my video.
Go ahead. It's
but
about.
he just said that the video wasn't actually on. That, but he just said that the video wasn't even on. Like it was like before. It was. What is he talking about? He said it wasn't even about any of that. It has nothing to do with any of the criticisms that were leveraged. That video, he literally just like identified it as just like some fucking random ass video. What? Where he responds to something else. Oh shit!
No, I'm kidding. I'll show you.
Didn't he say it was like all stuff before the content nuke even came out? He made responses. So what the fuck would it matter? It doesn't identify any of the actual points that Ethan made.
Okay, so one of the best examples that we were initially going to get to, and then we went on a long, drawn-out sequence over
what's that context?
Assaults, is that one of the clips that you used in your context nuke was the claim that I deny rapes happen. It was from
I showed evidence. That wasn't out of context. That was an opinion.
At the time, that thing that you clipped, where me being like, rapes happening do not change the dynamic for me, which was about.
We talked about this, bro. Can we please talk about something else? It's exhausting.
That argument, quite literally,
why are we
was
going
me
over this again?
defending the likelihood of rapes happening, Ethan.
Do
you feel like that was an appropriate way to show that I was a rape denier?
Bro. It literally wasn't out of context. What else do you have? I
showed. Do you feel like
I showed you
that wasn't out of context?
How was it out of context? How was it out of context?
Because that was an argument that I was having with a chatter who was saying, why don't you deny that rapes have happened? And I was saying, there is a likelihood that they might have happened because rapes are actually commonplace. Sexual assaults commonplace in conflict in general. So without evidence, I am not going to immediately dismiss these claims.
So here,
do you feel like that was sufficient to show that I was actually that I was actually at that moment saying,
I think I showed sufficient evidence, yes. But the video's an hour and 40 minutes long. It's very long. Wait, that's one example. That's one small. What else is out of context? Go on.
Okay, great. All right, let me give you the master list. Okay, if you want to watch the context of it, we can also go through these videos as well. Or you can just take my word for it. Up to you. What do you want to do? You want to go through the videos one by one, or do you want to
give me an example?
Why would you ever take his word for it?
Because that was out of context.
Okay. One of the other things that you've consistently done, aside from also the dude that you claimed was my fan, who now you admit wasn't my fan, that you falsely said was my fan.
Jiminy fucking cricket.
Okay, was the usage of the term inbred. I use inbred as a.
Yeah, Ethan instantly walked this one back, so it doesn't matter.
Wait. What?
Because I have that. Because I knew you were going to do this, and I have the clip pulled. Let's play it. And then you can
play it. The Jewish KKK brigades out there, just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks. Imagine the most inbred white supremacist guy you can imagine. Okay, every week there was another fucking psychopathic settler, inbred fucking douchebag. Oh, these inbred fucking douchebags in the background, dude.
That was the one that was justified, in my opinion, because those people were like stealing or like attacking aid trucks to Hamas, to Palestine. What the fuck am I talking about?
Nation entirely comprised of messianic inbred.
Although it seems like there's a lot more clips than I had originally thought of him calling fucking Jewish people inbred. I'm sure he'll just say that they're all Zionists.
Ultra orthodox psychopaths that these inbred don't understand. Educated, inbred, fundamentalist hicks.
Calling us in the middle of campus, calling us inbred, that we have no culture. One of them grabbed my friend's Israeli flag in the middle of campus, carried it to a mob by the gate that were communicating with the angry mobs outside of campus.
Untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, telling us that we are all inbred and that we have no culture.
Got a bad case of the hiccups on that.
Want to?
You gotta watch these clips too.
Inbred.
I bet if you're gluten free, you really hate Hasan right now.
Happy birthday, and that's
Okay, so yeah, go ahead and defend your continual use of the word inbred to describe Jewish people. Go on.
Wait, do you think I'm describing all Jewish people as inbred? Is that what your assessment is here?
Microaggressions, my friend. We're pretending they don't exist.
Shut up, dude. Come
you continually refer to Jewish people as inbred.
You are such a pussy. Oh my god. Yeah, dude. Of course I'm calling the fuck.
I think it by itself, it doesn't necessarily matter, but with everything else collected, it's very clear that like he's just trying to be as hateful as he possibly can be.
Kahanist, Jewish supremacist settlers inbred. Why is it that you tried to defend the actual Kahanist settlers that were destroying humanitarian aid when I was calling them fucking inbred? You were like, oh, why? They're just nice young Jewish boys, you said, when describing that fucking video.
Did you? So instantly walked that back, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Again, Hasan, you have a chronic problem with the truth. Here's what you're talking about.
Douchebags in the background, dude.
By the way, this is the difference between me and Hasan. When I get criticized, I pull it up and I watch the fucking criticism. Hasan opens Comrade KC tweets and snark posts and reads their interpretation of my video. Talk about being a pussy. You need people to hold your hands. Let's fucking be real here.
Yeah, I'm so scared of you. That's why I wanted to debate you.
And this is an ongoing like joke with this community. These are just fucking benign dudes. Just I don't know what the fuck they're doing. It looks like they're doing charity or something. It looks like they've got water or box or something, like they're helping. And he's going, oh, look at these inbred fucks. It's like, bro, who are you? What are you? By the way, even if they're doing whatever bad, you're still calling Jewish people inbred repeatedly. You understand that, right? Rubs off on
people. They're fucking Nazis, Ethan. What's wrong with you?
You're gonna obviously lose on that one, Ethan. If they're literally attacking like humanitarian aid, then it doesn't matter. It's okay to dehumanize people who are doing stuff like that, in my opinion.
You're referring continually to Jewish people as inbred, bro. You don't think that can affect people?
I call all racist right-wing reactionaries inbred. It's one of the fucking terms that I can use that isn't like immediately
How about one that doesn't fit into like an anti-Semitic trope?
insensitive.
Why did you laugh when that guy said that people were calling them inbred on campus? Why was that funny?
What do you mean? Because it's a fucking crybully claiming that
Crybully? He was walking through campus.
What?
He was walking through campus. How's he a crybully?
No, he's a crybully for going on Fox to be like, I was under attack. I was victimized once again.
What was the bully aspect?
What do you mean? When someone
to be a crybully, there needs to be a bully aspect. What's the bully aspect?
Have you literally left your goddamn belt?
I mean, just because Fox News has him on there doesn't necessarily mean that he's wrong. Fox News is unhinged, but if they're sitting there just being anti-Semitic on campus towards him for his mere existence, and like it's not crybullying, that's him being upset and using the media as a tool.
Blair Mansion for a second and looked at the news. Do you know what's going on? An entire year.
I don't like Hasan, but you're being way too biased towards Ethan. Okay, that's cool. Just give me like an example of that. What's a really good example that you feel like I'm being too biased? Like what's something that I've said that you disagree with? There's no problem with that. You can even come in the Discord if you want to, or you could just put it in the chat. There's no problem with that. Let me know.
Genocide side by side with people claiming that Jews are being victimized on college campuses has now led to the fucking Gestapo literally packing up pro-Palestinian student activists. You don't think that those fucking dipshits played a role in that?
Well, maybe they shouldn't have been. Maybe they shouldn't have been fucking attacking Jewish students then. Maybe that's the actual solution.
Fox News of all places? What the fuck is wrong with you? Of course you're not pro-Palestine. This is the reason why nobody thinks you're pro-Palestine, okay? Because you do this dumb shit. Because you can't fucking see the world outside of how...
So just to be clear, what just happened here is that because of what's the terrible things going on in Gaza, people in America who have no connection to it have used it as a justifier to hate Jewish Americans. And then that caused some people to be like, hey, this is fucked up. Fox News is the only one who really ran it. And then Trump decided to be a psychopathic fuck. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. You guys are just like desperately trying to bully fucking Jewish people over and over again. And now, like, yeah, Trump is a factor now, but it has nothing to do with it. That's like obviously a disproportionate response to fucking to defund people or kick people out of the country. I agree with that, but like you guys continuously attacked Jewish students for their mere existence, and then once Trump did a disproportionate response, it's like, see, it's actually really bad what you're doing. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? So it just ended. Oh shit!
You feel
every time Ethan walks something back, you just say, well, okay. When the fuck do I say, well, okay? What are you talking about? My whole point is that he acknowledges when he's wrong. Hasan doesn't walk anything back because he's a fucking loser. What are you talking about? You fucking idiot.
So you're saying people think I'm pro-Palestine because
Ethan just ended the stream. How you feel so far? I feel like Ethan is winning this conversation, obviously.
Because I don't like your repeated use of the word inbred against Jews?
No, that's not
Except for this one. I think that he shouldn't hold on specifically to when Hasan called a bunch of far right Israelis, white supremacists, inbred. I don't care about those people. If you're gonna attack aid, you deserve to be dehumanized, in my opinion. So
what I'm saying that you're running defense for Kahanists who are literally
I'm not defending
Nazis.
them. I'm attacking you. How is me saying why
you are fucking crying about me calling Nazis inbred in the process of them destroying humanitarian aid, going into Gaza, and then you're going, they look like kind boys.
Yeah, I took it back
they look
immediately.
like nice boys that were just holding the humanitarian aid. How do you assume that
I literally took it back immediately?
What the fuck is wrong with you?
I admit I was wrong and took it back immediately when I learned the context. Do you know how that works?
Oh my God, there's a lot more. You want to keep going?
Have you
piece by
ever?
piece?
No, it's fucking boring.
Now it's boring.
Because you're a chronic liar.
Well,
I went back.
Maybe I wasn't afraid of the context nuke. Okay?
I went back.
Maybe I wasn't afraid of it, but I was worried that you were going to fucking clip shit out of context and keep chirping to your
Well, he was obviously afraid of it. Like that's why he didn't watch it on his stream.
audience and lie to them. And now you can't lie to them. And all of a sudden, lo and behold, half of the fucking shit that we've talked about, you backtracked on. Maybe that's the reason why people think you're fucking pro-Israel at a time when you say that they're doing a genocide.
You said that the Houthi Luffy was not a pirate.
He's not.
Or I'm sorry, not Houthi affiliated.
He's not, but even if he was, I wouldn't care. I hope you understand that.
Because that's rewriting history.
I'm gonna say this very clearly to you.
No, it's not that you cared. It's that you fucking
very clearly to you right now. 10 toes down. Are you ready for this?
Go ahead.
I believe what the Houthis are doing in terms of stopping Israel doing a genocide to implement a blockade on the Red Sea is a good thing. 10 toes fucking down. They're on the morally right side. Don't you also think they're on the morally right side?
What have they done?
You're supposed to.
Hold on.
You're saying that it's a genocide.
Aren't they just attacking like random ships? What are you talking about?
What have they done?
What are they supposed to do?
They hijacked a boat that had nothing to do with Israel? Like fucking
That's
bravo.
not true. That's not true.
Really? What was that? What did it have to do with Israel?
It was literally owned by an Israeli.
It was partially owned.
Island.
It's a big multi-conglomerate company that was partially owned by an Israeli.
Yes.
It was bound for fucking
I mean, here's my thing. Hasan is justifying these people attacking Israeli boats or that are partially owned or boats that are partially owned by like an Israeli person, but he can't stop drinking soda. that's on the fucking boycott list because they give money to Israel, he still lives in the United States of America, a rich person, so that his money goes to taxes that go to Israel. Why? Like, you can't even stop drinking soda and just move to Canada. You can't even do the bare minimum for a fucking multimillionaire. Like, what you don't care about any of these Palestinian people. He doesn't give a fuck about any of these people. He's such a loser.
For Turkey, from India,
what do you mean?
they kidnapped 5 totally unrelated Filipino fucking prisoners and kept prisoners for a year.
In your fucking video, are you going to take that back too now? Now you admit that you were wrong on that
Take
part
what
too?
back? I didn't hear
Wow,
you.
what are we on? 4? 5? How many points have you actually backtracked
I don't know.
on
I don't know what you're accusing me of. What was I wrong about?
You said in your video that it had nothing to do with Israel. You claimed that it wasn't owned by an
Partially
Israeli
owned by an Israeli
conglomerate.
guy?
You were wrong.
Partially owned by an Israeli guy?
Ethan's made at least 5 extraordinarily small errors that he's corrected, most of which almost immediately after he said them. Hasan is definitely in the right on this one.
It's British owned. It's owned by a British
It is
company.
an Israeli
It's owned
conglomerate
by a
that owns
British
the
company.
fucking ship.
So it's owned by a British
You literally
company.
claimed that it was owned by Isle of Man. It was an Isle of Man ship.
It is.
Like, you think all of these ships mysteriously are just owned by that, and it's not a fucking easy
How
flag
much of
to
this?
get.
How much of this? So if this Jewish or this Israeli guy, is
0.5.
if this Israeli guy, how much does he need to own of this business that owns this boat to justify? Is it 0.1? Is it 0.2? Is it 5%? How much?
I don't know, and I don't care.
Ethan, 5% is a lot. Okay, I don't know if you know that, but it's an extraordinary amount.
Because I think that
Well,
even if they got some of the ships wrong, I still think they're on the right side. Don't you?
I mean, like, I agree with their.
I'm not even conceding on
So Hasan is now. So he's like kind of lightly admitting he was wrong. What the fuck?
that front, by the way, because I do think that once again that was owned by an Israeli
No,
conglomerate.
it wasn't. That's an outright
video.
lie. You're lying. It's not owned by an Israeli conglomerate. You're fucking lying. That's an outright pathetic lie. And you're
say it
basically
was
running
an
defense
Isle
for
of
terrorist
Man.
organization.
The flag
Now,
was
do
on
I
Isle of Man.
I defend what they do? I think what they're doing, their message is good. Their method is terrible.
Oh, you wait. Dude, let's ring up the fucking Al Houthi family real quick. Tell us how you would stop a genocide when you're the poorest country.
Well, not
on the
hijacking an
fucking
unaffiliated
planet
boat
that
and kidnapping
withstood-
15 fucking nationals and holding them for a year. How is that helping anyone?
Yeah, that's another thing that you actually got wrong, by the way, that even fucking Willie Sloptube called you out on. Those people, by the time you had released your context puke, those people had been released.
It was,
What
yeah,
would you
I
do,
remember.
Ethan?
They,
What would you
I
do?
said they were prisoners for a year. I know they were released. It literally happened like the day I was finishing the video.
Oh, just you couldn't.
They were held prisoner for a year? Were they held prisoner for a year? Were they held prisoner for a year? Were they held prisoner for a year?
Yeah, they were.
That's
were.
what I
They were
said.
held
Thank
hostage.
you.
Yeah, they were all hostage.
So how's
For
that
sure.
help Israel? Taking a bunch of Filipino fucking unaffiliated sailors
Do you
hostage
understand the
for a
concept
year.
of deterrence?
Well, how's it deter Israel? Kidnapping fucking
Do you understand the
foreign
concept of
sailors?
deterrence? Yes,
How is that a
stopping
deterrence?
It is a show of force to stop successfully, mind you, to stop other commercial shipping from going through. They literally bankrupted an entire Israeli port. I'd say that's numbers on the fucking board, baby. And like I said, 10 toes down, support that initiative. Because if you believe it's a genocide, what the fuck are they supposed to do? Should they allow their coastline to continue having commerce as though nothing is going on up there?
Personally, if I was like a really big activist for Palestinian people, and like I really cared about the cause, and I got, tens of thousands of people watching me every day that show up to my stream and they expect me to be very pro-Palestinian, and I say things like terrorism is okay as long as it's against, the Israeli government and all these things, I would stop drinking Dr. Pepper at the very least. I'm gonna be real with you guys. As I know it's a tough one, but I would try my best not to drink. I would try my best because it's actually tough. I would maybe try not to drink it on stream in the middle of a debate where I'm virtue signaling about how much Palestine is oppressed. I'm not saying they're not oppressed, but obviously he doesn't care. I'd also probably move, especially since I say I hate America so much. I'd probably move out of America. Stop letting my tax dollars go to all this horrible shit that's going on. Right? That's what I would do personally. But I don't know if anybody ever would have thought of that. I'm actually a genius. How I thought of these incredibly fucking nuanced things.
Palestine, where Israel is doing a genocide in Palestine. How do you think the Yemeni population should have responded to the Israeli genocide? Should they have sat back and just let
Yemeni
it
is not
happen?
Houthi, by the way.
And also, they can't say, obviously, they fucking can't say from the river to the sea, Palestine, because that scares you, Ethan. So obviously they can't do that either. So
it's what Norman Finkelstein
how can
said.
people be pro-Palestine in a way that you think is appropriate?
Where your example is hijacking an unaffiliated ship and kidnapping 15 sailors?
Not unaffiliated. It's not unaffiliated. But even if it was unaffiliated, as I said already, if it was unaffiliated, that wasn't unaffiliated. You lied about that, and you recognize that you lied about that for the record.
Okay.
But if it was, it was.
Well, I mean, there's a difference between a lie and a potential misconception, just to be absolutely clear.
And even if
they didn't even kidnap random people. That's like terrorist shit. Why are they kidnapping random unaffiliated sailors? How are you defending
Ethan,
that?
You know what's
You're defending them
terrorist shit?
kidnapping these unrelated foreign sailors?
You know what's terrorist shit? Israel fucking blowing up a humanitarian aid flotilla. 1,002. No, I'm not saying you're defending that. I'm just explaining to you what actual terrorism looks like.
Well, you are defending terrorism,
as
though.
of this conversation
And
taking
you've done
place,
it many
Israel
times
last
during this
night
conversation.
literally drone striked a fucking humanitarian.
You know what actual terrorism also looks like? Occupying 20% of another country And you know, people who are usually against terrorism would be like, "Hey, that's bad," but some people are just like, "Hey, I don't really have a side here because you know, because why not?"
Humanitarian aid ship.
I wish Ethan would bring up like the fact that Hasan does not give a fuck about terrorism or anything. Like bring up fucking ask him why he doesn't give a fuck about Russia. Like get him on cognitive dissonance on this. Like why is this stupid fuck talking about how much he cares about Palestinian people, but he literally can't support Ukraine? It makes no sense.
Is headed for Gaza off the coastline of Malta. That's real fucking terrorism. What the Houthis are doing, on the other hand, is resistance, and it's not only moral, but it's just.
Very good. You're right. You're so righteous.
Justice is
Do you
served,
think that the Filipino hostages who were held there for a year agree that that was an awesome? You know, that was an awesome act of resistance. Probably not. Right?
Probably not. Can you explain to me what you would do? What would you do?
I would just move to Canada. But that's only if I was like a really rich streamer. That's a little different, obviously.
Well, first of all, I think that like there's something to be said for stopping the cargo in that strait, but they're doing it insanely fucking stupid. They're stopping unaffiliated ships and they're kidnapping unaffiliated people. How is that good? They're doing it bad.
It's not an unaffiliated ship, by the way.
I'd probably do the same fucking thing, honestly. If I was in their exact same circumstance, right? We're all just kind of like we're all just inputs, right? Biology, you know, circumstance. Doesn't make it right, though.
But even then,
you won't explain how it's affiliated. You said it's owned by an Israeli conglomerate. That is an outright lie. Hold on, you're doing disinformation right now. It was not owned by an Israeli conglomerate. You said that. It was a lie. Galaxy Leader is a vehicle carrier that was owned by a British company, operated by a company connected. It was connected. It wasn't even. He didn't even own it. He was connected to an Israeli businessman. It was co-owned by a business that this Israeli guy was involved in.
Yeah, co-owned by Abraham Ungar.
So what? You know his name.
What do you mean? It's co-owned by an Israeli. What are we talking about?
No, it's co-owned by a company.
Wait, it's just co-owned by an Israeli? What does that matter if it's just co-owned by an Israeli person? I thought that it wasn't about. I thought it was just Zionists that we hated, not Israeli people. Is this person like a Zionist as well, or something?
It has an Israeli dude affiliated with it.
Well, you asked me how it's
owned by a British company.
You asked me how it's connected. I'm telling you how it's connected.
Well, you're lying.
And now you don't like that connection.
But you're lying. That's what I don't like.
I'm not lying. The ship info is readily available, Ethan.
Yeah, I agree.
That's what I usually say when I lie, though. I'm not lying.
It doesn't matter anyway. The problem for me, really, it doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Well,
Okay,
so
that's
the
point
larger
number 5 that you also presented falsely on your context view.
The problem is more the kidnapped sailors. I just don't understand you can justify kidnapping a bunch of unaffiliated sailors.
I don't, Ethan.
You are. You asked.
Ethan,
you go.
What about the whole like the drug that makes you kiss Hamas shit? Like, I'm wondering, did we get to that at some point?
Have you ever heard of deterrent?
Yeah, walk with me through this carefully.
Yeah, please explain to me how it's justifiable to kidnap 15 sailors.
What would you do? Ethan, what would you do? You have a better way to do it, I think. We're going to figure it out.
Well, like I said, you can do it without kidnapping unaffiliated
During the
holding them for a year.
There were militancy, resistance, okay, that cut off supply lines, okay, supply lines for the Nazis, or even sometimes supply lines that actually impacted the civilians, okay, impacted civilians. Do you feel like that kind of resistance was unwarranted?
It's completely irrelevant. Why did they hold them for a year?
I don't know.
Okay, because they're terrorists.
What? Because they're terrorists?
Yeah, they're terrorists. They kidnap innocent civilians.
Are they? So
the Filipino guys?
The people that are resisting against the Israeli genocide that you call a genocide are actually terrorists because you don't agree with
kidnapping
their
innocents?
fucking methods. Well, you have no way.
Kidnapping innocents.
No alternative. You have no alternative.
That's not true. I said just don't kidnap innocent people.
Nothing else.
It's easy. Just don't kidnap innocent people. They could have done that, right? They could have taken the boat. They could have commandeered the boat and not kidnapped people, right? Oh, is that possible?
Okay, fair. Do you think that warrants the standard of saying that one of the only groups that is
he realized he can't be strong on that fucking point.
Doing militancy against and resisting against Israel's genocide, which they stopped, by the way. They literally stopped when Israel actually followed through on a ceasefire. If they were just, erroneously and randomly fucking trying to claim ships because they're pirates, they want to live the pirate life, then obviously they wouldn't have stopped doing that, don't you think? And they only started their blockade after Israel started starving Gaza again. And then
that's
also
great.
Turned
what does
around.
that do with innocent sailors?
Ethan, I don't think you want to go down this route.
I'm ready. What do you mean?
Innocent people is terrorism.
He's probably not. It's probably not going to be productive for him to necessarily go down this route. Well, I mean, I guess he has to defend his point, generally speaking. You can disagree with the actions while understanding that they feel like they're pressured into it. But it seems like there's very little connection from the shit. Ethan should just like really harp on the point where it just seems like there's very thin connection to Israel, if any at all, exists. He should just like harp on that point instead of like let Hasan move him into this fucking other direction.
Israel terrorist. Is the IDF terrorist?
I mean, you could
because Hasan is like successfully shifting the conversation to like a different topic of conversation. It's gone from like, hey, what does this ship have to really do with Israel, to like, hey, is it justified for people who are getting attacked to engage in violence to try to take their country back, right? So these are two different. You probably shouldn't let him like shift him in this direction.
Characterize it that way.
Is the IDF terrorist?
I mean, it's an army, so it's a different thing. It's like
why is it a different thing? You think the Ansarullah movement doesn't have a standing army? They have an army.
The Houthis did like a hostile takeover of like a portion of Yemen. They're at odds with the government. It's different. They also own slaves, by the way.
We're going to talk about the Ansar Allah movement.
But I'll say yeah, Israel. The IDF is terrorist. Yes, the IDF is terrorism.
Hold on. Talk to me about how the Ansar Allah movement actually came to power without getting any notes from your Discord or anything like that. Explain to me the process in which Ansar Allah actually came to power.
I don't know.
What?
I do not know.
Oh, you don't know?
Yeah, you should
That's
try
really
saying that
interesting
sometimes.
because in your video, you also used a lot of Saudi outlets to be like, these guys are actually doing slavery.
Give me
and
one.
it turned out that actually...
Are they actually not doing slavery? Wow, that's crazy. I can't believe they ended it.
The Saudi outlets.
The videos that you used did not even suggest that it was Ansar Allah that was doing slavery in the fucking poorest country on the planet. Okay?
The Houthis have slaves. That's not even contested.
They weren't the ones who were doing the slavery according to your own fucking video, but you still used it.
The
and you
Houthis
used
have slaves,
Saudi
undisputed.
propaganda papers that at a time when
I just
Saudi
don't understand why
Arabia
you're
was doing
defending
a
the
fucking
Houthis
genocide.
for having slaves and kidnapping innocents. It's just so unnecessary.
What are you talking
Just
about,
acknowledge
dude?
that they do terrible shit.
The Saudi-backed government was the one that was actually doing slavery.
No, well, if they did, then the Houthis also have slaves. That's just a statement of fact.
No, the Houthis don't have shit. Okay, it's
they don't have shit. They don't have slaves.
Damn, they don't have any. They don't even have shit. Let's see if this is true. So this AI overview said the question of whether the Houthis have slaves, don't ignore the fact that I spelled it wrong. Doesn't matter. Is complex and relies on reports from various sources, many of which are dated or come from outlets with potential biases. Based on available information, there are allegations and some evidence suggesting that Houthis, who control significant parts of Yemen, have engaged in practices that could be classified as modern slavery or forced labor though the extent and nature of the practices is debated. Interesting. Okay. All right. So maybe it's a little more contentious than we think.
They don't even have slaves. They don't even have food. Like, what are you talking about?
That's not the point I'm making. They are the poorest country on the planet that just came out of a
and
man-made
how's that
famine.
blockade, by the way, helping the
Saudi
country?
Arabia
How is
and
the blockade
UAE.
helping the
Why
famine
did
in
you
Yemen?
use-
How's the blockade helping the famine in Yemen?
There is, as far as I understand, there's no longer a famine in Yemen. I'm talking about before, because you talked about how you were a regional expert.
What is blockading it doing for the poorest country on earth?
Ansar Allah and their violent takeover of Yemen. So I was like trying to figure out what you know about this. Maybe you know something that I don't know. So I was trying to pick your brain a little bit.
So explain to me why it matters.
It seems like you don't know shit.
Sure, I don't know about this specific thing. Tell me why it matters.
Why it matters? What their blockade?
Yeah, clearly.
Their blockade is. Their blockade is awesome.
Why it matters? How they came to power?
Oh, because you used Saudi newspapers in the time when Saudi Arabia, according to Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, all fucking NGOs, was doing a Western-backed blockade that was killing hundreds of thousands of people. And the headlines that you used in your context were from Al Arabiya and numerous other outlets that had their own personal investment in vilifying the Ansar Allah movement. Having said that, of course, I also think that there are plenty to criticize about the Ansar Allah movement. I don't agree with everything that they're fucking doing. As I've said time and time again, like their banner, right? Their banner says first to Jews, which you also presented in your video. Except, remember when you talked about Norm Finkelstein? And how Norm Finkelstein doesn't agree with From the River to the Sea,
You agree
Palestine
with
will be
kidnapping
free?
civilians.
Can we play the clip of Norm Finkelstein talking about the curse to Jews and what he thinks about that? Let's do that. Let's pull up the clip of Norm Finkelstein's thoughts on
how's that
Houthis'
relevant?
actions
How's
and
that
the
relevant?
blockade against
How's
Israel.
that
You used him
relevant?
as a primary source earlier because you thought, he's a reputable guy, which I
he
think I
said
agree.
something that I've said that I've been criticized for. What does that have to do with
Well,
it?
I think it's because he said he liked Norm Finkelstein. Facade said he liked Norm Finkelstein, so Ethan was using him. It was like, okay, you like him. Well, look, he thinks that this this phrasing is bad. Yeah, sure.
Every other take he's taken. It doesn't mean that I support that, like we're aligned with every other take in the world.
Dan, can you play this clip real quick? Sorry, this is 50 seconds.
It's irrelevant.
I passed it along.
It's totally irrelevant.
What do you mean?
Dan caught in the fucking crossfire over is fucking hilarious. Sorry, Daniel.
It's irrelevant.
Because who gives a fuck what he said about it?
Wait, what do you mean?
You want to talk about?
You use this perspective on From the River to the Sea to imply that he agrees with you.
He does.
I want to see if you agree with him on this. Just play it.
All right, I'll play it.
Thank you.
So here, I'm going to play it, okay? And then when this is done, let's move on to something I know we both want to talk about. You claim, I'm going to play it. I just want to set this up. You claim that the worst thing I said in the context, puke, is that I wrongfully portrayed Jewish people fleeing from their countries. And I denied the Nakba somehow, which is crazy. So let's talk about that after this clip.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, perfect.
No,
and by the way,
you're not going to scare us. You're not going to
I'll just say up front, we can end on that point,
Oh, I can keep going all day
sure
if you want to.
Yeah, I know. I know you go to bed tonight in a cool race car.
Crazy. There's so much more. I'm so fucking surprised that there's so much here.
But I have family.
Okay, no, that's fine. Why are you thinking about what my bedroom looks like? It's kind of weird, man.
Yeah. No, you're right. You fucking badass fucking sports car bed. It's
very odd.
As long as the people in Gaza are subjected to a genocide, we won't stop. Do you know all the praise that's given to the Danish government because it helped evacuate Jews during World War II? But is there a case where a totally distant people did that for the people of Gaza? If I were to give a Nobel Peace Prize, I would divide it between three. South African delegation. Number two, those doctors who volunteered to go to Gaza, the Doctors Without Borders and others. One doctor, he was Palestinian. Why don't you leave? Because he had an option. He was able to go. He said, I didn't go to medical school for 30 years to abandon my people. He was killed. And the third, it's the Houthis. If genocide is the crime of crimes, the Houthis are the hero of heroes.
Yeah, I mean, the first two examples, I definitely agree. I think it's psychotic to give the Houthis a peace prize. That's nuts.
Why?
Because what the fuck have they done for peace other than kidnap innocent civilians? What have they done for their own populace? As you said, the poorest country on earth.
That is
What
a
are they doing
direct
for peace?
material. The Houthis. the Houthis have.
What does this have to do with the River of the
direct
Sea?
material consequences for Israel as it has implemented a genocide.
All right, let's give them a peace prize. Whatever, I don't care. Let's give them a peace prize.
I think they deserve it.
Yes, absolutely, without a doubt.
Yeah. Wait, also,
don't ask the unaffiliated prisoners who were held for a year, though.
I wish I had a Nobel fucking 5-piece chicken nugget, right? Or fucking, 5-piece regular chicken from like Popeyes, I'll tell you. Fucking 8-piece. Shit.
If they do.
No, I don't. I think you're.
I was thinking after this, I'm going to go help my wife fucking plan our party, help finish our party, all the cleaning that needs to be done. I'm like, oh, we'll just do this. No big deal. Blah, blah, blah. These guys are fucking going crazy today. I'm surprised. I mean, I don't know why I'm surprised. I thought that they'd want to finish as soon as possible.
Missing the broader point here. You're missing
we are here to endure.
For the trees.
Right.
Here, I'll give you a great example of this, by the way, because you spent a lot of time being like, the Houthis are bad. They're homophobic. I'm sure they are. Holy shit. Also, Dana,
homophobia based, though? Is that the case?
Switching back to me on my end. Sorry.
Let's talk about the issue of the Nakba and stuff.
Okay, hold on. I know you keep saying, oh, it doesn't matter. This is boring. Whenever you come across
no, it's irrelevant,
you have to admit
and you just talk and talk and talk. It makes the video unwatchable.
The Houthis, you said the Houthis are barbaric. They're homophobic. They hate women. All this shit, right?
Well, isn't that what he did to justify? I think it was China imperializing Tibet. Isn't that exactly what he said?
And I'm sure a lot of that is correct. Of course it is. It is the fucking poorest nation on the planet, and all of it is
true. Isn't Saudi Arabia pretty rich and they still oppress people? I'm just saying. I'm not saying it's specifically because they're brown people or anything. I'm saying that the closer religion or the more control religion has in a fucking country, the more oppressive that country seems to get. So, seems fucking crazy, man.
It's fucking death and destruction. This doesn't justify having that sort of opinion, of course, but it certainly understands, don't you think? Certainly is part of the point,
maybe
the problem. And the best possible way to probably get them to have a civil rights movement to give gays rights would probably be to stop fucking bombing them, as Joe Biden did and as Donald Trump has done.
Yeah, that wasn't my chief criticism. I mean, again, my criticism is that they are kidnapping civilians.
Yeah, I know. You don't like their methods, but you have no alternative method.
I said just do it without kidnapping civilians, dude. It's not rocket science.
Let's get back to the IDF. You said the IDF is maybe not a terror organization, but the IDF is a terror organization.
I didn't say that. Wrong.
Through and through.
Wrong. Again, a liar.
Okay, so you think the IDF is a terror organization?
I said yes.
I
think it's fair to characterize them that way.
Okay. Your wife was in the IDF.
Yeah.
She's a terrorist. Holy fuck, I knew.
Do you believe your wife is a terrorist?
Of course not.
You have considered a 19-year-old Yemeni TikToker who is not even a part of the Al-Houthi family with no Houthi affiliation, but simply a person that says he stands with the Houthis, and I do too, a terrorist over and over again because he has a gun. In the second
well, he said he aligns with the Houthis, but he could still get him on the point that, like, yeah, he's young and dumb, just like Hila was when she was in the IDF. Yeah, he could claim that, sure.
Highest gun ownership density per capita, and because he responded to a fucking Instagram comment saying,
I thought that was Alabama.
and he's a soldier, a dude who doesn't even speak English.
Let's watch
You kept claiming that he was a terrorist over and over again.
Well, he said he was a terrorist, and what are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about?
His name is Rashid al-Haddad. He is not even a fucking Zaidi Shia. He's not even a part of the Houthi family.
Let's watch the evidence.
His last name would be al-Houthi, not al-Haddad. Okay?
Let's watch the evidence.
This person.
My mom says Maria sometimes when she's talking about Hispanic people. That so that's kind of what Hasan sounds like to me. Maria. Hasan sounds like Trisha Paytas saying quesadillas every time he fucking talks, bro. It's actually impressively fucking crazy.
You looked at a 19-year-old fucking teenager who's a TikToker
who said that he was a terrorist, yeah,
in the poorest country on the planet, who's only known death and destruction, and spent countless fucking hours looking through whatever his social media was.
Couldn't even count the many hours that he spent. It was insane. You think he can't even count?
Like, this guy is bad.
Let's look at it.
Yeah, of course he's fucked up. He lives in goddamn Yemen.
Do you know what the bigotry of low expectations is?
Like you, dumbass.
Do you know what the bigotry of low expectations is? You're saying because he's poor, he hates Jewish people? Let's watch. Ready?
No, it's not because he's poor that he hates Jewish people. It's because he lives in fucking Yemen. And in that part of the world, the only thing that people see is the dangerous conflation of Zionism and Judaism.
I'm sure that's really sad. You know, it's really interesting that Hasan is running defense for a literal 19-year-old terrorist. But when there was a slight increase in far-right sentiment in Ukraine, after they were getting, genocided by by the Russian government and invaded and occupied, that kind of disappeared. He's like, no, look, they're actually bad people. It's really interesting, like the way that he engages in cognitive dissonance here. It's fucking oppressive. Oh shit.
The fighter jets that blow up their fucking schools have a Star of David next to them. And when the Palestinians are kidnapped, when they're fucking forced to go through military trial detention, they get fucking Stars of David carved on their heads. Israel is the one that dangerously and falsely claims to be the nation state of Jews. Israel is the one that makes everybody think that this action, all of the action, the genocide that you called a genocide, is actually being done at the behest of Jews.
That's not true.
Of course, for everyone in that side of the fucking world, when they say Jew, it's interchangeable with Israel. Many of these people, including
Do you think he's like Anne Frank?
What?
Do you think he's like Anne Frank?
Oh, of course, absolutely. He has withstood genocide. He has withstood genocide by the Saudi government. Of course I do. I think that talking to, but my point that I was fucking presenting, my point that I was fucking
Frank
presenting.
is famous for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite a fucking Holocaust that took every member of her family but her dad. That's why she's inspiring. This guy went on Twitter and said, fuck Jewish people.
Would you think Anne Frank would be less inspiring if she somehow was able to get out?
If she was like, I want to kill Germans and hang them? Yeah.
Took up arms?
Yeah, sure.
Against the Nazis? Would you say that Anne Frank is bad for that? Say Anne Frank is bad for that, Ethan.
For something that didn't
Anne
happen?
Frank would be bad if she took up arms against the violent Nazi occupation. Say it.
It wouldn't be the same, for sure.
It wouldn't be the same.
She's
Why would it
famous
be?
for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite living through a Holocaust. You understand that? That's not what...
If
Let me show you. Let me show you.
Do you think that if Anne Frank... do you think that if Anne Frank took up arms against the Nazi occupation,
Israel
you would
isn't
call her a
occupying
bad
Yemen
person?
anyway.
What?
Israel's not occupying Yemen.
Israel isn't. But for every single country in this region, American imperialism is all
You say the
they have
Saudis,
known.
you said this, why don't they say death to Saudi Arabia on their flag? Why is it Jews? Why is it damn the
they're directly
Jews?
fighting Saudi Arabia.
Oh,
What are you talking
you see
about?
the Star of David, of course they hate Jews. What about why does their flag say death to fucking Israel and damn the Jews?
Their flag says death to America, death to Israel, a curse upon the Jews.
Damn the
which
Jews,
I have
curse
said
upon
time
the
and time
Jews.
again is kind of gauche, not acceptable, not
That's
appropriate
nice.
by Western standards. But if you listen
Why
to
does it say
Norm
Saudi
has a
Arabia?
clip on that too. Norm has a clip on that too. Do you want to see?
No,
Do you wanna see it?
let me show you this because you've been
You
going
wanna
on
hear
and on.
Norm Finkelstein explain that?
No, I want to show you this, okay? You've been talking. Very good. Let's watch this.
Do you condemn the Warsaw Ghetto
Hasan,
Uprising, Ethan?
You got to stop.
Do you condemn the Warsaw Ghetto
I'm
Uprising?
going to play this video, okay? He says, ready for sacrifice. Oh, maybe I read it.
Sacrifice and eager for martyrdom. Maybe he's talking about football. Here he is singing a song with the words, "Do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew?" The meaning of Houthi is a title, and it's not something to fear, but for the Jews. They are very afraid of this title. The execution we will carry out on all Zionists, with the lovely depiction of a man impaled through his asshole and out of his mouth.
Damn, dude, that's a fucking deep. That's a deep dingle, bro.
With a pike, or how Hasan likes to say it, a pike for a cup.
It looks like or you can call it. It's not a pike. It's a park, or it's Hasan Parker. That's what it is.
Okay, why would he retweet this article called "Houthis use social media to boost global prominence and support"? Israel falls. Wait for the new operation in Tel Aviv. The Jaffa drone, which no Israeli defense.
It sounds like there's a lot of fucked up shit going on in the world, and regardless of who you sided with, they're going to be kind of a scumbag. So I'm going to go with the one that has really good French fries. Personally, I think that's going to be how I vote from now on, based on who has the best French fries.
Can stop. The ships we bombed and sank. I know the red arrow is supposed to be a cool military
based?
Hamas thing. This is a butt plug. Just saying. To every Zionist, I will put this into your stomach. And let me state the obvious. Jew and Zionist is clearly interchangeable to this guy. Okay, but hating Jews doesn't make you a Houthi. Are you a soldier? Yes. That seems pretty definitive.
Why did he say yes? Are you a soldier?
Bro, he doesn't even fucking speak English. You're like, oh, he's a soldier. Wait, even if he is, I'm gonna ask.
Well, that's the thing is, like, if he is, why not just be like, yeah, you know what? He is a soldier because, you know, he said he is one. But can't you understand why, like, a 19-year-old has been oppressed his whole life, et cetera, you know, et cetera, would join that? That's different. It's just so weird that Hasan has this habit of, like, desperately trying to whitewash, like, downplaying rapes. No, they're not actually terrorists. No, this, that. Instead of being proportionate, he's just being dishonest. He's, like, whitewashing every single thing that he talks about. Just be honest. Be like, yeah, you know what? I think it's justifiable that he has these thoughts because he grew up oppressed his whole life. Oh, okay, cool. You're being honest. Like, great. Gotcha. Now it's consistent. We can move on. But instead, it's got to be this constant fucking disinformation campaign.
I'll ask you a question very clearly and very deliberately.
Yeah, let's
If Anne Frank,
just like Anne Frank, by the way.
If Anne Frank,
if Anne Frank took over a ship, what would you do?
If we had the internet during the time of the Holocaust and Anne Frank posted about this is what we're going to do to the Nazis, would your analysis of Anne Frank change even a little bit, even an iota?
Yes, of course it would.
If honestly, she'd probably have an OnlyFans, and then I'd be like, ew, fuck this. I hate women. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know what is wrong with me today.
Because she's famous for being a pacifist, not tweeting out death to all Zionists. She's famous for...
Why does he laugh when he says a pacifist? Does he not believe that she was famous for being a pacifist or something? I'm a little confused with that one.
Seeing the good in people, not fucking tweeting out
well,
that
you
we
and I
want to
have a
nuke Israel. What
disagreement
do you
on that
mean?
one because I would not give a fuck. I would be loud and proud going, hey, that's what she said. That's what we're going to do to the Nazis. Fuck yeah, girl.
So after watching that compilation, you still agree that he's just like Anne Frank?
Basically.
Did you not hear what I asked you?
I'm just summarizing.
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Anne Frank died before she could resist. But if she did, I would never hold that against her.
She was fucking killed in a concentration camp, you psychopath.
But if she
was exterminated with her whole fucking family. Her dad's the only one that survived and recovered her journal. Are you fucking mad?
Either, Ethan, right? Would you hold that against her? Would you hold that against her?
I wouldn't hold it against her, but she wouldn't be the same historical like figure that said, despite my family being killed in a concentration camp and everyone being murdered, I'm still a pacifist that sees the good in people. What the fuck what's so confusing about that? Not kill Zionists, not nuke Israel, not a pike through Zionist assholes.
I can't believe we're once again discussing the posts of a dude in Yemen
You
who
really
is
like to do
19
that.
fucking years old.
Well, you said he's not a Houthi.
No.
You mean you went on and on and on and on about how he's just some random fucking innocent kid that you platformed and blazed the fuck up, by the way. Which is, by the way, just terrible journalism. Like you have KFC in Yemen? Is that the fucking best question you have for someone who's apparently surviving a genocide in Yemen, who's been with the crew of kidnapped hostages?
Well, this conversation with Hasan was like meeting a hero. Okay, this guy definitely knew who Hasan was. It was this hero, so he's trying to ask him nice questions. Man, he's like, "Oh, what would you do if you were what's your favorite One Piece character? What's your favorite 3-piece KFC meal?" These are all very valid questions, Ethan, okay? He doesn't have to give him any reasonable pushback. It's not like he's talking to a literal admitted terrorist or something. All right, come on.
Was apparently partied with the captains.
Correct.
You say, is there KFC in Yemen? Are you fucking kidding me?
All right, here's some clips that you haven't
besides
shown.
being like wrong, it's
Here's some clips.
insanely
No,
incompetent.
we're going clip for clip. We're going clip for clip. Can you please play this? It's from my subreddit.
Sure. Give me a sec. Dan's got to pass it to me. Okay, after this, please, we got to move on to the Nakba thing.
Yeah. Every single victim of Israeli or American violence has to be a pacifist.
Okay, do you want me to watch this? I mean, what the fuck, bro? It's 4 minutes, so I'm not going to watch the whole thing, but I'll watch like a minute or 2 minutes. Okay?
طبعا جاتني اسئله كثيره ماذا اذا اليهود قرروا ان يعودوا الى اليمن؟ هل نسمح لهم ولا لا ولا؟ طبعا طبيعي يعني احنا اليمنيين متجهين للسلام يعني اليمن مسموح لاي شخص يعيش فيها.
This is like shot like by a fucking like propagandist. What are you talking about? Like
it probably is. It has sad music and all that other shit. My thing is why didn't Hasan ask him any of these questions and give him a chance to like humanize himself in a meaningful way? Not like, hey, anime, not like I have got an anime on my side way, like an actual meaningful way.
He's all fucking dolled up. He's got makeup on. The lighting is perfect. Yeah, he's like, guys, please, we love the Jews. Give me a break. Our problem is not with the Jews,
like a
guys.
big man, buddy, dunking on a fucking 19-year-old living in Yemen. You pick and choose what you think.
No, this is obviously like a propaganda, piece, right? Because he's literally posting memes about killing Jews. He obviously hates Jews. It's just a propaganda piece to trick people like Hasan and his fucking fans into thinking that it's valid. Again, like it's obviously a propaganda, just like every country runs its own propaganda pieces. Like it's not I'm not sitting here shitting on him for it, but that's what this is. Obviously, you have to be a fucking idiot to not realize that this is like a legitimate like a fucking propaganda arm. Yeah, that's how wars are fought, through social media, disinformation and misinformation.
I mean,
what do you think is appropriate?
What do you think about all the shit I showed you? Which do you think he believes, this or that?
I think he believes both.
Oh, he believes that we should kill Jews by putting spikes through their assholes, but also that they don't hate Jews. You know what? That makes a lot of sense, man. I'm actually coming in my pants right now. Tickling me in the prostate with a fucking pole.
This is not.
He both believes that Jews are our friends and also we need to murder them all. He believes that Jews are our friends and we need to murder them all. Is that correct?
The problem is you conflate.
No, he said Jews. He and the tweet said this is what we're going to do to Jews.
From a Western perspective, for them, when they
yes, the Western perspective. Yes.
Talk about when they talk about Israel, they sometimes reflect
and
it
that's
as
the Jews' fault, right?
But listen to
me.
You're
blaming the victim.
Because in that interview that I conducted with him, I asked.
That's their Western perspective. Sometimes they'll talk about Israel and they'll call them Jews. What does that mean?
Him about how he felt about Jews, anti-Zionist Jews specifically.
I remember.
And he said he loves them.
That is such a lie. You're such a liar.
You don't know this person.
I watched it. That's not what he said, though. He said if they support Palestine, then I like them. He didn't. You're lying. You're just lying. You're lying about what he said. You're lying. I've seen that interview. You're lying. He didn't say that. He said if they support Palestine, then that's good. What? That's what he said. It's a fucking materially way different than I love Jews. What the fuck you said?
No, you didn't hear you just repeated what I said.
What'd you say?
I said love, but I think he didn't. I guess he didn't say love.
What did he say? Hold on a second.
Like,
what did you say he said?
I said that I don't care what anyone's background is. I love them. Jew, Christian, Muslim, doesn't matter. If you are against Israel,
I'm sure that is true. After he posts memes up about killing Jewish people, I'm fucking so moved right now.
I love them. That's what I said. He
That's
has no problem with Jews who are pro-Palestine.
That's nowhere close to what you said.
Dude.
Well, you realize you're wrong. You got caught in a lie, so you're revising. It's fine. All right, let's move on to the Nakba thing.
Dude, I don't care.
We gotta move on, bro.
Ethan, listen to my words very carefully. If he had told me, okay, I hate all Jews unconditionally, I am an anti-Semitic person.
He did tweet stuff like that.
The conversation would go very differently. But even then, I probably
I don't think it would have.
Wouldn't be as vicious as
he
you
literally said that on
would,
social media
or you want me to
continually.
be, because I understand the material conditions and
kill all
what
Jews.
plays a role in people's recognition of the world.
Nobody needs to fear Jews.
Like.
He said, "I'm going to shove my gun and kill Jews."
What? No, he didn't say that.
I'll play it again. You want me to play it again?
Oh, God. Okay, dude. You just play the fucking clip then. God damn it. Just play the clip. He said Zionist, but play the fucking clip, Ethan.
Yeah. I'll play it.
Play the clip I sent you without fucking complaining.
No,
He's too dolled up.
Wait, you want me to watch your clip? I thought, no, we're going to watch my clip.
No, play the fucking clip I sent
by the way,
you.
I don't know if this music's claimed, by the way. We can. It does matter, unfortunately. You're on Twitch where stealing content is fucking regular, but on YouTube, there's standards.
Yeah. God forbid. Someone might copy strike you, and then their lawyers might demand erroneous.
Which you admitted is sometimes warranted. Where's the link
Mr. Fair Use? Mr. Fair Use.
Yeah. Do you know what fair use is? You fucking moron. It's using it fair.
Well, I mean, Hasan quite literally has said he doesn't believe in fair use. Like, he doesn't think it should exist. People should just be able to basically steal IPs. He doesn't care.
Fairly. There's a big difference between.
No, I know. Fair use is when you get mad at Redditors criticizing you, so you fucking get your
high-powered attorney to fucking
sue them and make demands about how they have to
fair use,
release information about their
let me play this for a minute, and then we'll move on. This is the most pathetic terrorist propaganda bullshit I have ever seen, and the fact that you actually think this is credible is so hilarious to me. Wow. Let's keep it going. No, I love this. This is great.
All right, just keep playing it. Keep playing it.
Sorry, I'm trying. I don't know where the audio went.
Fuck, he's having audio issues.
Sorry, hold on. We're having.
I pulled it back up.
Taylor Lorenz tweeted, "What's so crazy is that we tried to nab an interview with Rashad, the Yemeni teen who went viral for WAPO before Hasan the Hun got the scoop. Ethan continues to chastise Hasan for legitimate journalism and an interview that half of MSM was chasing."
Well, first of all, Taylor Lorenz is a fucking hack loser who's obsessed with you, okay? Of course she would say that. She, by the way...
That is true. She is a hack fucking loser.
Okay. What was the legitimate... Name one question you asked him that represents legitimate journalism.
I remember, I'm pretty sure it was Taylor Lorenz. Back in the day, I had like an issue with her before she was even more popular. It was when I was on TikTok. Because she wrote like this fucking like hit piece against some like young 17-year-old black kid because he was making like he was making some homophobic content, and my whole thing was like, his name was Denelli, and I was like, you know, he did some shitty things, but like he would make those like really low effort videos where you just like stand next to something and go like this or not like this, and then he apologized. He was 17. He's like, I'm sorry for doing it, and he had a mass ban campaign where like 7 of his accounts kept getting banned. Like they wouldn't let him back. They banned his main 2 accounts with like 3 million views. And then she wrote like this horrible fucking dog shit piece. I'm pretty sure it was Taylor Lorenz who wrote it about it. And it was just fucking garbage. It's pathetic. She's such a fucking loser. It's like, you know, you can't let a 17-year-old fucking kid like have a fucking bad moment and then apologize and like come back. What's wrong with you?
Okay.
One question.
Great question. What do you feel about anti-Zionist Jews leading many of the anti-Israel protests in the United States of America?
Yeah, do your thing, man. Protest away, baby.
That's your most important journalistic question, which he basically said.
No, I gave you one. I gave you one.
I don't think that. I mean, I find that to be insignificant, especially considering his answer. No follow-up questions. Why don't you ask him why don't you ask a follow-up question like?
Oh, is that the only question that he actually asked him?
Do you not care if they're Zionist Jews? That they're Israeli Jews that support you?
I don't give a fuck if he cares if there's Zionist Jews or not.
What about what? Do you think?
Jews,
what was the hard-hitting part about asking if he likes One Piece? Was that hard-hitting journalism?
No, it was called humanizing.
That was called cringe as fuck.
It's not called humanizing. It's called boring and lazy. You didn't ask him any meaningful questions.
Glazing.
Or not enough meaningful questions. You had him for like what, an hour, and barely asked him shit.
Pathetic.
Yeah, because you don't like when a fucking brown person gets a little bit of airspace.
Is that
and
right?
they look like a human being.
So you're resorting to calling me racist now? By the way, this dude's white as fuck. What are you talking about? This dude's whiter than I.
That's true. He is very white.
I am. What the fuck are you talking about,
let's get back to the
dipshit?
IDF.
Hold on. You
So
accuse me of being racist. Are you talking about this guy? Are you talking about this guy?
Your wife is a part of the IDF. Do you think it's appropriate to call your wife a terrorist?
I think you do. No, I don't.
You don't think it's appropriate?
No.
Okay. You have stated time and time again that you believe, to show how pro-Palestine you are, that you believe settlers are valid military targets.
Right.
Who do you think is protecting the settlers who you claim
The
are
IDF
valid
is
military
protecting them.
targets
It's fucking insane.
in the process,
Was
of
my
the
wife out there
bombs that they're
protecting?
doing?
Sorry, was Ela out there protecting settlers?
No, she was doing a night raid, as a matter of fact, and I didn't know any of this until recently. For the record,
She was
until
a
a couple
fucking.
months ago.
Yeah, you're gonna do
She was
the
out there
Raider of
doing
Ramallah
night
snark
raid.
bullshit.
Do
Go
you
on. Yeah,
think-
your community doesn't harass anyone. She was 18 years old. She went on a ride along to Ramallah for some kind of fucking mission. She stayed in the car, and then they went back, and that's all that happened. She's 18 years old, bro. She's a
The process
secretary.
of taking someone hostage. You called him it, by the way. That person was a Palestinian living in his own fucking home, and your wife went on a raid to Ramallah, which you have called a terror city.
Yeah, that was an old clip. I don't think Ramallah's a terror
Is your wife a
city.
valid military target in that process? Because you've said that settlers are valid military
Hasan said he loved people who made changes about their old shit. What happened? What's going on here?
targets. Do you think your wife is a valid military target? Do you
What's up, baby?
think your
She's not a
wife is
West Bank
terrorist, Ethan?
settler. She's not a West Bank settler.
Oh, but she's in the
Bad
West Bank.
Empanada
Where's
thinks she
Ramallah,
is.
Ethan?
Bad Empanada thinks she's valid. Your friends over at Second Thought think that she's a valid target.
Do you
Do
think she's a valid military target?
Do you think
That's
she's a
my
valid
point,
military
because there's
target?
inconsistencies
Do you
here.
think she's a valid military target?
I do not, as a matter of
How
fact.
great.
I don't. Okay.
Right, can we please move on to this?
I don't know. He's not bad looking. I'd colonize her. Sorry. My wife's over there too. Fuck.
No, listen to me.
Hasan,
Listen
bro,
to
you're
me.
making this unwatchable.
Listen to me. Listen to me. Okay?
Oh, there it is.
We got to move on.
How does this make sense in your mind? You say Israel is doing genocide.
The problem here is that Hasan is like occasionally pretending to be reasonable, right? So again, if his whole argument was like, hey, he's 18, he's young, he's ignorant, that's not good, I don't agree with everything he's doing, but like he's under certain conditions that lead him to believe the way that he believes. Okay, that's not what he's doing. He's downplaying everything. He's downplaying everything that the guy says, the guy does. He's not engaging in nuance and in any nuanced capacity. He's just being a pathetic fucking loser. And then so the argument continues. Ethan's trying to back him into a place of sanity, and he's not backing into a place of sanity. He has that place of sanity to pivot to if he needs to, but he's not backing into it.
She has participated in the kidnapping of a Palestinian in the West Bank.
You don't know who was kidnapped and for what reason.
You say you hate the settlers.
Well, we don't know who was.
Who
First of all,
protects the settlers, Ethan? Your wife did.
Kidnapped. They arrested somebody. We don't know what happened or what they did.
Oh,
What if he
so
fucking
it was
stabbed
just
civilians?
Do you
Doesn't that
understand
happen?
the process in which how people are arrested in the West Bank,
Do
Ethan?
Palestinian terrorists never stab and blow up civilians?
They're placed under military detention. They are not actually placed. They do not go
Do
through a civil
Palestinian
court
terrorists
process.
ever
They are
commit
not-
violence on civilians that
They
weren't
are
them being
not.
arrested?
They
Give me a
are
fucking
not
break.
in the West Bank.
You don't know anything
The
about this
Palestinians that
person
are
or this raid.
kidnapped are in Ramallah, in Palestinian territory. Your wife was an illegal occupier of a terrorist organization, also known as the Israeli Occupying Force, Ethan. Now, I know
That's
people
not
that
how
have
it's
also
known, but
served in the Israeli
you call it.
Occupying Force, as a matter of fact. I've relied on breaking the
By the way, her name is
silence,
Hila.
for
I don't know if you
example,
keep doing
in
your
terms
wife.
of my
Why do you do
coverage.
that?
I'm
Why do you keep
so
referring?
fucking real with you guys. I'm gonna be absolutely real with you guys. Okay, I'll be so fucking real with you guys. This conversation, listening to Hasan virtue signaling about it, makes me care less about Palestinian people, and I don't like that about myself. I'm not proud of it. I'm not saying it as like a brag. You know, it's just that's just what's making it happen. It's just like, Jesus, the way he talks about this, and like the fact that he is just such a piece of dog shit, it makes me care so much less about like very important issues. It makes me want to tune out, you know? I'm just saying that. That's how I feel. Not proud of it. It is what it is. It's fucking terrible. But like, that's what the fucking outcome is, man. Like, he's not talking about it in a particularly intelligent way that makes anybody understand anything. He's just fucking being as hateful as possible and not applying that logic to other like fucking oppressed groups like Ukrainian people or, you know, Uyghur Muslims in China. So, say what? Sorry. I mean, I know it's not right. That's why I'm actively acknowledging it and working against it. But that's how it makes me feel, man. I guarantee that there's a lot of other people who are just like, hey, listen, like, I'm tuning out. Like, this makes me care less because like one of the worst people in the entire world are expressing these fucking topics, and it's just a human thing, you know.
There's my wife. It's bizarre.
It's terrible.
Okay, Hila, whatever. Who cares?
It just belies some really bizarre thing. It's not random at all.
The problem is that like he removes all the nuance and intelligence from the conversation, and it basically puts you in a spot where like you're almost forced to do the same, where you feel like you're forced to do the same. And it's like, if I'm gonna be unnuanced and I'm gonna be forced to do the same, like what I mean, like I'm just gonna tune out a little bit, because I do generally believe Israel has the right to exist. It just doesn't have the right to do everything it wants. But if you're forcing me to pick a side here, I mean, what do you want me to do? You know. But I'd also guarantee that Hasan, I wish Ethan would like ask, like, what does he think should happen to Israel? I want to know what that is. See if he thinks Israel should even exist.
Listen to my words.
Bro,
listen to my words.
So
I have no
exhausting.
issue with someone as long as they have recognized their mistakes, as long as they recognize that was wrong. What I take issue with is consistently defending Israel. You have also participated in the defense of Israel. It makes no sense. You're inconsistent. You say it's a genocide, but people can't resist militarily. You say it's a genocide, but all the people who are outspoken are vile anti-Semites.
Hila was doing
Who is supposed to be able to resist against this genocide? Do you actually think it's a genocide?
Hila was doing mandatory military service. What should she have done?
What the hell happened?
There's numerous options.
Yeah.
1, religious exemption. 2, refusing to serve. But even then, I don't have a problem with
Religious exemption. She's Jewish. What the fuck?
her being socially conditioned into thinking that this is appropriate. I have a problem with what she's saying now. I have a problem with how she reflects on that and doesn't realize that was an unjustifiable thing to do.
Okay, well,
Those are
listen,
real
you
human
can
beings
talk to her,
kidnapped.
debate about it. I don't know what you're even referring to. Okay.
What?
I don't even know what the fuck you're referring to. You're just calling my wife a terrorist. Like, well, give me a break, dude.
No.
She did mandatory.
She has talked
Let me
on
ask
your
you a question.
podcast.
Hassan,
She's talked on
please,
your
you gotta let
podcast
me
about
talk.
how she went on a raid.
You have
She
to
was
let me
bored. She
talk.
had a
The fact
secretary
that you're
job.
just talking over me and
It was an
being louder
adventure
does
for
not
her.
mean you're right. I promise.
What?
Being louder and talking more does not mean you're right. Okay, it's good to listen to what I have to say. She's part of mandatory conscription.
Did Hila not volunteer? Did Hila not volunteer to go to the West Bank on a raid because she was bored? In Ramallah.
Yeah, she's 18. It's understandable. We don't know what that guy did, though. We don't know what the
so
raid was for.
He could have been a
What if
vicious
he killed
terrorist
people?
monster.
Yeah, what if he killed people? Of course. If he killed people, of course he would be worthy of being arrested.
Ethan, is Ramallah a part of Israeli territory?
I mean, it's complicated, right? It's under occupation. No, I don't think so, but it's under occupation, right?
Okay, so why was your wife in Ramallah?
Maybe are getting a terrorist that killed civilians. She sat in a car.
It's not complicated.
She sat in a car and didn't even leave it. And never did it again.
Your wife participated in an illegal raid, according to.
I mean, maybe the terrorists had a really good like music festival going on. Like Hasan showed us, like all that really good like cultured music, and then they were like, "Hey, let's go to the local, the local terrorist jamboree. They have some fucking fire ass music, right?" According to Hasan.
International human rights. That is the reality. Now,
are you upset if this person killed like a child? Would you be upset if this person they arrested like stabbed people? Like you don't know what you're talking about.
If she were to talk about,
okay, fine, my wife's a terrorist, bro. What the fuck? It's so boring.
No, stop. Listen to my words.
No, she's my wife.
It's probably not going to resonate with people if he's like, "This is boring," but I do get it.
How fucked up that is, as many former IDF vets have on breaking the silence. If she talked about the night raid that she participated in the same way that
just like Frogan says, I don't hate only ones that regret it.
Talk about, I would have no issue with her.
Do you hope she gets PTSD
too? I understand people can change.
I don't condone the raid, but I mean, see, neither of us have any information about like what actually happened. You know what I mean?
There is no, you don't understand. If she is illegally there, she is not supposed to be there. It doesn't matter. Her and her entire brigade was not supposed to be there.
I don't think she knew what they were doing.
As a matter of fact,
I don't think she knew what they were doing or where they were going.
What she participated in
I don't think she
knew
where they were going or what they were doing.
What she participated in
is
called
a terrorist.
night raid.
Please, we got to move on. This is
the
like
reason why. The reason why the Israeli occupying force, participates in these night raids in the West Bank is to create a constant feeling of terror.
So talking more does not make you right. Okay, you got to understand.
The reason why the Israeli occupying force participates in night raids is to create a constant sense of terror.
We don't condone it. She was 19. She was doing military conscription. She didn't know where they were going or what they were doing. Okay, thank you. I'm listening, but you just keep repeating yourself. This is what you do.
The reason why I know that. You want to know why I know that?
Do you want this to be unwatchable? Is that what you want?
What?
Do you want this to be unwatchable?
The reason why I know
this talking point is not going to help him. generally speaking? Like, do you want this to be unwatchable? It's going to make people think that he's just doing this for like some kind of like performance. I get what he's saying. Hasan, I would really be more like, you're just like rambling to take up time. But again, I think Hasan's just trying to draw like the same point that he drew before, like the comparison between this Houthi pirate kid and Ela in the IDF.
Know that, Ethan.
I'm taking that as a yes.
Breaking the silence veterans who have come out and spoken out against this practice. That's why I know that.
Hasan, you say that Ela could have gone to jail and done a conscientious objection instead of joining the army.
True. Ethan really needs to bring up the fact that, like, if he thinks that Ela should have left and not actually done like her conscription in the IDF, then why do you live in America? Why don't you live somewhere else where your taxes don't go to Israel? Why do you drink Dr. Pepper, which is on the fucking banned list of, you know, you're supposed to be protesting that? Why do you drink it like on stream in the middle of a debate where you're claiming you care about Palestinians, but you can't even do the bare minimum at all? You can't even not drink Dr. Pepper, which, by the way, I understand, you know. But you're sitting here and you're acting so virtuous about this topic, but you can't even not drink a fucking soda. It's just so strange. Like the bare minimum. It doesn't make any sense.
Why do you pay taxes?
What?
That's a good point. Let's see where this goes.
Why do you pay taxes to the United States
This is your
government?
big argument, Ethan?
Answer the question.
That I pay taxes and I'm morally culpable. I know. That's why I try to fucking
Why don't
fight
you go to
against the
jail?
goddamn government
Why
doing
don't
this
you
shit
stand
every
up for
day.
your, hold on, why don't you stand up for your principles and go to jail?
Go to jail, move into their country. There's 100 things you could do.
Go for it.
Because it would not actually stop, okay? It would not actually stop. The reason why I'm saying,
What wouldn't stop?
I don't take
Wait, you're saying that the IDF would stop existing if Ela decided to go to jail? Is that what you're saying?
issue with Gila's fucking actions then, as long as, just like you said, she was just 19 years old. I take issue with the fact that she still defends it on principle.
What did
She
she
says the
say?
Israeli occupying force is not a terror organization. You have a disagreement with him.
Well, I think
Or her,
I
sorry.
think I can see it from her perspective too, which is like, you know, the problem with you is that everything's black and
You
white.
can't see it from Rashid al-Haddad's perspective.
Yeah,
and
he's
you
a
know
fucking
for a
terrorist
fucking
who
fact
says he
that
wants
your
to kill
audience also
Jews,
doesn't see
but
it.
you said
And
like
that's
Anne
why you
Frank.
can fucking constantly claim that he is a terrorist.
Oh my
whereas
God,
your
bro!
wife
Please,
follows
I want
propagated.
this to be watchable. Okay, let's move on, please.
Oh,
Thank you.
okay.
You made your point.
Got it.
Okay. So specifically, you said this, which is you said in the context puke. You said this was the worst thing I did. So let me play it, okay, and then we can discuss.
More Jews displaced than Palestinians.
Let me go back
The
just
1948 countries
just to give the whole
that expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians.
This was one of the
during
worst pieces of misinformation I've seen in the fucking context puke. For the record, it was crazy.
This specific. So Mike, again, nicely done. Let this guy hold your hand and formulate your opinions, but he's not here to help you, okay? So you tell me what was wrong with what was misinformation about saying that 900,000 Jews were displaced?
You make a comparison between Planned Dalit, which is a planned ethnic cleansing campaign, to one, horrify Palestinians inside of villages that had actually no arms whatsoever because they had specific peace agreements that they've done with Jewish villages.
What was the
by
exaggeration?
killing them,
No,
including
this isn't a
by
comparison
massacring them,
What was
and
the
then
fucking hell, bro? You are
letting
incapable of
survivors tell the
answering
tale.
anything.
You asked me a question and I can't even fucking
you're not
answer it. What are we
answering
doing?
it. You're not. You're just going on
I
and
am.
on.
I am answering it.
What was the exaggeration?
Ethan,
About
sit the fuck
the
down and listen
historical
to the
fact
history
of
lesson. Okay, you're gonna learn a little bit right now. Okay, the Deir Yassin is Tantura. These are two very famous massacres that took place. the brigades, the militant brigades, the Zionist brigades that then formed the IDF, including some that personally called themselves terrorists, by the way, Lihi and Irgun, went in and did horrifying mass rape, kidnappings, throwing people in ovens, and then the survivors left to tell the tale. In that process, these brigades
Are you sure that happened, Hasan? You seemed really into like denying rape happening. So
would go to each individual city and forcibly ethnically cleanse 750,000 Palestinians. This is known as
What
the
the
Nakba.
fuck does that have to do with the Jewish refugees? Answer that question. I know.
Didn't he just ask a question like about Jewish people migrating to fucking Israel, or am I just dumb as shit?
I don't deny it.
Do you think that is even remotely comparable to Jewish people
How is it not?
leaving sometimes voluntarily
Wow.
and sometimes because their governments had made
How many
deals
left
with either
voluntarily?
Israel or France?
How many of the 900,000 left voluntarily?
I don't know the exact number of how many left
Take a
voluntarily.
guess.
Do you?
Take a guess.
I would suspect that a big chunk of them, you're going to say, did not leave voluntarily, but that is not
Well, I mean, they probably didn't want to get uprooted from their home, but like, yeah, they were pushed out.
the case.
Well, you're
Most of
lying
them
and
left
you're fucking dead
voluntarily,
wrong. Let me. You brought up the fact that I talked about what happened.
Well, it's voluntary when you said you either leave or we're gonna fuck you up, motherfucker. You know.
In Iraq. So let me give you a timeline of what happened in Iraq. 1932, they gain independence. 1934, Hebrew is banned. Jews are fired from government positions. 1938, Zionist activity is outlawed. Crimes as trivial as possessing a biblical map of the Holy Land will send you to jail. The Farhud pogrom, inspired by neo-Nazis, Rashid al-Khalini killed 180 Jews. Hundreds were injured. Widespread looting, property damage. 1947, Jews were banned from immigrating because they didn't want them to go strengthen the state of Israel, and they wanted to hold them prisoners against Israel and the West. In 1948, the war begins. Jewish banks were forbidden to transact with foreign countries. Jews were arrested for Zionist activity, for economic crimes. They were fines that were paid to the Ministry of Defense. In 1949, a month after taking office, the British learned that they were planning to expel the Jews from Iraq before they even left. Does this sound like volunteer? Does this sound voluntary? Does that sound voluntary?
Dan, I sent you a clip.
No.
One of the most important scholars on this issue.
Oh my God.
So he's just going to ignore the conversation about how Jewish people were oppressed until leaving? Okay.
Is an Iraqi Jew by the name of Avi Shlaim.
Yeah, I love this. Let's listen to him.
Okay, let's listen to it.
Yeah.
Jews were convinced that Israel had a hand in uprooting them. After the 1948 war, there was mounting popular hostility towards the Jews in Iraq. 5 bombs exploded in Jewish sites. The series of bombs created a panic which led more and more Jews to register to leave the country. I met an elderly friend.
So basically, it's all the Jews' fault. I got it. That makes perfect sense, guys. That's the claim? Okay.
And of my mother's, an Iraqi Jew called Yaakov Karkukli, who had been in the Zionist underground. One member of his group, Yosef Basri, a very, very intelligent Jewish lawyer, and his assistant, Shalom Saleh Shalom, were responsible for 3 out of the 5 bombs. Basri's controller was an Israeli intelligence officer named Max Bennett.
Let's grant that what he's saying is true and that 3 of the 5 bombs were done by Zionists, right? How does that explain 150,000 people leaving the fucking country? What? Thousands of years of civilization that have been there, 2,000 years, just picking up and leaving, almost virtually gone. How does that explain that?
Why is it that the Israeli government benefited from creating instability and making it seem as though these countries were uninhabitable? And why do you think that, despite the fact that Iraq and numerous other countries have offered Israelis or Jews?
How did they make it seem like they were uninhabitable? They were already living there, and they weren't exactly an economic powerhouse. What would they have been able to do to pressure them to seem uninhabitable?
A right to return
because they were being
failed on the Israeli front for numerous reasons.
Let me tell you an inconvenient fact for you, Hasan.
That conclusion.
Let me tell you an inconvenient fact.
I wonder why that happened.
Before the bombs went off,
being established?
Before the bombs went off, 100,000 of the 125 Jews were already registered to leave. Do you want to explain that?
Yes. Jews wanted to go to Israel, Ethan. They liked the idea.
So why would they want to go to Israel, though, unless they were being oppressed in their own country?
But, okay, so you
like Israel.
Yeah, you're a liar. You're a disgusting fucking propagandist liar. Here's what Avi Shlaim actually said.
My research, I established that one bomb was lobbed, one hand grenade was lobbed by a young activist in the Istiklal party, which wanted to expel the Jews from Iraq and confiscate the properties. And another hand grenade was lobbed into the Masouda Shem Tov synagogue, and there 4 people were killed. And he was a criminal who had a grudge against the Jews, and it had nothing to do with the Mossad.
Did you hear that? The first 2 had nothing to do with the Mossad. But let's continue to listen to the respected scholar, Avi Shlaim, you fucking liar. No, you listen to this fucking historian. Yes, you said they left by choice. They left because of Zionism. They left because they were being threatened. Let's hear what your respected historian has to say, you liar.
That's right. Even if all this is true, the main reason for the exodus was not the bombs, it was persecution by the government. And I concede that. It's not part of my argument that the bombs were the main reason for the liquidation of this community. But my answer to my Zionist critics is, even if I knew for certain that not a single Iraqi Jew left Iraq to go to Israel because of the bombs, I would still think this is a real indictment of the state of Israel, because Israel was created to provide a safe haven for Jews, not to be harassing and threatening Jews in other countries.
By the way, he said, and I'll quote it for you,
So the point he was making is that the bombs had very little to do with why they left, and they left because they were being systematically persecuted, and so they went to Israel. And Hasan was trying to basically say that there's just a big Jew magnet that absorbed them all. It was actually Israel's fault because they established a massive Jew magnet that sucked them all up. You know? I mean, I imagine that's his fucking point, because like, what else could it possibly have been? What else?
We did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe. He wrote that in his book, 3 Worlds. Have you read that book?
No, I have not read 3 Worlds.
Okay.
I thought he was a big reader.
Well, you're using a lot of source from it. It's a book that he wrote about his migration.
It's not the only book he wrote about this. But go on.
Have you read any of the other ones?
Yes.
Really? Which ones?
The book that I'm referencing is from the Iron Wall.
3 Worlds, okay? He writes about his time in Iraq. He writes about his time in Israel. He writes about his time in the UK. In 3 Worlds, he writes about his own family, and he describes their departure from Iraq as traumatic, disorienting, and not voluntary. They were not proud Zionist migrations. They were leaving out of fear.
Oh, Ethan.
He said that himself.
Ethan.
He said, we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
My friend, you are failing to comprehend a very important reason why I brought up Avi Shlaim, by the way. And
yeah, because you think he supports your claim, but he absolutely does not. That's why, because you're a fucking liar.
He absolutely
contend
does.
with what I said.
Hold on.
No. Contend with what I'm saying. He said we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe. Do you want to explain what he meant by that? Explain what he meant by saying we didn't leave because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Okay.
Explain to me.
I can't wait to bring up Avi Shlaim on the broadcast to make you fucking look like a dumbass.
I can't wait to. And now explain what he means by that. We did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Iraqis are not Palestinian. You fucking moron. You racist piece of shit.
What?
Because Iraq and the pan-Arabic nationalist movements that arise out of
you are out of your mind.
Is not about Palestinians.
Okay, so what did the Jews in Iraq have to do with fucking Israel? You bigot. You are so out of your mind.
And then Iraqis,
dude, you screaming and grandstanding doesn't mean you're right.
Iraqi government's racism during the pan-Arabic nationalist movements as a vindication for why, or a comparison to why Israel had to do the Nakba.
What the fuck was that? I'm sorry. So I just want to be absolutely clear what I'm watching here. Ethan presses Hasan on the mass migration of Jews to Israel back in the day because they were effectively threatened and made to feel unsafe in their own home country, specifically in Iraq. Hasan talks about some scholar, references him as saying, he agrees with me. Ethan plays a different clip of the scholar very clearly disagreeing with him. And then Hasan has a meltdown about how racist Ethan is. I mean, that just sounds just like our Hasan Parker. Go right to racism when you get absolutely fucking dumpstered. That's incredible. Thank you for the 5 Papa Gut gifted memberships from Sydney Archibald. I appreciate that. That was wild, though. That was fucking insane. Let me tell you, this right here, this is the moment for me where Hasan officially just lost. Holy shit.
Do you think
you fucking racist piece of shit?
Thanks, Hasan.
Do you think Iraq? Do you think all Arabs have one fucking mind?
Why
Is that
the
what you
fuck
think?
were the Iraqi Jews leaving Iraq in fear?
Of course there were Iraqi Jews that left Iraq in fear.
Why?
I've never
Because
said that there were
why?
no
Answer
Iraqi
the question.
Jews that left
You want to
Iraq
call
in
me
fear.
racist? Why were Iraqi Jews leaving to go to Israel?
Because you're a fucking moron.
That's why they left. They left because I'm a fucking moron.
That Arabs are not
Hasan, you
one-minded.
coward.
That there
You
were numerous
coward.
pan-Arabic
Answer the
nationalist
question. You're going to call me
movements
racist, but you
that
won't
were
answer.
spreading up all around the region,
Why
Ethan.
did the Iraqi Jews leave Iraq?
There were numerous
Because of
reasons. Why did the Israeli
anti-Semitism.
government-
They hated Jewish people. They had nothing to do with Israel. They were
Shut
forced
the
to leave.
fuck
They were
up, dude.
chased
Shut
out.
up.
They lived there for thousands
hated
of years.
Jewish people.
They had
Yeah,
businesses. They had
everyone
homes.
hated
They were
Jewish people.
forced
It's
and
weird.
abandoned to go to Israel
Thousands-
because it was the only fucking place they could. Why would Iraqis hate the Jews living there if they had nothing to do with Zionists or Israel? Why?
Because settler colonialism
That
was
has
already
nothing to do with
taking
them, you
place in
absolute
British
fucking
mandate
dumbass.
Palestine, Ethan.
What does that have to do with the Iraqi Jews?
Do you think the aliyahs were happening initially?
So it was their,
Do you
so
think
you're
the
blaming
aliyahs were
them? Are you
happening
blaming the
in
Iraqi
one-
Jews who had nothing to do with it? What the fuck is your point? You call me
I'm
racist.
not justifying the racism. I'm not justifying it. You're not
Yes, you
comprehending
are.
my point.
They left
I've never
because
justified that.
Iraq
Well, yeah, there's no way to comprehend the point because it just doesn't make any sense.
I've
turned
also
on them after
openly
1948.
recognized-
You're materially
I
wrong. You're a
openly
liar.
recognized that there were numerous reasons why other countries, I know hard concept, all Arab,
Yeah.
they all have the same
I know.
mindset.
Let's go
Other
over them,
countries and their
genius.
pan-Arabic nationalist movements as states
Let's
were
go over
being
them.
designed
In Egypt,
mostly by
You
Western
want to talk
nations.
facts? Let's talk facts.
Ethan,
In
you don't know,
Egypt.
you got fucking a ChatGPT summary. Let me
Hey,
explain to
Hasan,
you so you
let
can
me-
fucking not look like a dumbass.
Okay, do you want to listen or do you just want to add hom?
No, I want to tell you my
No, you
perspective.
wanna
This is
talk.
supposed
That's
to
the
be
problem. You
an
wanna listen.
admonishment.
You've talked
You're supposed to
plenty.
be attacking my perspective.
You called me
Let
racist,
clarify
bro. Why
my
don't you do
position
is shut the
so you
fuck
can
up and listen
understand.
to me talk, okay?
I mean, Hasan's argument boils down to you don't understand. Jews are bad. That's all it is. It's like no. There might have been some light racism, but did you know Israel's bad and so are Zionists and everybody there is complicit and everything is. This is the whole point. This shatters Hasan's narrative.
The Iraqi Jews left because they were in fear of anti-Semitism. They had nothing to do with Israel or Zionism. The Arabs in Iraq, the Iraqis, turned on them because of what happened in the war in 1948. That had nothing to do with them. So if you want to blame the Jews for their own anti-Semitism, you go right ahead. But that's racism. Now let's talk about Egypt.
I also recognize that.
No, you're not. You are absolutely not. In Egypt, 75,000 Jews were displaced. Okay, following anti-Jewish riots.
Ethan, you don't understand. The Jews had a magnet or something. I don't know.
Bombs in Egypt.
Is Egypt Palestinians? Is Egypt Palestinians?
What does Egypt being Palestine have to do with the fact that Jews were forced to leave because of anti-Semitism? What is he talking about?
Fuck Palestinians. Why were the Palestinians
It's got
never
nothing to
allowed
do
to
with that.
return?
They were forced to go there.
Well, they were displaced. Absolutely, that's definitely an issue. But it seems like it's terrible, and there should be reparations to Palestinians, 1,000%. But this kind of makes you understand why they had to do what they had to do. They needed to go somewhere else. Why didn't the Iraqis take in the Palestinians? They do a little trade. I don't know. I mean, they shouldn't have to. I'm just saying, like, what the fuck?
Every single one of these countries have offered the Jews that were expelled or left on their own
It's time to listen,
voluntarily.
Hasan.
These are completely separate
Nobody's
countries.
justifying
You
the
are
Nakba.
packaging them together
No
to
one
make
is
a
justifying the
horrifying
Nakba. I'm
position.
explaining how it's fucking insanely racist to discredit the plight, the running
No, you're
of
fucking racist.
discrimination.
Like, don't discredit the plight.
But
I think
I'm not justifying the
Oh,
Nakba.
he definitely does.
But you seem to be justifying why Jews were chased out of their home country.
No, I'm not, Ethan.
Why'd they leave?
I'm not
Why'd they
justifying
leave?
that at all.
Why'd
You
they
think
leave?
that? You think that because you want to drive home a point that
Why
this
did
is
they leave? The
anti-Semitic.
communities that
Yeah, he wants to drive home a point, but he's right about the point.
been there for
making-
2,000 years, leaving their money, their
You will
businesses,
never
their homes.
understand.
Why did
I
they
don't think
leave?
you'll understand. Do you think Iraq is Palestine? Do you think Egypt is Palestine?
Nobody's
Do you
defending
think,
the Nakba.
Do you think that all Arabs are operating on antiquated anti-Semitism? And if your answer is yes, why the fuck did Jews?
All Arabs? I think that we have to understand something that they probably did. Not Arab people, everybody. The United States, we turned away Jewish refugees after World War II. The world hates Jewish people, unfortunately. They don't like Jews. Everybody. It's not like, oh, Arabic people are terrible for hating Jews. No, like they are. It's bad to hate Jews. Everybody around the world hates Jewish people. It's a terrible tragedy. Like, it's insane. If I swear to God, if Jewish people were just black, Hasan would be like on his knees right now, guzzling their cum. Like, it would be what it is. I mean, let's be fucking real. But because they're white, and we associate whiteness with non-oppression, he doesn't want to give them any fucking anything. And they're also like one of the, successful, they've gotten out of their oppression, which is very rare for a lot of different groups, unfortunately. But like, okay, crazy.
Find the Ottoman Empire to be a safe haven for
Where's the
fucking
Ottoman
hundreds
Empire?
of years.
Let's talk about the last 100 years.
Christians
That's
in
great. Yeah, the
Western
Ottoman
Europe
Empire was
were-
great for the Jews. Let's talk about the last 100 years. Let's talk about 1948. Anti-Jewish
Yeah, of course,
riots
of course,
broke out
Israel is-
after
of
the
course.
war. Hasan, you need to shut the fuck up and listen, okay? After the
Oh
war.
my God.
After the war, okay, in 1948, there was anti-Jewish riots and bombs in Egypt. Why was that? Because of the Jews? The Jews brought it on themselves following the establishment of the Israel.
I never made that inference. What are you talking about?
Of course you did.
No, I didn't. I did not make that inference at all.
So they left because Zionism.
No, Ethan, if you were to listen to my words, and I use them very carefully, even though I get heated sometimes.
Right.
Okay?
Why did they leave?
Egypt, Iraq, Morocco, each of these countries where Jews lived in the MENA region all the way to the Levant had different reasons. Some of them were direct pogroms. Others were the colonial.
You are a tangibly, historically
proven
liar.
Do you think that Jews,
and I feel
just said that some of them were because of pogroms. You're not hearing anything I'm saying. You're so conditioned to saying liars.
The amount
that you're undermining your own point.
The amount that left because of Zionism was minute. They were chased out. They were forced to become Zionists by their oppressors because they had nowhere else to go. In Egypt, following the establishment of Israel in May 1948.
Ethan, none of these countries are Palestine.
That is
none
an
of these
insanely irrelevant point.
What does that have to do with anything?
Series of bombs
Dude, you
targeted
can't
Jewish
make a
areas in
comparison
Cairo between
between
June and
a planned ethnic
September.
cleansing campaign
They killed
and other
70
countries.
Jews,
That's my point.
injured 200. They confiscated Jewish-owned businesses and synagogues were attacked and destroyed. Okay?
Ethan,
in 1956,
listen to
the
my
Suez
words.
Crisis.
One is direct
1956,
violence,
when
direct planned violence and an extermination campaign.
Approximately 25,000 Jews were expelled from
Egypt. Falsely misplaced hostility.
25,000.
It's crazy that Hasan can't even acknowledge a single thing that makes Jewish people look like people. Not a single time. Not a single time can he humanize Jewish people. It's actually disgusting. Jesus.
Jews were expelled
from other countries.
So are you blaming them?
You don't understand.
Are you
this,
blaming the
and you'll
Jews for
never
getting?
understand it, I don't think.
Are you blaming the Jews for being expelled from Egypt? 25,000 of them.
No, Ethan. If you listen to my words, you would understand.
So what is it I exaggerated about? 900,000 Jews were displaced.
Because you are making a comparison with different countries
No, I'm not.
versus one singular force that planned an extermination campaign, planned an ethnic cleansing campaign. Other countries and the reaction to it, or other countries and the previous hostility towards Jews have nothing to do with Palestinians. So making this comparison,
No, it doesn't have anything to do with Palestinians, but this has something to do with like understanding what's going on in the Middle East right now. Like, why is there Hasan constantly talks about how Israel only exists because of this entire movement that was like unjustifiable for Jewish supremacy, but then you find out that like there were hundreds of thousands, millions of Jews who were being treated like shit in their own country. And that's why they flock there. It doesn't justify what's happening to Palestinians, but it makes you understand, like, oh, that's why there is a Jewish ethno-state. Just like there are ethno-states for a bunch of other different ethnicities inside the Middle East and many other countries, pretty much every other country. But it makes you go like, oh, I'm starting to understand, like, what's going on here. That's the whole point. But he can't concede that because he's a fucking baby.
That's why it's anti-Semitic. It has nothing to do with Palestine, but they still got kicked out for being Jewish. That's literally what anti-Semitism.
I don't think you understand.
1,000 Jews in Egypt were arrested and detained without charges. The government seized 500 Jewish-owned businesses and froze bank accounts. The expelled Jews were compelled to sign a declaration donating their property to the Egyptian state and were allowed to take only minimal personal belongings. In Algeria, 130,000 Jews were expelled. On the independence,
that's not Palestine. They're not. They're just Arabs. They're not the same fucking people.
So my point is very simple. They were expelled from their homes because of anti-Semitism.
Ethan, you used Egypt
Sorry,
as an
what is
example.
wrong about
Half
that?
of these countries
What
that
is
you're
wrong with
pointing to
what
at the time when Jews were leaving were literally
Hasan, please,
controlled
you gotta
by
fucking answer
English
a
and
question.
French, by English and French
They were
colonial
expelled.
occupations. What are you talking about?
They were expelled because of anti-Semitism. What did I say wrong? Go ahead.
God.
Go ahead.
Algeria was under French occupation. It is the design where the French occupied Algeria did not.
Oh, it's the white people's fault. It's French fault. It's Western fault. Okay.
Squash the attempts of expelling Jews. I'm not saying that there wasn't.
Most Algerians were French citizens and went to France.
That caused Jews to feel unsafe.
95% of Algeria's 140,000 Jewish population.
Individual, often sometimes Western powers, and what they allowed in those countries on the Palestinian plight. When you make this comparison, that's what
is
I'm
it anti-Semitic
saying.
for
It's
Jewish
like
people to get kicked out of their
Armenian
homes?
genocide, right? The Turkish, the Ottoman.
Is he saying that the only reason that they were anti-Semitic is because the French were there? Okay, I'm sure it had nothing to do with everybody not liking Jews.
Empire and the forces and the Ottoman genocide that they conducted, a mass extermination campaign, is because other fucking random countries where Armenians
Iraq happened after independence and as
equally dispelled. Turks were getting dispelled in other countries.
The pogrom
It's
happened as a
ironically the same
direct
fucking thing that that's
result
the way
of
that
the
it was
war,
taught in the past. That it was
By the way,
a necessary voluntary migration.
By the way, did you?
Because,
oh my God, bro! Did you say Anne Frank died before she could resist? I don't know if that was a fever dream.
Wait, I'm saying that, like, would you have an issue with Anne Frank if she actually was
Sorry,
able to
I just thought it was an insane
resist?
thing to say. I'm not trying to litigate it. In Tripoli,
What the fuck? What was did Hasan mention that again? This is getting so random.
anti-Jewish rights broke out amid.
Or is Ethan just trying to fucking psychologically torture Hasan by overloading him right now? Did he just randomly bring up Anne Frank again just to fucking throw Hasan off? I mean, valid based on the fact that Hasan's acting like a fucking child, but
Post-war unrest, synagogues were burned, Jewish institutions were shut down.
What's your point about Anne Frank? Why are you trying to deflect away from what I'm saying here?
No, I just think that statement was insane. The 6-day war.
He should have been like, "What are you talking about? Who brought up Anne Frank?" Just to really fuck with him.
Backlash. In 1967, another Israel victory. Mob Jews.
Dude, the problem is that Hasan desperately wants to talk about Anne Frank right now, because like he's getting fucking absolutely blasted here, and he desperately wants like a different. He wants to move on. That's what he'd love to do if he could. So.
Got mobbed. 6,000 Jews were evacuated. Homes were destroyed. Synagogues were burned. In Morocco, 250,000 Jews were expelled. Anti-Jewish riots broke out in 1948. You'll notice most of these pogroms are happening in 1948 as a direct result of the war. The Arabs turned on their Jewish populace out of anti-Semitism. Period. Point blank. June 7 to 8, 1948. In northeastern Morocco, following the declaration of state of independence of the state of Israel on May 14, 1948. Anti-Jewish riots erupted in the town of Jarada. These towns were significant transit points for Moroccan Jews seeking to immigrate. 47 Jews were killed, many were injured, Jewish homes and businesses were looted and destroyed. In 1950-1960, harassment and immigration. The year following 1948 riot, Moroccan Jews faced increased pressure. These factors contributed to a significant immigration of Jews from Morocco. Immigration to Israel was banned in 1959, but before that, 274,000 Moroccan Jews immigrated primarily to Israel. Yemen and Aden.
Remember when you said you weren't a Zionist?
50,000.
Remember when you said you weren't a Zionist? These are direct Zionist talking points.
This is historical.
Not calling facts direct like Zionist talking points is actually insane.
Facts literally spread by your very own Avi Schleim, who, if I'll quote it back to you, said we didn't leave because we were.
Dude, it's insane. It's actually insane. Like this has to prove to people that Hasan does not like Jews. Like he hates Jews. It's good to advocate for Palestinians, but he just hates Jews. Ethan's just citing facts right now that Israeli Jews mass migrated to Israel because they were being oppressed. They were being oppressed. They were forced out of the country that they were in. And Hasan's like, these are just Zionist talking points. Anything that disagrees with like the actual facts and reality, like anything that disagrees with Hasan is just a fucking Zionist talking point. Like it doesn't matter if it's a fact or not. If it makes Jews look like they're people, that's it. It's over with. That's all Hasan needs. That's just fucking insane. This is actually insane how he's being like legitimately exposed for hating Jews.
Zionist. We did not leave because we were Zionist. We left because we were afraid.
Appropriate, Ethan. That's the difference. If you asked Avi Schleim whether it is comparable to say the Nakba and the 900,000 Jews.
Who's talking about it being comparable? Ethan never said that it was comparable. That's not even a conversation that's happening. He's just constantly trying to bring it back somewhere where he feels like he could be strong on, but he's fucking getting decimated.
Who said that? I'm not defending the Nakba.
From separate countries, he would laugh at you.
Failure
Do you not understand?
to acknowledge the trauma of both groups is the reason why you are a radical fucking propagandist liar. Both trauma needs to be acknowledged by both groups. There's two things that need to be true for this ever to be resolved peacefully.
You're right.
Palestinian self-determination and Israelis' right to have secure borders. As long as you ignore that, there will always be war. Palestinians will always die, and you will continue to make money from it. Operation Magic Carpet. These were secretly airlifted.
Holy fuck, dude! That was actually insanely. That was impressive. That was insane. That was fucking good. That was strong. That's a take people do not want to hear. It's a normal take, but it's even like this fucking normal ass take is fucking. I mean, people will have an issue with it. Hasan's audience has an issue with it. The entire fucking hive mind thinks that that's a hot take. It's not, but it's an absolute fact. That's fucking base as hell, bro.
Lifted Israel due to rising hostility. 50,000
so interesting
50,000 were relocated in Tunisia. 130,000
as a matter of fact. The PLO did recognize that, and they wanted those countries to actually do a right to return for all Jews. Why did Israel stop that from happening, Ethan? Don't you think that Zionism is the problem here?
Avi Schleim said,
what happened? They didn't fucking send you that clip? They didn't send you that piece of information?
Dude,
so the PLO, Yasser Arafat, the people that don't care about Jewish plight.
Why would those people go back?
Actually did
after they had all their shit taken from they had to forfeit everything.
The guy who oversaw the second Intifada, what the fuck are you on about?
To be able to go back and do a right to return if they wanted to do so into their nation of origin.
I'm talking about the flights,
and yet
bro.
Israel was
You
one
deny the flight of Middle Eastern
Jews.
Jews. No, you deny the flight. You deny the trauma of Middle Eastern Jews.
I don't deny the flight, Ethan.
You absolutely deny the trauma.
You
deny that they left by. You try to say that they left by choice. That is a gross historical inaccuracy.
No, there are Jews that left by choice.
Yes, some did. Of the 900,000, the vast majority left because they were afraid. Because they were being discriminated against. That is a historical fact. 6 Day War aftermath.
Actually listen to.
What is he talking about? What is the right to return? When I look up the right to return, it just comes up with Palestine. Is this like a real thing? What?
Do a clip of me talking about this?
What?
Oh my God, you have no idea what my perspective on this is. You're just fucking yelling at nothing.
Well, what are you doing right now? What are you wasting time for, buddy?
This is the
Oh my God, you have no idea. Oh my God, Ethan, we've been talking for 4 hours and you didn't even know my perspective on this topic? Whose fault is that? Fucking idiot. What the fuck?
The reason why you're
I have heard you talk about it time and time again.
That I don't actually believe.
Bro, you are continually, not acknowledging the trauma of Middle Eastern Jews. You characterize it like they left.
Have you ever listened?
Yes, I've probably got some people have promoted Jews returning to Arab countries. Most Jews think this is an insane idea. Like, yeah, why would they want to leave if they had all their shit taken from them? Well, that doesn't really make any sense to me.
Have you ever listened to anything that's not 30 seconds long?
Bro. That's so ironic that you're saying that as you misquote Abu Islam, who said he fled because he was afraid and not because of Zion. Here's the clip.
Over and over again. Well, you're too busy trying to get a here, so you're just fucking farm a clip. But everyone's still going to think you're a fucking loser, dude. I'm sorry. Just shut up and listen. If you want to actually hear my perspective.
I'm shutting up and listening to you.
Okay, thank you. The Iraqi Jews. Because when anti-Semitism increases in the West, Israel sees that as a complementary tool to its Zionist project.
Dude, he can't stop talking. Like Ethan interrupts too. But Hasan is like consistently talking through like everything.
Either all Jews to Israel, or at least make Jews in the Western world that are outside of Israel, Jews in diaspora, support Israel, because it gives additional credence to the argument.
So when people are anti-Semitic, it gives Israel more optic power. That's probably true. Okay, and they probably do use that to rile more support for them. All right, what's your point?
There's additional credence to the argument that no Jew is ever safe if there is no Jewish state. That is
that seems to be the case right now. Based on the way that Hasan is talking, I kind of believe that. Not in general. I think that there can be a world where there are no states, guys, and we're just one big happy family. That'd be incredible stuff. That's once we all fuck enough of each other so that we just all turn into like a hue of gray. That's when we're golden, baby. Once we're all just a nice hue of gray, racism will be dead, and then we could just criticize people for having too big of wieners. Because how the fuck are you supposed to fit that in there?
Underpinning of the Zionist project in general.
Why did you not mention the anti-Semitism? You exclusively talk about Zionism being the reason for forcing them out. Why do you deny that they were expelled by force, the vast majority of them?
That's a great question.
Ethan, if you think that is the entirety of my perspective on this matter,
illuminate me.
You need to please need to stop talking and listen to the amount of times that I've talked about this.
Okay? No, I disagree. This is a problem, and Hasan's audience is going to eat this up. I'm going to tell you as a streamer, and I'm not like as popular as Hasan, but I am successful. I make good money. I do very well. You would be surprised. I'm just saying, and I know the landscape well enough. There's a reason why I try to, every single time I talk about something, make sure that I qualify everything that I'm saying. It can be exhausting and annoying sometimes, but you have to. That's why I repeat myself a lot, but you have to, because people will clip you out of context if you don't talk right. Hasan knows this. He's not being clipped out of context. This is how he feels, and this is how he talks, and this is what he thinks. He knows that people will do this. He constantly complains that people are clipping him out of context. So then why is he speaking in non-context, out of contextual terms? It's because he's not. Because he doesn't have any consideration for anti-Semitism around the world, forcing Jews to leave their actual home and go to Israel. He doesn't care about it. And again, we already know this for a fact because we're seeing him say this in real time. We know this for a fact.
Explain yourself.
I'm trying.
I just watched a clip of you being pretty dismissive about the flight. And by the way, you've done it this whole time. You say that Zionism was the main force.
No, I'm dismissive about the aspect that this is beneficial to the Zionist project across the board, because Israel wants all Jews to be constantly fucking terrified in any other country that's not Israel, so that they can actually go and either support Israel if they're not in Israel, or just move to Israel. That is the entire point. That is what Jabotinsky wanted. That is what Herzl wanted, and that is precisely what Benjamin Netanyahu wants as well.
Maybe. I mean, that might be comparable to Hamas, hiding amongst civilian infrastructure, hoping that they die so they can run disinformation campaigns. I feel bad for Palestinian people because they're getting oppressed by everybody.
So in terms of my explanation, or what I come across as dismissive, is precisely the role that Israel itself played in this process.
Which was minuscule.
It was a mutually beneficial relationship that anti-Semitic pogroms
minuscule. What you fail to acknowledge is that the Jews were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but by necessity, because the Arab countries turned on them after the war and forced them to go to the only state that they could go to.
It's a necessity for Israel to exist, which is what your position is, right?
No, it's not about what was allowed or not. The Arabs created 1 million Zionists because they're anti-Semitic after the war of 1948 and fucking the rise of Arab nationalism. Do you deny that?
You brought up. Do you
deny what I just said?
Wait,
do you deny what I just said?
What?
Wait, say it again. I wasn't listening.
Wait, what?
900,000 Jews, approximately 700,000 to 900,000, were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but because they were forced out. The vast majority went to the fucking Arabs. The Arab.
He's gonna call him racist now.
The anti-Semitic Arabs.
He's gonna call him racist now. Arabic people did do this, but again, just for context, and Ethan should make sure he clarifies this. The entire world was anti-Semitic at this time as well. It's not something Arab exclusive, but that was the highest impact because there were so many Jews living in the Arabic world.
Yeah, there you go. What?
There we go. He's
That's
racist.
my point.
He's racist.
Are you okay?
I rest my case.
I rest my case.
I mean,
He's
No, you're too
racist.
fucking delusional to realize what kind of racist nonsense
That's
you're fucking chirping on.
unbelievable,
That was
bro.
my entire
It's
point.
historic.
Thank you.
I mean, it's historical. You don't know anything of what you're talking about. Avi Schleim, once again, because you don't want to contend, you like to use him when it's convenient. He left not because they were Zionists. They left because they were afraid.
Fucking Arabs. What was Avi Schleim, by the way?
Yeah, he was an Arab Jew. They didn't see him that way. They kicked his ass out. I'm not saying fucking Arabs. There's a reason for it. There was a rise in Arab nationalism following the 1948 war. They blamed their own Jewish populace for what Israel did. That's anti-Semitism. They had nothing to do. Do you think the Iraqi Jews left their 2,000-year-old communities, left their businesses, left their houses because they wanted to go to Israel? Are you fucking mad? You
remember a while back,
Ethan, you're racist.
Tweeted and you got really mad when I said that there's a double standard between
There's
Islamophobia and
absolutely a
anti-Semitism.
double standard, and you exhibit it, my friend.
And you're participating in it right now without even recognizing that you're doing so.
Apparently, Arabic people can do whatever they want. Fuck, they just do whatever they want without consequence. According to Hasan, he holds them to such a low standard that he treats them as less than people.
I mean, I'm just telling you
Yeah,
literally
no,
what
this is
happened.
historical racism. All Arabs
They were
are not
racist.
responsible.
Do people never get racist?
Ethan needs to just like respond by saying like, "Oh, it's not just the Arabic world that hates Jews. It's everybody. It's not something that's unique to them." That's all he has to do to own Hasan here.
People never be. I'm explaining why. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just explaining why. After the 1948
you don't
war,
understand
the rise of Arab nationalism created a lot
comprehending what I'm
of
saying.
anti-Semitism, and that's why the vast majority of the Jews, the 900,000 of them, were forced to immigrate. That's a fact. That's a historical fact.
Ethan, I'm sorry to say this, and I don't know if your audience gets this as well, but what you just said earlier is not an accurate reflection of history. It's just pure racism.
How do you know that?
You are
not
shifting
real?
the blame over to
It
the
absolutely
Arabs
was the blame
at
of the
a time
Arabs.
when every single one of these Arab countries
Absolutely.
with
Who else
their
kicked
own
them
version
out?
of pan-Arabic nationalism,
They kicked them
half
out.
of them were already still controlled, by the way, by fucking European colonial powers like Vichy France.
That was literally just in
designing the
Tunisia,
Moroccan
okay?
expulsion program. And you're blaming
He always finds a way to blame. Like he whitewashes everything non-Western. He will run defense for Russia. He will run defense for fucking anti-Semitism as long as it's an anti-Western perspective. It doesn't matter. That's all Hasan is.
using that as a
Even if you agree with him with some of the things that he says, it's all just anti-Western. It has nothing to do with like actual facts.
similarity between the planned expulsion of 750,000 Palestinians.
I mean, the details are different, but you're denying. Like, once again, you're
like-
still not disproving me. What did I say
It's like,
that
it's like
is
pointing to,
hilariously
it's like
racist
pointing
and
to
wrong?
like anti-German racism.
Don't make an analogy. Tell me why I'm
It's
wrong.
like pointing to anti-German
I don't
racism
need an analogy.
happening
I need
during-
facts from you. Why am I wrong?
It's as though you are pointing to anti-German
Tell
racism
me-
happening during the
tell
fucking
me a
German
fact.
conquest.
Tell me a fact, right, that proves that I'm wrong. That the vast majority of Jews fled because of anti-Semitism
It's not
in
what
the Arab
you're
states.
saying.
Oh, really?
It's not what you're
so I didn't say
saying
anything
that I
wrong.
take issue with.
I didn't
It's
say
the
anything wrong.
It's absolutely what he's saying.
Comparison.
I didn't say anything
It's the
wrong, but I'm racist.
comparison. It's the idea that all Arabs are fucking one-minded and not and
He never said this at all.
have something to do with Palestinians in general. Yes, I never said that there wasn't any fucking anti-Arab, anti-Jewish sentiment that also.
Were the vast majority of Jews, did they leave because of anti-Semitism or Zionism?
The vast majority of Jews,
did they leave?
Regardless of whether or not they left for
Zionism or
anti-Semitism or
anti-Semitism?
Zionist
Jesus Christ, this is fucking exhausting with Hasan.
purposes, is not comparable to the Nakba.
You're not answering. Did they leave
It is
because
not
of
comparable to the Nakba.
I don't care. That's got nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm not comparing
No,
them. And
what
by the way,
are
they're
you talking about? You
they're
made that
both
He's not talking about the Nakba. Like Hasan is just fucking. He's so fucking boring. This guy's an actual loser.
comparison to say to make it seem as though it was a much larger
because
crime.
people like
that
you-
Jews-
That's not what he's doing at all. This is not what he's doing at all. He's not even comparing the two. He's just bringing up. He's just trying to humanize Jewish people, and Hasan is getting super offended by it.
ignore the trauma
in
of the fact that
different
you want to
countries.
tell that people in Israel to go back to where they came from. This is where they're from. They were forced to go to
Well,
Israel.
they could right now. They could go tomorrow.
Really? The Iraqi Jews
Yes.
can go back to their home tomorrow. The Egyptian
The
Jews can go back
Iraqi
to their
Jews,
homes tomorrow.
Absolutely.
That is
If-
insane.
Wow. Oh, so he doesn't think Israel should exist.
You are
What do you
fucking
want?
out of your
Yes,
mind.
they can.
Okay,
They
how? Tell me
absolutely
how.
can.
How did
They
the Jews go
absolutely
back
can.
to
They
their...
don't want to, and I understand why they wouldn't want to.
No,
because
no,
they're
they
fucking
want
invading
to.
and destroyed Iraq.
Why
But
would
yes, they could.
How? How would
What do
they
you
go
mean,
back
how?
and reclaim their lost assets, their lost property?
There were literally different schemes designed
And by the way, how did they become
different points.
citizens?
At different points throughout this 76-year-long, drawn-out apartheid structure, there were numerous instances where, yes, there was a right to return offered to Jews and even restitution
Why would they want to return?
for the homes that they lost in the process.
And they didn't take it because they established their home and didn't want to leave. Oh, great.
So yes, you're wrong. You simply don't know the facts. You are wrong.
You won't say what
They
fact I'm
could.
getting wrong.
I just told you.
Did the vast majority of Jews immigrate to Israel following 1948 because of Zionism or because of anti-Semitism?
No. Don't run away
Answer
from this
the
point,
fucking
because
question.
This is the whole point.
I don't discount anti-Semitism
No, but
as a
answer the
direct consequence of
question.
Yes, he does.
Pan-Arabic nationalism that took place in numerous countries.
Answer the
I have
question.
issues with your comparison. Okay.
Who's comparing?
He never compared it. He never did the comparison.
You keep saying that. I'm not talking about the Nakba.
You
I'm
brought
talking
that
about
up
your unwillingness to
deliberately in your
recognize Jewish
context
play.
nuke.
And
You
a
brought
really
that up
important.
deliberately to say more Jews were displaced than Palestinians
I think that's
were.
an interesting
Oh, wait. What? Did he ever say that? Am I fucking stupid?
fact that you clearly don't fucking ever want to mention because
Why
it
would
really
you bring
messes
that
up your
fact?
beautiful little narrative.
Why would you? So why did you bring that fact up right after you talked about the 1948 war?
Because the point is that
You
two
made
people
that
were
comparison, not me.
traumatized.
I think that
There was
comparison is
Wait, did he bring up that more people were disaffected? I mean, I guess that's a criticism. I don't remember hearing that.
People that were traumatized. There was 2 people that were displaced.
From what I remember, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm remembering wrong, that Ethan just said that like both parties have historical oppression against them, and we need to keep it in mind. When did he like compare it in this way?
Unfairly. It was the Palestinians and it was the Middle Eastern Jews. They both have trauma. You failed to acknowledge one group. You shit on the other one. Unlike you, acknowledge both groups. I acknowledge both groups.
You're all lives mattering the Nakba.
What? That isn't.
That's what you're doing.
Dude, Hasan is afraid. Hasan got hit so hard at this point that he's just lying. He's desperately lying to reframe the narrative. This is the face of a liar.
And you're also attributing.
How am I doing that?
You're attributing anti-Semitic violence in different countries
at the same time. Following 1948, pan-Arab nationalism. You said that yourself. These 5 Arab countries were defeated in 1948, and they turned super fucking anti-Semitic as a result. They became ultra-nationalist Arabs. It became popular as Israel declared independence. They said, "Fuck no, we don't want this country here." And yeah, they all became anti-Semitic. That's a historical fact. That
you also
deny.
failed to recognize that Iraqi Jews have been allowed to return to Iraq, and there have been numerous instances where Jews were given
they were allowed to return.
Opportunity
How many Jews
to return
live in
if they
Iraq?
wanted to.
How many Jews live in Iraq?
What?
How many
I don't know,
Jewish
I think
people?
0 right now, but they can.
How many Jews live
If they had the opportunity, it must have been a shit-ass opportunity if they didn't take it.
in the Middle East outside of Israel?
Why would it?
Virtually none. Where'd they go?
Iraqi
If it was
Jews
so
not wanna
fucking
go?
great for
Why do
them?
Iraqi Jews not want to go to Iraq, you think, right now?
0 Jews.
Probably because Iraq. Probably because they're happy in Israel. Like, I don't know. Like, okay.
Almost virtually 0 Jews live outside of Israel in the Middle East. Why is that? You don't think that none of them wanted to fucking stay at home?
I don't know. Maybe because there was a religious ethno-supremacist state that was backed by a lot of Western states as a direct destabilizer in the fucking region, with mass migration happening, especially, of course, mass migration happening, and then in the aftermath of the Holocaust with a shit ton more refugees coming in, was a much more viable state for them.
Here's the problem.
The viability of said state, of course, is partially a consequence of the
You want
other
to blame,
countries and
you
the
want to blame
hostility that people
Zionists.
felt towards
You don't
Jewish
want to blame
people.
the Arabs.
This
Okay?
in and of
It's just so funny that he's blaming Israel he's blaming Jews for wanting to stay in Israel. Everything is a conspiracy theory with this guy.
itself, this in and of itself is the heart of the problem, because people conflate Zionism with Judaism, and
That's what the Arabs did when they kicked them all out.
I know, and I don't think it's appropriate.
And so
We got him on that one.
why are you blaming the Zionists?
Hasan, for a moment, almost acknowledged the problem.
It's not the fucking Arabs for being racist. Why do you deny the Jewish trauma? Why do you deny the 900,000 traumatized Jews that were forced, including, by the way, what you keep ignoring, Avi Schleim. Avi Schleim said we didn't leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were afraid. Are you hearing that?
Ethan, do you blame the English for the Holocaust?
What?
No.
Who did the Holocaust, Ethan?
Germans.
Just fucking make your point. I'm not playing.
Well, actually, yeah. Yes. Well, I'm going to change my answer. Yes, we did a whole lesson about this in school. Of course you would blame everybody for the Holocaust. The reason the Holocaust happened is because after World War I, they put Germany into such an economic depression that it gave the ability for Hitler to rise to power. And so while you wouldn't directly blame him, you would absolutely put, or him, them, every other country, you would put some of the blame on there. That's why we should try not to completely financially ruin countries, generally speaking, based on the context. Like, that's why you need to try to engage in a little bit more of like a reformationist reformationist angle. So yeah, you would actually kind of blame them for destroying their economy and allowing that rise to happen.
Playing this silly game.
Come on, who did the Holocaust? Just say it.
Make your point, dude. I'm not a fucking.
Why not? I'm asking you a question. It's a super simple question.
Avi Schleim said we left Iraq because
who was responsible for the Holocaust?
Why would I answer such a stupid rhetorical question? Just make your point.
What, you know the answer to this, right? Like, come on, what are you looking at on your fucking computer? Like, which country is responsible for the Holocaust?
Anytime you want to make your point.
It's Germany. But yeah, just make the point, Hasan. Like, he desperately wants to catch Ethan in like a gotcha. Like, he can't just make the point. Because it's not a conversation, it's a debate. Like, Hasan's not trying to have a conversation. He's trying to debate the fuck out of Ethan. Just make your point. Be like, hey, listen, blah, blah, blah. You could have a conversation about these. I don't even know what his point is, but I'm just too burnt out after fucking 6 hours.
I would appreciate if
what is happening, dude? When you already whatever. You said
I would appreciate if you would just listen to one thing I would say.
You already said that it wasn't the English, right? It's not the responsibility of the British that the Holocaust happened, right? You understand that? You recognize that, right?
Well, I would say the nation most directly guilty for the Holocaust was probably Nazi Germany.
Okay. Did you just read that from your laptop?
No, I'm eloquent. Like your dumbass.
Yes, it is. Okay. Notice how you don't actually put every single fucking country. There was plenty of anti-Semitism in England too. Notice how you don't fucking say all of Europe is responsible for the Holocaust.
Concentration camps in the
but you
UK?
say all Arabs.
Okay.
Oh,
the point is,
he's actually a stupid fuck. Holy dude, is he this stupid?
Jews in the Middle East.
The anti-Semitic.
Can you listen to one thing? I have one thing important.
Hasan is actually legitimately mentally deficient. He's dumber than I thought. When he proposed this concept to Ethan of like, who do you think was responsible for do you blame Europe for Nazi for the Holocaust? I thought he was going to go into like a whole conversation about how like us economically crippling Germany after World War I is what like led to the rise of Hitler. But instead he's like, "Oh, are you going to blame Europe? Well, they didn't like Jews either." That's not even like a good point. Like, I don't even know what was the point that you were making. It's not even like an intelligent conversational point. It's just like stupid. It's just the dumbest, it's just a fucking idiot thing. It's like, gotcha. What did you get? Yeah, there was anti-Semitism around the world. Yes. We turned away Jewish refugees after World War II. Yes, of course. What's the fuck is the point of that? Yes. That doesn't change the fact that the Arabic countries forced Jews out of their homes. And that's like a big reason why Israel is so powerful today. What?
Important to say that I really want you just to listen to, okay? Avi Schlein.
He's an idiot. This is insane.
Said they did not leave Iraq because they were Zionists. They left because they were afraid.
Yes.
You are denying his family's trauma. You are blaming his family's trauma on
will
Zionists.
You talk to him?
And
will you talk to him about this?
Sure. I mean, he's going to agree. I read it from his
if you're
fucking
so
book.
confident in everything, if you're so confident in all of this, okay, that would be great. All right, perfect. Okay.
Why does Hasan always have to see if Ethan will talk to somebody else or interact with somebody else to prove a point? Why is Hasan incapable of actually proving points himself? It's just like this weird thing he does over and over again. It's very strange.
So, listen, I'll debate all these people instead of you. I have time. Unfortunately, like I said, it's getting late, so I just want to make one last point before we go, which is that always remember, Hasan, that when people criticize me, I watch it on my stream by myself live, unlike a bitch-made coward like yourself. We need someone to hold your hand, make all the excuses in the world to avoid any single criticism, any response. You, my friend, are a coward, and I am the fucking legend that responded to it live with zero hesitation. But you know why? Because I'm not a liar. I don't have to think about the shit that I say and justify it. You lie. That's why you can't do it, because you'll get caught in those lies.
Our endeavor made you look good, then congratulations.
It did. It actually did.
You don't think it was good that you don't think that it was a supreme confidence that I responded to it immediately live?
Ethan, it took you 4 months to actually entertain the notion of having a conversation with me.
It's because you wouldn't fucking. It's because you wouldn't fucking watch the content, Nuke.
Watching YouTube videos. I don't know why you think that I'm
you watch
afraid
11
of
hate videos on your channel. 11 hate videos. I've watched zero about you, Hasan. Do you want to actually discuss who's the coward?
You made the hate videos, dumbass. Your fucking community is the hate community. Why the fuck would you have to watch hate videos or whatever? You are the one who's doing it.
When criticism comes, I confront it.
Well, thank you for backtracking on these 7 points. Maybe we should go through the context puke one more time so we can
if you want to watch
we can continue this conversation later. Okay.
Listen, if you want to watch it,
I would love it if Hasan watched the content, Nuke. Then I could react to something else.
All the other dumb shit that you said in it. It's not because I'm afraid. It's because you were crying.
No, it is definitely because you're afraid. Why is it you didn't? Why is it you love Banana, but when he makes a video criticizing you, you say I'm not watching that?
Because I think it's. You want to know why? Because I think it's fucking unproductive to
watch criticism of me. You fucking coward. What are you saying?
Because you're fucking presenting yourself and developing an audience that is literally, without even realizing it, because they are only drama obsessed, without realizing it, they're literally positioning themselves to be pro-Israel, to repeat pro-Israel talking points. Yes, that is the only reason why I started talking about it.
I'll tell you one thing, Hasan. If anybody's made me more pro-Israel, it has not been Ethan Klein. It's been fucking you and the constant like hatred of Jews, bro. I'm ethnically Jewish. I've never felt ethnically Jewish before in my entire life. Okay, even when I was begging the ice cream man to give me to change the price of his ice creams for $1 each to 4 for $3. I never felt Jewish until the insane fucking rise of anti-Semitism making me feel Jewish for once in my entire fucking life. That's what it is, making me feel like I need to identify with this because, shit's getting a little fucking crazy. Listening to this guy unhinged deny Jewish trauma was fucking wild in this video. It's just like, dude, you are why people are becoming more pro-Israel. I'm sorry, man. People are you are causing some like fear in the ethnically Jewish people. Sorry. So you're a big part of that because you are very culturally relevant. You're very culturally impactful. There's New York Times like puff pieces that are written about you. This is why people are becoming more pro-Israel. This is why there's less aggression from people because like they realize like holy fuck, like this is a little bit scary, especially since it's not just the left, it's also the right too. So like people are feeling a little backed into a corner, and we're like, oh fuck, man, I feel like I have to talk about this. This is kind of fucking me up. I'm uncomfortable with this. It just feels shitty.
Because you went on a fucking deplatforming campaign.
Why did you not watch Banana's video about you?
You did 110 Instagram stories on me, Ethan, since January 31st, 2025.
24 hours, bro.
You didn't even recognize.
You need to at least admit that it's reciprocal. I am not upset. You made 24 hours of nonstop content, bro.
Ethan,
24 hours in the last 2 months.
Just on your own personal Instagram
we talked about each other equally as much, bro.
January 31st. 2025, 110 stories. It was so insane, you didn't believe it.
Even if
you don't even believe your own mania.
Hasan,
Please, for the love of God.
Hasan, if you talked about me 24 minutes a day, every day, 7 days a week for 60 days. Does that sound fucking reasonable?
After you presented yourself as a fucking significant force trying to literally deplatform pro-Palestinian
How much time do you
voices.
think it makes an
That's
Instagram
why.
story?
That's why. And that's you literally.
Why didn't you watch a bad Empanada video about yourself?
Your own producers were begging you to stop talking about me, so much so that you had to set up a separate war room where you only talked about me. And that's what happened, right? Because you couldn't shut up about it. Your fans were fucking going, Ethan, we get it.
My fans are fine, bro. Don't worry about my fans.
The entire time you framed this as though it's petty fucking drama.
It's not petty drama. You are deeply anti-Semitic, hateful, fucking propaganda slayer.
That took place. And it only took you now to fucking openly say 10 toes down that it is a genocide, but also
I've said that.
You said that from the start. What are you talking about?
Consistently for years, liar.
Ethan, you don't want anyone to resist against genocide. It is a fucking untenable position.
You mean kidnapping civilians?
No
You're so pathetic, bro. Please.
And you constantly keep smearing me as a fucking anti-Semite at a time when the Trump administration.
Yeah, he really did prove it.
At a time when the Trump administration is blackbagging people.
Yeah, that's bad happening. Don't call me out.
Well, he doesn't care about that happening. He actually I think Hasan is like really happy that that's happening. It gives him more views because like he wasn't like, hey guys, you really need to vote for Kamala Harris. Like Trump's a threat. That's not like at all his point. So
that's bad happening. Don't call me out. That's what you're doing.
Dude, how do you not understand that you are playing a formative role when you don't talk about Mahmoud Khalil?
Just remember,
you're playing
everybody
a formative
watching.
role when you don't talk about the mass starvation of
By
Gaza.
the way, I advocated for Kamala to get elected. What'd you do? I told people to vote for Kamala. What'd you do?
Oh.
No, seriously. What'd you do?
Ethan,
did you?
Congratulations.
Do you think Kamala and Trump would have been equally bad?
I won't change anything from Joe Biden's policies, Harris.
It's not Joe Biden, it's Kamala Harris.
Not only did I go to the DNC
who's worse?
and see, but I actually offered some pretty fucking valuable criticism to the Democratic Party that they didn't listen to, unfortunately.
Did they kick you out of the DNC?
They didn't listen to that valuable
valid criticism. I got kicked out, so I didn't support the one that would have been better.
Criticism. They lost. Why have you lied about me voting for Jill Stein, by the way? Can we talk about that?
I don't know.
Why the fuck do you keep saying I voted for Jill Stein?
Who did you vote for?
Countless hours shitting on Jill Stein.
I said I think you did.
Not to vote for Trump. I've said that Donald Trump is significantly worse than Kamala Harris. And I've also, on top of that, called Jill Stein over and over and over again. But for some weird reason, despite the fact that I voted
he did not endorse her at all. What?
I've, mind you.
And you didn't say who for.
I didn't endorse her live? Yeah, that's a problem. What do you mean? Oh, yeah, just because I didn't endorse her live? That's your entire platform. What do you mean? Do you enforce her privately?
And you kept lying to your audience.
I guarantee you, Hasan just didn't vote.
I said I think.
Making it seem as though I didn't even fucking vote or urge people not to vote. There's never been a moment where I said do not vote.
Who did you vote for?
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
No, I got no problem, but I think there's people in your audience that would.
You don't have a problem. You don't have a problem.
Why didn't you endorse her then?
Why the fuck do you keep saying I voted for Jill Stein?
I said I think because you didn't say who you voted for.
Oh, you think? It's an opinion. Oh, you think? Oh, you don't give a fuck, dude. It doesn't matter who I vote for anyway. You're out of your fucking mind.
Well, it kind of does matter.
Literally, I did not endorse Kamala Harris, and I will never endorse Kamala Harris. And I did not endorse Joe Biden.
Now Trump's president.
You want to know why? Because you want to know why?
Trump's building the Riviera in Gaza Strip, and guess what? You fucking love that shit because you get to keep making content about it, and you get to keep making videos, and you guarantee there will never be peace there because you won't acknowledge the trauma of both sides.
Dude, this is so base and it's so true. I genuinely think Hasan is happy every time there is a Palestinian child who dies. I'm sorry, I might sound aggressive, but this dude has no interest in ending this conflict. He ramps up the hate. He makes people he ramps up the hate as much as possible. He doesn't try to get to any resolution. He's insane. He's a fucking anti-Semite. Oh, 1000%. He said he voted live? Is that what he said? He voted live? Did he say he voted live? No, what? I don't know if that's true. I feel like he said okay, maybe he did.
Two things must always be true,
How much content have you made about Donald Trump? How much content have you made about fucking Donald Trump? You literally defended his terrorist regime. What the fuck are you talking about?
What?
And then you have to apologize because you're an embarrassing figure.
You can't fathom.
Okay? Listen to me. Listen to me.
You can't fathom that somebody says something wrong and come back and corrects it.
And all of the producers or all the people that are giving you fucking talking points is not going to make you come across as smart in this process. Please, for your own mental sanity, stop trying to do this. You are basically brain breaking a shit ton of people into idiotic positions. You clearly don't care about people who have actually voted for Donald Trump, considering your allegiance with people who have literally directly voted for Donald Trump.
Who's my allegiance? Okay? Who's my allegiance to?
What do you mean? You have fucking Trump supporters that you're friends with, like Steiny in general. When I have a conversation.
You just said you had a conversation with Steiny, and Ethan. I saw part of the conversation Ethan had with Steiny, and he disagreed with the guy.
With him, I'm actually directly fucking addressing some of the.
Did you watch my interview with him? You fucking dipshit. Our entire conversation was me arguing with him and telling him why Trump's bad and why transphobia is bad. You are insanely
incompetent.
going
out. You're playing poker with people who fucking voted for Donald.
Dude, you see it. Hasan had to move off that point. He got fucking railed on that one. Ethan absolutely did fucking press Steiny hard as fuck, and Hasan talked to Steiny too. Hasan's like, are you playing poker? Okay, cool, man. Like, great stuff. Good stuff.
Defending Hasan Gold is not actually Trump coded.
I spent hours shitting on Steiny.
Okay.
They don't.
You're just a liar.
Hasan Gold has been a valuable figure shitting on me this entire time, and that's the only reason why you act like he's not that significant of a force. That's it.
When did I say that?
You will take help from anyone and everyone.
And it's all been by destiny, right?
You claim to.
I mean, Hasan Gold is like a legitimate fucking like disinformation, or maybe probably a misinformation campaign. I think that Nux Taku is a disinformation. I think he knows what he's saying is a lie. I think Asmongold actually believes it. Like I watched some of his content. It's pretty fucking crazy.
You claim to care about rape, and you're hyping up a dude who has a segment on a show called Ultimate Rape Review. The reason why you're hyping
True, Nicholas. I do not like that review. I just want to say I like Nicholas Diorio. I enjoy him. He seems like a nice guy. Do not like the Ultimate Rape Review. I do not enjoy that. It makes me uncomfortable when we bring it up when we talked. Last time I was like, oh, okay. It's a little too weird. I'm not very comfortable with that. I can acknowledge the good in people, though, of course. I'm such a great guy. I'm such an empath. But yeah, that shit was a little fucking crazy. That's a little wild. But I feel like the Ultimate Rape Review probably not as bad as denying that rapes happened. So
up that dude is because you don't give a fuck. All you care about is petty drama. This is your only content. Stop.
Let me tell you, baby, I love petty drama. It's not the only thing I care about. I actually care about politics too, but I fucking love petty drama. I don't give a fuck. I'm unashamed about it. I do not give a goddamn fuck. I don't. Dude, the fucking chat. You guys are crazy. Listen, I can appreciate you liking Nicholas Diorio. I do not like the Ultimate Rape Review, dude. I can't endorse it, bro. I'm so sorry. I know none of you actually care, but I'm just telling you, bro. I can't get alongside of it, brothers. Okay.
Stop doing petty drama content. Shut the fuck up about politics and get back to goofs and gaffs, and it will be fine. People will forget that
it'll be fine, dude.
Behaved in this way, but you don't want to do that. It's become a fucking personal agenda for you.
Yeah, I wonder why it's become a personal agenda for the Jewish person who's married to an Israeli Jew. Is like, hey, we don't like that we're getting relentlessly harassed.
People don't like you. It must be anti-Semitism. No, they don't like you because you know what the fuck you're talking about, and you have to be babied by goddamn producers as a 40-year-old adult. That's the reason why people don't like it.
I think Hasan is like misunderstanding the relationship between the Ethan's producers. He pays them. I don't know if Hasan understands this fundamental concept. Meanwhile, your mod is begging on stream for money for rent, despite the fact that you are a millionaire streamer who could live anywhere and could drink Dr. Pibb. That's apparently I don't think is on the don't buy list. I don't know if he understands that. I don't know if he understands that fundamental concept. It's a tough one to understand. I understand that it's tough to understand. But, these are people he's paid to keep him in check and for among other reasons.
Very good. Now, why don't you watch Bad Empanadas videos about you?
Because he's pro-Palestine, and I don't give a fuck about...
He was criticizing you.
No, it's because Hasan is such a good person. He watches somebody that hates him. Okay, he watched somebody that hates him because he's a good guy and he thinks his message on Palestine is right, even if his messages on everything else are unhinged, psychotic shit.
I don't care about the difference in methods that we have.
All right, very good. I'm out of my depth. I shouldn't talk about
the movement. And if you were pro-Palestine, I would never talk about you either. That's the real reason.
Uh-oh. Can you please contend with the Avi Shlaim quote that they left not because of Zionism, but because they were afraid?
Dude, come on. Enough. You have Avi Shlaim on the show. Talk to him about it, okay?
Sure,
Maybe it'll go down exactly like you thought with Sam Cedar.
How did it go with Sam Cedar? I think
you just saw it with Sam Cedar. Ethan. I honestly thought Sam Cedar was going to come in his pants with how often he was moaning like that. Like, what the hell was that? I've seen this guy fucking debate Jubilee 20-on-1, barely umming, but this time this guy is a fucking machine. It's actually insane. Where the fuck did it come from? How does this even happen? It's wild. I truly don't understand it.
I think if anything, Sam kind of embarrassed himself. I genuinely do. I hate to say it because I like Sam.
A 40-year-old man who needs a fucking button when he has like a little oopsie moment is actually the one who's talking about Sam Cedar embarrassing himself.
Did I button during that debate?
He lowered himself to talk to you, man.
This button is just a point of contention for no reason. I really don't get it.
And
that's what you wanted. That's what you asked for. Why would you want to lower his status?
Why did you lower his status? Because I thought you could be convinced. I didn't realize you were this fucking drama obsessed.
Drama obsessed. We had an argument about fucking South Africa apartheid. What's drama about that?
What?
You're fucking dude. Listen,
I can't hear what you said. What did you say?
It doesn't matter. Just remember, when it comes to criticism, I watch it.
Yes. Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela was actually peaceful because you're going to clip ship the fucking shit that Loner Box told you.
Why was
you're going to say the violent things that
Hasan is just desperately trying to make it seem like Ethan is unhinged and gets all of his information from other people, and that he has no opinion of his own. That's the whole entire idea. That's the whole entire point.
Violent things that the ANC did were in the Truth and Reconciliation Committee attributed to.
Hasan, how many civilians died in 20 years in the ANC during the ANC's?
It was like 200, I think.
Less than 100. How many people did Hamas kill on one day? Nelson Mandela, which I'll read you a quote.
At least 201. It's actually fucking insane.
From his trial, I'll read you a quote.
Are you comparing the apartheid structure in South Africa to 76 years of colonial occupation?
Don't you do that all the time?
No, the
call it
numbers
apartheid
are
all the
larger,
time.
and the militancy has gotten far more radical as a direct consequence of Israel becoming far more radical. Because, as I told you, and you seemingly understood when we first had this conversation after October 7, that the maintenance of an apartheid is an inherently violent endeavor. And as a matter of fact, the resistance to said apartheid is only going to get worse and worse as time moves on. This is precisely the reason why the first Intifada was...
Maybe we just need to stop time. Solve the problem, dude. Just got to get a time machine and we're all set.
What I'm talking about, you're just bringing random shit up, though.
And the second Intifada, in the aftermath of horrific acts of terror
Let me read
against Palestinians who were at a mosque praying.
I actually have facts. I have a
fought with
historical
bombs.
quote. I'm not just grandstanding. Mandela, from his trial in 1960, said, and I quote, "There were 4 forms of violence that were possible. One was sabotage, one was guerrilla warfare, one was terrorism, and then there was open revolution. We chose to adopt the first method as it exhausted it before taking any other decision. In light of our political background, the choice was a logical one. Sabotage did not involve loss of life, and it offered the best hope for future race relations. Bitterness would be kept minimum, and if a policy bore fruit, democratic government could become a reality. This is what we felt at the time, and this is what we said in our manifesto. We have always sought to achieve liberation without bloodshed and civil clash. We hope, even at this late hour, that our first actions will awaken everyone to the realization that the disastrous situation which the nationalist policy is leading. We hope that we will bring the government and its supporters to their senses before it's too late, so that both the government and its policies can be changed before matters reach the desperate state of war."
Notice how the end part of that is getting ready for rebellion.
Did they?
I feel like with
Did they?
Yeah, because
No,
the
they didn't.
apartheid structure dissolved as a direct consequence of pressure campaigns and also militancy, which Nelson Mandela not once but twice
What's Hamas doing
with
for
the option
liberation?
of having a sentence commuted, which he refused to do. They said,
On principle,
Nelson Mandela,
bro.
if you disavow
On
violence,
principle. He said, "I will not remain in jail because a prisoner can't negotiate. A prisoner can't
Yes,
decide."
that was the
He
first
said
time.
no
And in both
both times. He
circumstances-
refused
in
on
both
principle.
circumstances-
Less than
in both
100 people
circumstances-
died during the 20-year period. They never. Anyone that attacked civilians, they were disavowed. The ANC repeatedly apologized and disavowed violence against civilians.
When did they do that?
Less than 100 civilians died.
When did they do
Hamas
that?
killed 1,000 civilians on
When
one
did they do
fucking
that?
day.
1,000 civilians?
Yeah.
The poor civilian Israeli soldiers that died
No,
in their military bases.
there were
Civilians.
bro, you're so dumb. 300.
What do you mean I'm so dumb?
Okay,
These
how many
numbers
civilians
matter.
died? How many civilians died?
I believe the total number of casualties on October 7 was 1,200,
Yeah.
with 800 being civilians, which is completely
Oh my
unacceptable.
God, I'm off
and
by
400 being
100. I
military
was off
members.
by 100.
This is the thing, is that like it's okay to correct Ethan on this one correctly. So if you were like, well, actually, you know, it wasn't quite, it was 800, not 1,000, and then moved on, that's not a big deal, right? Like that's just correcting the numbers just for the sake of it. Hasan's not doing that. He stopped the conversation to point it out and make a big point of it, so try to like harp on that point because he's not weak on the main points. Hasan has only gotten like wins on like these little unnecessary like side points that don't necessarily matter. That's the only time that he's strong on anything. So he harps on those because he needs those because it's an optic win. His audience is stupid. They count wins. They don't count the severity of wins. They count wins. That's all they do, right? It's like if somebody's supposed to be dieting the entire month. Of course, not me. And I dieted for 3 of those days. Or excuse me, I was dieting for a month. And I only dieted for 15 of those days. On the days I dieted, I stayed right at my calorie number. But the other 15 days, I binge ate 4 times my calories. Hasan's like, see, this is equal. He actually did 15 days. That's not equal, motherfucker. I fucking absolutely decimated multiple cheeseburgers a minute, right? It's not about the number of wins. For him, it's about the number of wins. For the reality is it's about the severity of the wins. And like Ethan is on the big points. Like he's right about all the big points. Damn, that's actually funny. Somebody said, this video's going to get more views than Creator Clash 3. True. Absolutely. Should I do like an epic own and just get Harley on here for like 2 minutes so that I can get another thing that Critter Crush 3 can't get or what?
Oh my God, dude! I can't believe that.
I'll just make my own epic mealtime. How's that?
Historical inaccuracies.
Well, you
You're
just
an
made a
idiot.
big. You're the one who's bringing up numbers here, Ethan. And yes, I do think it's
virtually
important to recognize something here that you are seemingly failing to recognize. Nelson Mandela was thrown in prison because he went and trained with the FLN in Algeria. The reason.
Okay, so apparently, what, he was getting ready to potentially have to fight, but he didn't want to, and he engaged in a way where he wouldn't have to fight. It was just a last resort. Okay.
Why he stayed in fucking prison was because he refused to disavow violence. Yeah. Because he understood that as long as
sabotage is
peaceful
violence.
revolution
I didn't say
is
the pacifist.
impossible,
I never said he's a
violent
pacifist.
revolution is inevitable.
Yeah, and I
and
never said he's a
revolution they
pacifist.
did do.
You know what's funny?
In terms of the death and destruction on the apartheid structure, by the way,
Nelson
it is
Mandela
incomprehensible to compare that to Israel's violence against the Palestinians.
Was Nelson
what Israel has done to the
Mandela a
Palestinians is far
Zionist?
worse. And by the way,
I'm assuming that Nelson Mandela was a Zionist.
that's not my assessment. What Israel has done to the Palestinians for the past 76 years is infinitely worse.
Well, let's
and
ask
that
someone
is
that
not my
lived through
assessment,
apartheid.
by the way. That is the assessment of Mandela, and for all the for all of the moments that he was
Do you
able
think
to
Mandela
fucking
said
see.
what's happening is worse than what we went through? That's bullshit. Why would he say that? That's on your
Why
liar.
would he say that? Because it's true, Ethan.
Okay.
That's why.
Is Nelson Mandela a Zionist?
Yes, Nelson Mandela. Are you going to say in 1999 he said Israel has a legal right to exist?
More
in
than
that
that.
same
He said more than
fucking
that.
clip, chimp.
Remember that you called this guy a neo-Nazi, not fit to be a dog catcher. That's what you
Who?
said about
What?
Nelson Mandela.
Wait,
Yeah,
what are you talking about? Whoa, you're jumping off like a million different points.
That's true. If he's this would be true. This is funny.
What?
Of Israel to exist as a state legally.
Can't believe Hasan would say a black man isn't even fit to be a fucking dog catcher. That's disgusting. I think that's morally abhorrent, guys. Absolutely fucking vile.
We have stood quite openly and firmly for the right of that state to exist within secured borders.
You disagree with that statement?
Does Israel has a right to exist? Not in the way that it currently does.
Within secure borders.
Hold on.
Howard.
Wait. Does he think it does?
Does Israel has a right to exist? Not in the way that it currently does.
Within secure borders.
Okay, he said not in the way that it currently does. I would like him to flesh out that point. I like Hasan to push on. Say like, hey, do you think that Israel has a right to exist? Because here's one of the two things happens. Either Hasan says no, it doesn't, and then boom, obviously we know he's a fucking insane psychopath. Or number two, he says it does, and he starts to lose his audience because his audience thinks that Israel doesn't have the right to exist. That's why he thinks it's a solution to be like a one-state solution.
Hold on.
Howard.
Do you know what he says after that clip?
Yeah, that he also thinks that Palestinians also need to be acknowledged. Which, by the way, is my fucking point.
No, not that.
Palestinian liberation and Israeli borders are two sides of the same coin.
He didn't just say Palestinians also need to be acknowledged. He says that if peaceful means of coexistence is impossible, then violence is inevitable, Ethan. Why did you clip that out of the fucking clip, Jim, that you posted, Ethan?
What do you mean? What? Okay, that makes sense. He's not saying that violence should happen, but he's just saying like violence is inevitable if there isn't like a freedom. That is obviously true.
Did you saying I clip chimp Nelson Mandela?
Yes, you literally did. You cut him out of context.
No, he's a Zionist. What do you mean?
Well, his point was that Hasan thinks that he's not fit to walk a dog. That's the general point there. But that doesn't. But since Ethan's not trying to run like anti-fucking Palestinian defense, He obviously did not stop the clip for whatever reason he's claiming.
He's talking philosophically. He's talking philosophically.
He's irrelevant. We're having a conversation about Nelson Mandela and whether or not he actually believes in violence. Whether or not he actually believes in violence. You have said time and time again that he was a peaceful dove. He's never actually done any violence whatsoever.
Well, it doesn't mean he believes in violence. That means that he realizes that like violence will be inevitable. These are two different things, but okay.
There are numerous instances.
Inevitability, a philosophical warning, is not an endorsement. He was speaking as a warning to them, which was apt.
Brother, that is insane.
What?
Nelson Mandela was...
What? That makes perfect sense. Is Hasan... Do you think that Hasan actually believes what he's saying? Because, like, if Hasan actually believes what he's saying, he's actually just a fucking idiot. I actually think Hasan might just be really stupid. I think he does... I don't think he understands how dumb he sounds and how dumb he is. I think that it's like... I don't think he gets it.
Literally on a terror watch list since 2008.
Who gives a fuck?
What do you mean who gives a fuck? You like to use the terrorism watch list when you're talking about the Houthis, or you like to use the terrorist watch list when you're talking about Hezbollah.
I gave you
Hamas.
specific examples of why those organizations are bad.
Who do you think that was?
He says they're on a terrorist watch list and they kill civilians. What?
Who do you think that was Who do you think the philosophical point that he was making? The guy who was in prison for violent resistance, by the way, who trained
violent resistance, you mean sabotage?
Ready for rebellion, by the way.
Sabotage.
Who do you think that was a warning to? Do you think that was a warning to Palestinians, or do you think that was a warning to
the fact
Israel?
That you are
because
so
that
willing...
same Nelson Mandela has time and time again also repeated that no one is free until Palestine is free. That same Nelson Mandela that you're trying to fucking use in this.
What does this have to do? Like, Ethan wouldn't disagree with these things. What?
Situation has said that this is a united struggle. That Israel's actions against the Palestinians are abhorrent. That it is akin to what they have experienced in apartheid South Africa, if not worse. So the idea that you can make this comparison because you think it suits your fucking argument is so stupid. And the only way you can do that is by cutting it out of context.
No, I just explained.
He's not cutting it out of context. He's just showing that Hasan would think that Nelson Mandela is basically a neo-Nazi that doesn't deserve the right to even walk someone's dog. That's the whole point of the clip. Not showing that is irrelevant. It doesn't matter. Because Ethan agrees with that. They're not having there's not a point of contention, so it doesn't matter.
And why? Dude, I want Palestine to be free. But you know what? I don't think Hamas is furthering that goal. I think Hamas is counterproductive. They're making it worse. They're causing it to be inevitable. You refuse to criticize them, which is pathetic. Unlike me.
Even when there's like anti-Hamas protests, Hasan is like, oh, he downplays it and makes it seem like Hamas is good.
I'm willing to criticize Israel. I'm willing to come to terms with the cruel reality. Hamas.
Walk through it. Why are they making it worse?
The conflict is still going on. It's actually exacerbated. It's gotten even worse. There's more oppression on the Palestinian people. They're using their people as a fucking shield to hide military infrastructure. I mean, maybe you could argue that the perspective is shifting against Israel, at least the sentiment in America, but I think that that's mostly riling down. So, yeah, I don't know. That makes the most sense to me.
Well, what was the fucking objective there on October 7th, genius?
Kidnapping, which by the way I don't even agree with, which is an international human rights violation. But kidnapping Israeli soldiers, Israeli civilians to make to
and what
draw
part about
out
that was slaughtering fucking families in their homes?
Ethan,
The
I
goal
don't
was to
agree
kill
with the
civilians.
tactics. You know this already. We're not relitigating this over and over again.
I'm just saying,
After
Hamas is a
17
bunch
years,
of fucking-
17 months of fucking genocide. Okay, what do you think? What do you think?
One day you're gonna watch a video response I make.
Probably not. When you apologize for all the fucking harm that you've done.
Apologize? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I said, I'm pretty sure Hasan Parker is a little bit more to blame for the harm.
Listen,
I have the rest of the clip that you clipped, Jim, by the way, if you want to hear his actual fucking full-fleshed opinions.
I'm not hiding from it. I literally acknowledge what he said. I don't care.
But so why did you say that he was actually why did you say that he was actually a peaceful resistance type
When did I
of
say
guy?
that? When the fuck did I say that, you liar?
You've said it on numerous occasions as opposed to
He said my understanding is he just wanted to avoid actual violence, and he disavowed like violence, but he thought that it might be necessary sometimes. Okay.
you said that on numerous occasions before someone told you, no, actually, here's a better way to
You
massage
are a
that
liar.
narrative.
I said he uses violent means such as sabotage. He didn't kill civilians. That's
Ethan,
what I said.
Will you stop talking if I show you?
Well, I guess that, like that's the signal. Like when you hear violence, you think of like killing people. So he'll use violence, but like non-lethal violence.
There's instances where you have said Nelson Mandela was peaceful.
I'm not gonna. You get those together, okay?
I mean,
You're gonna do great. You're gonna do great. Yeah, go ahead.
Even you literally said he was a pacifist.
I literally never said Nelson Mandela was a pacifist. That is
That's what I'm talking about. You see, like Hasan is harping on just completely irrelevant points.
an insane lie.
You said it to Sam Cedar 2 days ago.
So you got to watch that back because you're once again a liar. You have no problem lying. You have no problem saying
Even
that.
if he said that and misspoke, it's such a small issue. It doesn't even matter. Like it's not. It's such a small point. But like Hasan has no points. So he desperately needs to harp on like the smallest of points.
Work with the ADL without any evidence. You fucking have no problem discrediting the suffering of Jewish
Nelson
refugees.
Mandela is a pacifist.
Okay, well, prove it.
And the full quote, by the way, of Nelson Mandela is from when he visited
When
Gaza
did I
in
call him a
1999 that I was
pacifist?
referring to.
That's
Choose
insane.
peace rather than confrontation, except in cases where we cannot move forward. Then, if the only alternative is violence, we will use violence. Does that sound like a pacifist to you?
I meant that he didn't kill civilians. His
Do you think
approach
Nelson
is
Mandela would fuck
vastly
with the
different than
Houthis?
what Hamas is doing.
Do you think Nelson Mandela would like what the Houthis are doing?
I don't know. Let's fucking dig him out of his grave and ask him.
That's kind of weird because, I mean, you said he was doing peaceful means
Do
of
I think
resistance.
Nelson
like
Mandela would be in
sabotage.
favor of kidnapping 10 civilians? No, of course not.
Yes, he would. 100%.
All right, well, while you're busy putting words in a dead man's
100%
mouth.
he would. What are you talking about? Nelson Mandela bombed the fucking church or shit. What are you talking about? Not Nelson Mandela directly in
Didn't
prison, but
fuck with civilians, bro. That was his thing. He wanted to be as peaceful as possible because he knew that if he killed and targeted civilians, it would make reunification impossible.
You're right.
That's
Israel's doing a genocide because
historical
Palestinians
fact.
are not resisting
Less
in
than
the
100
appropriate ways.
civilians died in 20-year period. I mean, what do you want more than that? Hamas killed 1,000 or 900. So sorry.
800. But
I am
also,
so 800. You're right. You know what?
Well, I mean,
That's better.
It's seemingly
That's
you're always
better.
bringing up numbers. Now, what you again fail to, what you again
I wonder if there's another number that Hasan is skeptical of.
fail to recognize is, of course, the length. And not only that, but also the resistance against
Don't forget about the girth, baby.
apartheid South Africa included military resistance on top of that. But that's not even my point here, okay?
Huh?
My point is that the apartheid in South Africa and the resistance against it was a far shorter period with far less casualties on the South African side as opposed to Israel's complete ethnic cleansing campaign that is that has started now, but even before its ethnic cleansing
Well, then
campaign
don't
of creating
compare
Bantustan.
Hamas to Nelson Mandela.
Because the situation is far worse, Ethan. Because Israel has
All right.
killed every Nelson Mandela. Israel would have probably killed Nelson Mandela if they had the opportunity to do
I'm
so.
sure they would have done everything bad that's ever happened in the world.
Wait, do you know why I said that? No, don't look at your laptop. Do you know why I said that?
Let me guess. You, I don't. Tell me.
No, go ahead. Just throw up a guess.
All right, listen. It's
To say no, I don't know why you said that. Because you're farming for fucking. You realize that you're looking bad here.
5 o'clock. I'm not doing this. Okay. You
Oh,
can
you don't
tell
wanna
me
do
or
this?
you cannot.
Okay.
You want to? I'll stand here if you want to tell me. But I'm not going to sit here and play rhetorical games.
Israel was aligned with South Africa, the apartheid government.
Yeah, I
as a
know. They
matter
made
of
nuclear
fact.
bombs with them. It's horrible.
Yeah.
What's that have to do with anything? Fuckhead. When did I defend that?
Well, they're both apartheids, so.
Yeah, and when did I deny that?
And-
All right, listen,
and,
it's 5
you know,
o'clock. Like I said, I have a family to go to. I have 3 kids and a wife, and I know that you have a fucking cool ass race car bed to sleep in, and I hope you enjoy that.
Okay, man. Thank you. Have a good one. I hope this was productive. Dan, he needs you more than you need him. Stop babying this man, please. He needs you more than you need him.
Okay, if you say so. That's. I mean, Dan's pretty cool. I mean, I've come to enjoy him, but I don't think he needs him. But Hasan is desperate. He's desperately trying to do something. He's trying to fucking cause like the Ethan Klein, crash out, like the fucking. He's trying to get him to like lose his show. He thinks that'll happen, but I doubt Dan would ever leave. Dan seems like a pretty big loyalist, honestly.
Stop babying
Well,
him.
I know that's true, but I don't baby him.
Come on. Okay.
Oh,
You want to target the criminal? You want to drum up her ass?
even Dan, Ethan's biggest disagreeer, based was he gave Hasan a little bit of light babying. He does need me, but I'm not leaving. That's what that was. That was some fucking Nelson Mandela level resistance against Hasan there. He's from Dan. He's a real one. He's a fucking real one.
These were my coworkers. I have a tremendous amount of respect for the crew.
Hey,
They
that
are what
empanada
makes
called
this show
AB a
great.
house slave.
What?
Bad empanada called AB, a house slave.
Yeah, he's wrong. What the fuck do you want?
Okay, well, you watch this video.
Maybe don't fucking platform somebody who says disgusting shit like that.
Why are you bringing up Bad empanada? Do you think I agree with everything he says? No, of course
You
not.
endorse him.
Ethan,
All right,
I've
we gotta
endorsed
go.
his
You promote him
YouTube
all the
video
time. That's a
essays that
fact.
I agree with, that I think are very well thought out.
All right,
I don't
listen,
endorse
stop being a
his
coward and
techniques or
watch
methods
some
or
fair
opinions
criticism.
overall.
Please stop being a coward and just watch some criticism. It will prove that you are
Well,
not
this was
afraid.
pretty good. This was pretty productive. You know, having this conversation, having this back and forth. Don't you think?
No, but I liked it.
I actually do. I think you exposed yourself deeply a few times here, and I think we'll have to wait and see, obviously, how this pans out. But I do think it was productive to show just kind of the blatant, overt, anti-Semitism.
Maybe I will.
It's just so funny because like Hasan is supposed to be the seasoned debater. Ethan is not, and yet Ethan came out of this looking pretty good. Even any mistakes he makes, he'll be able to like correct upon and move forward. But Hasan doesn't think that he makes mistakes, so he'll never be able to correct because he thinks that he's fucking golden. That's the problem.
We'll watch the Context Puke.
Yes, please, and then we can talk about it.
Maybe we'll watch Context Puke live, as a matter of fact,
please
not in
do.
a cowardly way. I like that.
What is he gonna criticize because they watched he watched the hit piece from Anis's husband like offline first.
I like that this is what it's come to, where having a face-to-face conversation is less. Is
It's
somehow
not less.
fucking is more cowardly than like actually watching a YouTube video that you made.
It is
no,
because-
dude. What's
no.
cowardly is you fucking constantly crying and refusing to actually look for context and putting together a.
Well, then why didn't you just look for context then? Like, why not pay somebody to look for context? I don't understand. You're a millionaire. What?
Putting together shit that you saw on fucking subreddits to be like, this is my
Please
argument.
just
I'm
watch it
destroying him.
just watch it and tear it up and show how out of context it was. I'd love
Don't
that.
worry. Maybe I'll actually do that to fundraise for the charities that you are actively targeting by trying to undermine and celebrate with Creator Clash 3, which is,
I don't know if you know.
The historically very positive. They bring in a lot of money to charity. I don't know if you knew that was last year. They lost $250,000. Isn't that incredible? What a beautiful thing. Beautiful what?
Oh, yes, but last year they lost $250,000.
Right?
To be
I know,
charitable, you actually have to give money to charity.
I know. You
son.
fucking hate everybody that has even lightly fucking criticized you or stayed out of.
Are you surprised that I didn't like Ian's video?
What? No, dude.
Dude, if you want to own me, listen, Hasan. If you want to own me by donating to charity, I think that's
you're
fantastic.
gloating that a fucking charity event is actually like you're trying to undermine a charity event
You
deliberately.
have to give money to.
It's not a charity event. It's a wannabe charity event that failed last year and it failed this year already. It's fucking pathetic. Unless Hasan's actually going to go, and I guess unless he's going to go and be willing to fight, I guess, but he's not going to
be charity. It's like a slush fund for them.
God, it's so gross, man.
I mean, what happened last year? How much did they make? Did they do charity last year?
I don't know.
They lost
He doesn't know.
Will you debate me again, Ethan? If you keep chirping in the future?
Yeah, of course. But if you, I think it would be good if you watch context puke,
Maybe I will.
and then we can
fundraise.
discuss it.
Maybe I'll do that to fundraise for Creator Clash.
Yes, I think it's awesome. If you want to own me by donating to charity, I think that's sick as fuck.
Yeah, maybe you should do that too.
Why?
You know?
Why would he support it? You know what Ethan should do to the Creator Clash? He should buy it. Ethan should buy it. He should fucking go and he should buy Creator Clash. Well, how much? They got offered a lot. It's so funny because they got offered a lot of money for that event. Like iDubbbz and Anissa a while ago to purchase it after the first one, and they didn't want to do it. So do it now, Ethan. Buy it for fucking pennies on the dollar and make it successful as fuck. Do it, dude. Go ahead.
Donate some pro-Palestinian charities. I'll feel so fucking owned.
True. Okay. It's funny because Ethan was the one who got him on like this whole like, oh, okay, you want to go support a charity, like that's what you're gonna own me with that, and then Hasan's like, I gotta turn it back on him. Like okay,
let's own each other and donate to charity.
All right.
I know you guys
Bye,
fucking,
Ethan.
I know you guys hate each other, but the views were crazy.
It was.
I'm
I never
just
looked.
saying, think about it.
What was the views at? I never looked.
They're pretty good on both ends.
I think that they were about 90,000 concurrent viewers for Ethan when I looked at one time, and 120,000 for Hasan. So good for Hasan, man. Gotta love. Hey, listen. I doubt any of those were view botted. Honestly, they're probably all perfect. Like, I got like I think I'm in like 2,000. So good for me, dude. Good for me, dude. I'll fucking take it, baby. Give me that. Give me that live stream viewership, boy. Okay. You know, the only issue is that I'll never beat the Ethan Glazing accusations. I know that one of the weirdos. I think it was the Humanist Report. I watched like he did a podcast with Sam Cedars that girl you know, the corraller. I'm assuming that he needs her to not his way through every conversation. And I guess somebody mentioned me, the Humanist Report mentioned me, like lightly. He's like, oh, I made a video and some live streamed it, and then Ethan gave him Teddy Fresh, like implying that like it was like a payment service. But I disagree with it because it was fucking garbage, dog shit, trash. And also, you know, Ethan Let me tell you something right now. Let me tell you one thing. If I was for fucking sale by Ethan Klein, I would have the fucking hat already. I would have a hat. If I was for sale from Ethan Klein, I would have a hat. I would have a hat right now. What? Like, I'm a bald man. What the fuck? I'm a bald man that takes metformin. And I'm white as fuck. Metformin makes you more sensitive to the sun. Where's my fucking hat?
Like 100K?
Whose was higher?
Don't ask that question.
Hasan's was higher?
Hasan's was higher. Yeah.
Not by much, but it was higher.
That's not good.
It's all higher by, it's like a third higher. Fucking 30,000 people. At least from what I saw. Maybe that was less at one point.
I mean, I had 120,000. I don't know what you guys had over there. I wasn't looking, but
we got up to about 100K. So
well, we're gonna have to do something. These people are clearly have some kind of brain disease, and we need to do something about it.
No, for
I can appreciate that Ethan just turns it off afterwards. It seems.
sure. Ethan, please keep up the energy as though you feel that there is a genocide going on, because your output is what matters here, and that is what.
It's so funny because Hasan could have had that productive conversation. He could have said, like, you know what? I feel like if he focused exclusively on the like this kind of energy thing and the optics surrounding it, it would have been fine. But his entire audience was disavowing him. Hasan's entire audience was disavowing Ethan. It wasn't never that proportionate. It was never just like, hey man, I feel like you're focusing on the wrong things. Blah blah blah. It was this huge fucking thing that's like Hasan's audience was just threatening Ethan and his family. And like fucking treating him like shit in the Discord and in his chats, and Hasan refused to do anything about it and try to like stop that fucking absolute insanity.
What I was trying to get across to you and get across to your audience. If you think that
I acknowledge that I acknowledge that I can talk about it more, and I should make more of an effort to talk about it.
Okay, thank you. Instead of going after,
and you should try not to be a fucking raging anti-Semite for a day.
What?
If you can try not to be a raging anti-Semite for a day, then we can shake hands.
Ethan, I don't think you
stop going after people that are sending you death threats and human skulls.
Actually believe that I'm anti-Semitic. I think you're hysterical.
It's interesting that Ethan really didn't talk about the skulls very much. It's actually interesting that he held back on talking about that too much. I wonder if he was just worried about pushing too much of like a victim narrative. Like he wouldn't be a victim for talking about it, but like other people might perceive it as like, oh, woe is me, you know.
Part of this interview.
What?
You should watch back the first part of this interview. That is.
I don't think that makes you look good.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll wait and see. Unfortunately, I think your people are going to think it makes you look good, and then everybody else is going to think it might look good. Like, who's a fuck? At the end of the day,
I'm sure.
It's not a swastika. It's just a swastika sword.
Bro, I'm gonna tell you again. I would beat all of them. I'm fucking. You guys are gay. Okay, you guys are cringe. All right, dude. I'll fucking destroy them, dude. I could take all of them at once. I could take all the fat people at once. All the fat content creators, dude. What are you talking about? Get out of here, bro.
It's not a swastika. It's just the sword that I call the swastika sword. Got it. All right, have a good night, Hasan.
Oh, all right,
I gotta go. All right,
you too, buddy.
You take care, bud.
All right.
Old friends, together at last.
Bye, Hasan.
Give Kaya our love. Give Kaya our love.
Yeah, we also love Kaya.
Oh my God, what a fucking train wreck.
Man, what do we call this? Did we just call this Content Cop? Leftovers? Or should I just call it like Ethan 1? I don't know.
I was hoping that... I shouldn't have hoped that he would have been more open to listening, but...
Of course not.
I guess that's what it was meant to be.
Idiot, what idiot?
I thought it was...
I'm so tired.
How long was that going on for?
5 hours. We're going on 5 hours here.
Wow.
Was I owned?
I need to process everything that just happened. My head's spinning.
Another fucking fever dream.
I was starting to lose, like, at the end tail of that. It's like, dude, I can't.
I could tell you were fading a little bit.
Yeah, well,
I think I got him. Honestly, I think I got him pretty good. The way that he was like denying obvious, blatant shit and being like, no, that's not. No, you're insane. You're hallucinating it. It's like, bro, that's crazy talk. I also liked how he like, whatever. People.
After this, I'm gonna message Ethan. I'm gonna say, nice talk. Where's my hat? All right, beautiful stuff.
We'll analyze this.
Yeah, I'd say both sides got the clips they wanted. That's kind
of the thing, right? Is like,
don't both sides this. Get the fuck out of here, you cucks.
Like anything, both sides declare victory, and nothing really changes. So what can you do?
Everything changes. War.
Just keep doing it because the views are great, right, Hasan? Hasan's got to eat.
I'm just saying.
He's got to pay. He's got to pay for that chicken and someone to make it for him too. All right, everybody. Well, thanks for watching. Thank you to the awesome, loyal, genius, caring 100,000 that watched on our stream, not Hasan's. So important. And I appreciate. I don't know if that was what y'all wanted, but it is what it is.
People are saying I won.
Dan won.
I mean, Dan fucking owned Hasan. His one-liner where he tried to sow division, he won. But actually, to be honest with you, even the crew's like, they're like, oh, I think that you both got the clips you wanted. What that communicates to me is that they think it was like a 50-50 split. And to me, that means that Ethan won. And the only reason is because, like, optically, again, like, Hasan is on the side of Palestine. Like, if you ever disagree with that, like, public narrative, people are very toxic. And the fact that they're like, yeah, I think it was more of like a 50-50, that communicates to me that Ethan did much better than we were willing to admit.
Stop babying me, Dan.
Heard you.
All right.
Alrighty.
It's Friday.
It is Friday.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
Have a blessed evening.
TGIF.
TT, ta-ta for now, and we'll see you guys on Monday.
Bye-bye.
Have a good weekend. And baby, it's Friday for Gabe.
All right. Well, that's it for that, guys. Fucking great shit.